Hello and welcome to Legalbytes. If you're new here, my name is Alita. I'm a lawyer licensed in California and DC, and on this channel, we explain the law one bite at a time. We don't give legal advice, but we do talk about how the law works and try to look into our crystal ball to see how things might turn out. If you're enjoying this on YouTube, we'd love it if you could like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with friends, all the great YouTube-y stuff. And if you want to listen while out and about, we're now offering our live streams in podcast form where you can leave a rating and review. Links are in the description below, as well as to our clips channel where you can find some of the best clips taken from our live streams. Otherwise, if you want to catch me elsewhere, you can find me on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. And if you want to support the channel, you can do so on Locals, Patreon, or by becoming a YouTube member, or by buying some really awesome Legalbytes merch. Again, all links are in the description below. And with that said, let's get into it. Hello, good morning, everybody. We've got a lot of people in this chat. How's it going? How's it going, Rick?
Good morning. I like to bop with the music.
I know, right? That's why I like having that upbeat tune there, so that we can, kind of get yourself pumped up backstage.
It's like we
Maybe
just
everybody
left,
watching
right?
too.
It's less than 12 hours ago we were here, so we're having fun.
Definitely was less than 12 hours ago. Yeah, but we're jamming. We're at the end of week 3. We have made it almost to the halfway point. Can you believe it?
Yeah, I've heard
mean,
rumors that somebody might rest today. I don't know. We're going to see what happens.
Yeah. We'll see. But even if not, probably maybe Monday, maybe Tuesday.
I mean, it's pending.
It's
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because we are at about the halfway point, and I know there's been a little bit of confusion about whose witnesses were whose with these video depositions, but it seems that it's probably going to be about an even divide, is my guess anyhow. Awesome! I love seeing how many people are in here already. 5,000 people hanging out with us. How great is that? How great is that? So yesterday, we have a recap. The recap video is up. So if you have not seen yesterday and you want to get caught up before today, you've got about 30 or 25, 30 minutes before we get going here with the live stream of day 11 of this trial. Can you believe it?
No.
So, and I barely made it on time, but we made it. Okay. So let's, we can talk a little bit about how yesterday went. And, and you know what? I realized I've got my Wi-Fi on again. I've got to fix this. Give me a second. I might freeze frame for like 2 seconds. We'll see how this goes. Let me see.
That is what the pre-show is for.
Okay. Are we good? All right. I'm here, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Excellent. Okay. So we didn't actually lose any connection there. Perfect. So just wanted to make sure, because of course having a good internet connection here is important. And so when I'm working on these recaps, I often like to actually step away from my desk for a little bit after like 12 hours of sitting here.
No.
I live here.
I thought that was just the only room in your house.
It is. No, I'm kidding. But it is nice to explore other rooms in my dwelling here from time to time. I don't get too much these days, but it is nice to do so. Hey, check it out, lawyer. Peter, how's it going?
What's up? It's going.
Hey, Peter. Good morning.
How are you?
Good. So, all right. So we've got day 11. What are your thoughts so far on the trial here?
Me?
Yes.
Yeah, why not?
A lot of thoughts. All right. So they've already gotten all of your guys' thoughts, I guess.
They have to live with us a lot.
Yeah, I think it's been, like, as far as a case like this, sometimes it's difficult with a bunch of lay witnesses and witnesses that are obviously going to be favorable to Johnny. I think it's been important that there has been a lot of consistency, and you're hitting all the bars you need to hit, because sometimes that's underrated, where it's like, obviously they're going to say something good about Johnny, but if you've done these trials or seen these trials before, you realize sometimes it can get squirrely. especially with some of these witnesses that have known him for a long time, have partied with him for a long time, know the ins and outs. They might even try to lie to make it sound good for him, but I don't feel like we've gotten any of that. The only time I felt like there was a stretch from a witness, I'm not going to say a lie at all because she was a great sympathetic witness, was his sister. I felt like tried a little too hard to make it seem like he didn't do drugs, which I understand why his sister would want to do that, but he was so open about it. So that was kind of weird to me, why she was almost trying to say, well, I never saw him do cocaine. I don't know they had a cocaine problem when, I mean, if I'm a juror, I'd be like, come on, everybody seems to know he did cocaine. Maybe you didn't think it was a problem. I don't know. But generally speaking, I feel like all the witnesses have been super honest and consistent, all good for Johnny. Even the independent witnesses like the cops eventually just seem like they're on Johnny's side. And you can say, well, yeah, his doorman or, you know, his island person, manager, his house manager. It's like, yeah, employees don't always have the best stuff to say about their bosses, as we've already seen from Amber, and we might see more of that. So I mean, I don't think that that's necessarily huge bias just because they worked for him, or where the doorman doesn't necessarily is not an employee of Johnny Depp. So to me, I think a lot of those were really good, and it's underrated to have every witness come up, and when they sit down, you think that was good for us, especially Johnny himself. And I think the objections, as we talked about together at the end of the cross for Johnny, just blew that cross up and it was done. Where I thought they were starting to make some headway, maybe pulling some momentum. So I feel like everything rolling in Johnny's direction so far, which is how it should be with his case in chief. And on my live last night, I asked people, you know, what they thought about, is it advantageous to go first or second? Basically, everybody agreed it's advantageous to go first, which is why the person with the burden in the trial gets to go first and present their evidence first. And research shows a lot of jurors make up their minds by the time the first case in chief is over. So if that's the case, that's all advantage Johnny so far. Yeah, it's crazy. They say more jurors make up their mind during opening statements than closing statements.
Wow.
Which is insanity to me and scary.
There's no evidence in the opening statements.
Yeah, that is a little bit scary to me. I'm not going to lie, because that's you're just kind of saying, you're giving a preview and you may or may not show what you say you're going to show, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, whatever makeup cases you want, you're doing whatever you like.
Yeah.
Now, and that's the other thing about why it's so important, is because then if you can come back and cut them down at the knees, like something like that, then maybe their minds can change. But they're saying, like, if you do a good voir dire, which is always important, and I think the most important part of a trial, then you come
I also
with opening
appreciate your
statements.
pronunciation of voir dire.
It
it makes me feel like I'm back in Texas. I know you're not in Texas though, right?
No, but people make fun of me for the way I say it. My dad says voir dire. Everybody says it a little different.
Yeah, I love it.
So
it's dead.
that's what I think is the most important part of a trial. So you do a good job there, then you come in opening and they already feel like they have that connection with you as a lawyer. They're believing what you're saying. I can understand why they might lean a certain way. And then especially if they're leaning toward the state attorney, the prosecutor, or the plaintiff, then they hear their case in chief, and then it kind of gets them to make up their mind sometimes. And, you know, the defense has to do a lot of work to kind of change it back. So I feel like the trial's going great for Johnny as far as the court of public opinion. And if they had to pick a side, they're going to pick his side. But I still think there are some issues with defamation that, you know, I think he's actually going to be able to drive home better during Amber's case, as interesting as that sounds. I thought one of the huge hammers yesterday, which a lot of people thought was kind of a boring day of testimony, was the talent agent who didn't seem biased, because he was like friends with both of them, friends with Amber first, connected them to the therapist, and then it seems like he's not friends with either now. I don't know, is that the vibe you got?
Yeah.
Definitely falling out.
This is someone who is a former employee of both of them. So there's ripe territory there for him to feel kind of scorned by either of them. You know, kind of like what we saw with Amber's former personal assistant. She did not like Amber, decidedly did not like Amber. So somebody who's a former employee could then go off and be like, you know what, screw you, you mistreated me.
Exactly. Sorry, and I thought the hammer with him was the damages. Like, is there any doubt in anybody's mind that there are damages from this? Now, we have to figure out if it was a true opinion of Amber, and if it was, the damages don't matter. But if they can prove it was a lie, and if it was defamatory, and there was actual malice, we have damages locked as an element. And it's not just how much money is he going to get. Damages are actually an element. Without damages, you cannot win a defamation case. And I felt like
damages is pulled out of this one. No damage element. It's per se.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't see that. Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
So they just need to show some kind of harm, really.
And they got it. And he's locked it in. I mean, he locked it in with that 2 days after Disney, name dropping people that people have heard of probably on the jury. And, you know, that's lock and key right there. When you have that, that's going to make people upset that this directly affected him. And it's guaranteed that this directly affected that Pirates movie.
Yeah. I don't see it as guaranteed. You think it's that strong from the testimony yesterday?
I felt like there's nobody else that's going to be able to overcome his testimony as the talent agent, talking to the people directly making the decisions. My personal opinion, which is why it's cool, because when we have differing opinions, because the jury's going to have differing opinions.
Sure, of course. No, I still think there's a timing issue, right? I mean, we have that email. We know that they presented on cross-examination that there's messages coming out of Disney that he's out in October. They're trying to frame it as happening from 2016 or 2017 or what have you, well before 2018. You have him losing, or you have the Sun case happening in 2018 before the Washington Post article comes out. So I still, at least, I'm sitting here going, I'm really unclear as to whether that article, if that's what I'm allowed to think about, if that's what I have to focus where damages come from, if that article makes them happen, or if it's just a continuation of what really was happening in earlier years. Hey, Emily.
Hey, Emily, how's it going?
Hey, everybody. It's good.
How's your trip going?
I'm trying to multitask too much. And then the hotel where we're staying is like right near the indoor training facility for the Cowboys. And I guess there's football stuff happening today because it's crazy.
Big time football stuff.
Well, I have
NFL
to comment
draft
on your look, right? Because I like the hat look. I think it's got lots of drip.
It does.
Nice.
Hogue, I appreciate you. I got you. So it's good. How are you guys doing? I'm bummed I missed Laura Wasser's testimony yesterday. Her clapping back at Elaine was priceless.
Oh,
we should be
No
getting more
Elaine.
of it today, though. Yes.
No Elaine. Well, her eye rolls, like her eye rolls were like, oh, you're asking that question, huh? All right.
Deposing a lawyer would be a nightmare. Deposing a celebrity lawyer would be a nightmare. But Elaine's tone was so different. I didn't know she could question without yelling. And so that was nice to learn.
Very chill.
Good morning, lawyer. You know, I know we haven't met, but hi.
What's up, Emily? I know you. I know you.
I know you too. Everybody
begins.
And issue came out in another
case. I really like this about your branding, Emily. The hearts. Anywhere you appear, if you show up in chat, if you come up on video, if somebody mentions your name, heart parade. I love it.
The law nerds know what it is. I mean, we've built a really, really solid community.
It's awesome.
And that's always been the focus.
And by the way, thank you for sending all of your law nerds over here, because I know that you have not been able to stream, on your own. And I really appreciate you, trusting me with your community.
I trust you to take good care because, it's like when you're referring to another lawyer, right? It's like, look, everybody's got their own flavor. And so this is, if you're looking for this, here, if you're looking for that, here. Half of my community is like, if you sent me to Ricada, I would be offended and have to leave the chat immediately. And I get it. I'm like, it depends on your level of spice, but you host space for conversations with respectful disagreement on your channel. And that's a huge value of mine. And the law nerds appreciate that. They're like, we want to respectfully disagree.
Right?
Yes.
Right,
yes, that is my spice.
That's my spice
pumpkin
too.
Spice.
Exactly. So we love that. And the law nerds are fantastic. And I know that they have loved finding LawTube, and it's fun. And so they're like, everybody's different. I'm like, this is what you need to learn about lawyers. Everyone's different. We all approach things different way. We see things differently, and having the insight of seeing a bunch of different lawyers kind of examine this is incredible. I mean, I don't, neither of these teams could afford all of us sitting here watching these cases, but yet here we are.
That's true.
Yeah, absolutely. And on that note, I mean, it's, as we are commenting on this trial, I also try to point out from time to time that this is our opinions. We are sitting here very comfortably in our offices or our living rooms or hotel rooms or wherever we are, just commenting on what we see. It is so much easier to comment on this stuff from our perspective without being the person in the room. So keep that in mind as we do kind of either critique or praise one side or another for various things. We do try to keep it level-headed as much as we can, but sometimes, of course, we're human too. We're going to have our own reactions to these individuals as we go along. But at the same time too, even we have disagreement amongst ourselves. Even if all of us agree and we are all, we have a particular opinion on what one side or the other is doing, that might not even necessarily be the right way. So keep that in mind too as we continue on. We don't necessarily practice litigation in Virginia, so there may be local rules or local norms that we're not really sure about.
Objecting to yourself might be a local norm in Virginia. I mean, I don't know.
It just
Maybe
happens
that's
every
the
case.
case.
You have to slip it in at least once on your side. Yeah.
We used to
It's
do
a
that at
requirement.
the DA's office. We used to have, God, this sounds so unprofessional, but whatever, I've left. We used to have like a law school bingo type game. And again, I don't know if y'all played bingo in law school, but we played bingo a lot. But like almost like a law school bingo game where you tried to get a certain phrase into your closing
Secret
argument.
word, yeah.
And your colleagues would have given you a secret word. And in like my third trial ever as an attorney, mine was Spider-Man underoos, and I made it work. I
Oh my
made it
gosh.
work. But it was
That is so
also
funny.
it was also an undercover getting beer from like a bartender. So the undercover was actually underage. And
Oh,
I
yeah.
thought the entire thing was stupid anyway. I'm like, why are we prosecuting this bartender for serving beer to an undercover? But anyway,
That's why it was
Spider-Man
your third
underoos.
trial ever at the DA's
Exactly.
office, right?
Because it was
That's
dumb.
what you got to do. That's what you do.
Speaking of which, did you guys talk about the fact that police don't take pictures when nothing yesterday? I'm sure you did.
Yes. Yeah, we mentioned it. We mentioned it about, them not taking photos of everything everywhere all at once and all the time, because there's not always crimes going on all the time, right?
Yep.
Really,
Imagine
we
if
want
they
our
did that
government
at
resources.
every call. Yeah.
I
imagine
can't
if they
even
did that.
I can't even imagine. And
Oof.
I'm glad they brought in the body cam. That's the first time I've seen the body cam. I'm really glad they brought in the body cam, but officers take DV really seriously. They're the most dangerous calls for officers to go out on. So when they show up to DV, they're generally ready to see some shit and they're on guard. So I mean, they're not looking for nothing. They're looking for somebody to arrest.
And it seems like very obvious the male officer would not go and hound the female potential victim and say, tell me what happened. What happened? Dig in. Come on, you've got it. That's normal for that not to happen. So for them to act like that was weird in any way was amiss to me.
Yeah,
it's not weird, and it's more weird that a victim isn't going to speak up when the abuser's not in the home. Normally, that's what they're waiting for. They're waiting for the person they called the police on to not be at home.
And Johnny
that
was
they can report.
definitely not there. He was definitely not there.
Did you guys see the footage of her getting into the elevator afterwards with her friends, just kind of chatting and joking?
We've seen
Yes, I
elevator
think
footage.
yeah.
when they showed it though, there wasn't a narrative to tie it to, so it was easy to miss, I think, for a lot of people.
I hope they play it in closing because his demeanor getting into the elevator supports how aggravated he was with what went down, and
Yes.
she's getting into the elevator laughing and joking with her friends.
Mm-hmm.
I hope they play it in closing and tie it back around in
I do
time,
too.
because I thought it was important. I mean, other than like Alejandro vaping in his car while driving without a seatbelt, and
That
the
was
judge being like,
awesome.
what are we watching here? He was the most credible witness to me because he's like, this has caused me a lot of stress. I don't want to do this shit with you people anymore. I was like, yes,
2 years.
I'm a desk clerk.
Exactly.
What are we doing?
Exactly.
He's a great witness.
They're trying to
I
say
was
all of
laughing.
Johnny Depp's people are yes men. I'm like, Alejandro's not a yes man. Alejandro's
No.
like a hell no man. Don't ask me shit.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
liked him.
Yeah. No.
When she was 3 feet away from me, I looked at her face. Nothing was there. What do you want me to say? I don't know what you want
Listen to
me.
me. I talk to people. I look at their eyes when they talk to me. Okay. I would notice. I don't notice hair or clothes or anything else. I notice their face because that's what I'm looking at.
And
Makes
people
sense.
remember things that are out of the ordinary. Like if you're
Yes.
driving down the road and you see a car on fire, you're going to remember it. But if you just see a car parked on the side of the road, you might not, because it's not out of the ordinary. People
Right.
remember things that are out of the ordinary. I had a very early case with a guy who was a very heavy drug user, an alcohol user, and he had stopped getting served at the bar. So he went to go buy drugs because the bar had cut him off. And there was another woman there who was also buying drugs to get through her night at work on the streets. And the drug dealer jumped her and stole her money. And the defense attorney's doing this cross-examination of this guy who can't remember anything. And she's like, well, how do you remember this? He's like, I've never seen somebody hit a woman. He's like, I've never seen that in my life. I've never seen someone hit a woman. I've never seen that. And so it's stuck in his memory. And that always sticks with me, that when it's something that's so out of the ordinary. And he kept talking about how pale she is, which, Hogan, Alita, and I can definitely relate to
100%.
how translucent we are.
Especially in Southern
You're gonna
California.
notice.
Yeah.
You're
We
gonna
got a lot of
notice this
Irish.
fair-skinned
What can I say?
I don't have
actress,
that problem.
right? You're gonna notice a
Me
fair-skinned
neither.
actress if she has marks on her face, right? She's
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
so fair, and
Yeah.
she's not going in the sun. And if she's wearing a ton of makeup, you're gonna notice that too. And they keep asking men, "Oh, well, you don't know what brand it is." No,
No.
but you know when a makeup face is caked versus not.
The jury's
Mhm.
mostly male, right?
And plus,
Yes.
if you're
So-
getting hit too, that's going to mess up the makeup, right? You're not going to be beat up, and then your makeup is still going to look flawless after that,
Yeah.
right?
And his
Now with all
rings are
those
so
rings-
big. His
Yeah.
rings are so,
Yeah, his
yes,
rings are so
lawyer,
big,
you
yeah.
know, his rings are so big. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you know-
And on top of that too, I also of course, I'm sure you guys are all getting DMs and emails and stuff from people that have individual
Don't want
areas of
Elon
expertise
Musk
and
in my
whatnot.
DMs.
Yes.
Um,
It's great.
so I've
Thank
gotten-
you so much for those people too. I love
Yeah,
it.
yeah, I love it. I love it so much. So but there was one that I saw, and I apologize that I haven't been able to respond to all of them. I wish I could. Right now I don't have time. I will try at some point. But
We are running around.
there was one that was a makeup artist that was saying, you know what, like if you're talking about somebody who everyone agrees has some kind of redness and a lot of water on the face because of tears and all this kind of stuff, that makeup is not going to do well to cover anything up there. It's not going to cover up the redness of the tears. It's not going to cover up bruises or swelling. Like, this is ridiculous.
They
So,
think
And
it's a
also,
miracle,
I'm very
right?
fair. If I sneeze too hard, my face will be red. Like,
Yeah.
it's just, it's one of those things too, that when they ask the officers what they take into consideration, those are all the things the officers take into consideration. They've seen a lot of faces. They've seen people getting punched, and officers will take photos of very small injuries. If you've ever seen a case with an
Oh,
officer
yeah.
scuffle, there'll be like a little mark on an elbow, and they're like, "It's
That's
right
it, yeah.
there."
Well,
They-
I know. I'm
will.
not sure how it is in California, but I know here in New York, the rule is very if we're going to arrest somebody for assault, the rule is that, let's say if we go to a scene and two people were fighting, and it's supposed to be an assault, and then we'll say, okay, we have to have probable cause to make that arrest. So the first thing we're looking for is injuries. If nobody has any visible injuries, then that doesn't give us probable cause to make that arrest. So we'll say,
Mhm.
is anybody injured? So that's why you'll see, oh, the person gave me a scratch, visible injury. Okay, now we have an arrest. And we take the picture. But I think the problem here with this case, the DV case, is that DV has changed in the last 20 years. From when I started to when I left, even the DA's office, the way it was treated was different. At first, when I got on, it was kind of old school. Bring the guy out and have him walk around the block, right? Just have him leave the house, talk to the guy. Hey, you can't do this. It wasn't really treated as a crime back then. Well, it was a crime, but it was like only if you really, really did something horrible.
You're saying
Then-
people are taking the use your words approach? Like,
Yes,
we use
yes,
our
yes.
words, not our hands.
But there was a case in New York where a cop killed, that same thing happened. Come on out. They drove him around. He went back and killed the wife and killed the family. And then it was like, well, we can't do that anymore. So then the policy changed to the exact opposite. Well, if you go there, somebody's got to get arrested. You call for DV. I don't care if we see nothing. We don't do nothing. Somebody's going to jail. So then that happened for a while. But then it was like, well, you know what? Only thing you're doing is putting all these people in jail, and we can't get any convictions because really you don't really have anything. So then it became, well, now when you go to the scene, you have to assess for assault. And that's why the cops here, that's exactly what they did. You separate. The victim, you're the one who was hit. You come. Let's go to the light. Let's have a conversation. Now you're in a safe space with me. Let's talk. Are you okay? Or, this. Do you see any physical injuries? Because if any of those cops saw any physical injuries, now you can still make an arrest on Depp. You don't even really need her.
Right.
You can make the connection, right? And then let
Right.
people play it out in court.
Even if she's uncooperative.
Even if she's uncooperative, yes.
Well, that's why I think the cops are important, right? Because unlike Isaac, unlike Alejandro, who are seeing things as they're just engaging, presumably these police officers, if they're on a domestic violence call, one of their jobs is, go and evaluate. Like, they're actually really looking at her face. They're really trying to see if anything is.
Well, that's
there.
what he said.
Yeah,
They're looking for
yes.
probable cause. That's
They're
what
looking for
they're
probable
looking
cause
for
to
a
make
reason.
the arrest. And that's
Yeah,
what
and
I
they're
kept
looking
saying.
at the home. They're looking to see if the home's tossed. They're
Yes.
looking to see if there's signs of a fight, because domestic violence victims are often not cooperative. It doesn't mean what the
Correct.
police don't want is to have that MDT log of them coming out and then be called out later because somebody has been substantially injured or killed. That is exactly
The
what they're
nightmare.
trying to
The
avoid.
nightmare
So-
scenario,
And that's, I
yeah.
think, where the public is kind of going. And I think they know that somebody's got to get arrested theory that Nate was talking about, that when it swung that way. If you remember, I'm sure you guys all covered the Gabby Petito stuff.
Yeah.
That's what everybody's calling for. Like, why didn't they arrest somebody? Why didn't they? And they did separate them. They did do some stuff more than happened here. But, that's not how it is in every jurisdiction. It's not somebody's
Right.
got to get arrested. But that's what a lot of people have heard, buzzwords, and they think if that didn't happen, then the cops screwed up.
Well,
Yeah,
right. And there's some
but in this
retroactivity
case-
there, right? I mean,
but-
it's,
Oh, yeah.
But I'll
100%.
tell you,
Hindsight.
in big democratic cities with huge populations, they are pro, like if we see anything, because I know here, if they see anything, they're arresting the who they believe is the perpetrator,
And they'll sort it
especially
out
if
later.
they see, and because it's about the safety of the people. And there's been many times you'll see domestic disputes, and the wife will be the first one to say, "No, it was an accident. He didn't mean to hit me." Like she's the one, and it's funny because when you go to arrest him, she'll be the one getting in between. You got to wrestle her away. Like, what's
And
wrong
fighting
with
with
you?
the police.
We're here to help you.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
and that's why police, and like Emily said, it's domestic calls are so dangerous because you're going in to help someone, but that person can turn on you just as quickly, and now you're in a fight with both the victim and the goddamn perpetrator. So it gets horrible sometimes.
Yeah. Let me
Mm.
get some super chats here because we've got some questions for the panel from people already.
Okay.
Absolutely. I've got a few more minutes, and then I don't want the chat
Let's
to
do
feel
it.
abandoned if I just say goodbye.
Of course,
You
totally
got a
understand.
5-minute warning from Emily. All right.
Well,
chat?
here's one. Here's one from Donna Montoya. Says Emily had sent me here. Love your content. How are you feeling about the case right now? Do you think Johnny has a solid case? I think he does. I honestly think he does.
He's presenting.
I don't know about you guys. How do you feel?
Yeah,
His
I mean,
his building blocks have gotten good, and I'm gonna need to see, just for me, I'm gonna want to see at least some medical documentation of injuries from
Yes.
Amber Heard. That's the one thing I'm really looking for, because right now we've got a whole lot of people saying I didn't see anything, and if we don't have a doctor that evaluated a broken nose, I'm gonna have some issues.
Going to be
I-
very
What about her
thin.
own
I'm just
pictures?
warning you now. Just based on what I know.
Yeah, selfies aren't gonna do it for
Yeah,
me.
selfies. Yes, her own pictures.
have we
aren't gonna
seen
do
her
it.
claim a broken nose in court? Was that in the opening statements?
About the head, but they talked about the
I
headbutt
don't
and the black
remember that.
eyes, but I don't remember
Yeah.
if they said broken
It's-
nose.
It's in her allegations
Yes.
generally that have come out here, but I can't remember all of opening statement, partly because it was kind of all over
Jumbled?
the place. There was no consistent timeline, as we've all discussed before. So but that has been one of the allegations here is that she did have black eyes, a broken nose, bruising around
Oh.
her face, and hair missing from her scalp.
Let me pull up the news report because I actually pulled up the news report from back then.
Love it.
From when they reported on it. So hold on.
I
let me
keep
look a
looking
second.
back at it because she promised a lot in opening. Umbridge
Mhm.
did, and I.
Did you
I-
call her
I-
Umbridge?
Yes,
That's
I
what I
love
keep
it.
calling her. I've named her Umbridge. I can't
Yes.
with her.
To
Elaine
me, when she was
Umbridge.
questioning Wasser, she sounded the most like a Barbara Walters. Like that was her approach on that particular question. So different from court.
Yeah, where she's just berating these witnesses, like the woman in the Bahamas. Why are we berating
That was
her?
the worst.
Ask her
That
what
was the
she
worst.
saw.
Like, she's not.
But if
Yeah.
you're attacking witnesses like that, I don't know how confident they are in what they're going to show in their case. Because why would you bother going so hard and risk the jury not liking you over inconsequential witnesses? But if your argument is you don't know she was wearing makeup and the police didn't do their job, then you're done. You're just done if that's all you've got.
That's
Yeah,
what
I
I
mean,
best thing
learned
although-
Johnny
from
did.
her side.
I mean, the only counterpoint that I could put out there, which I
Love a
don't necessarily.
counterpoint.
I mean, I'm with you, Emily. But the one counterpoint was that we had Rob Morton, who's a local Fairfax County litigator, come onto the stream, and he said, she actually is she's very well respected in Fairfax, and it could also be that that's just kind of what jurors sometimes
Plays
expect
well
out of
down
an
there.
attorney is for you to be that kind of bulldog. So that could just be a style thing, and maybe it works for her, which is an excellent point. I personally hate it.
Yeah,
And maybe
not a
it's maybe
fan.
it's my California style, that is a little bit different than being in the in the DC area, the DMV, if you will. But it's
That's fair, because
but
I'm
isn't-
also California, so it's.
Yeah, but
Oh,
isn't
sorry,
that
Nate.
isn't that like what they always say too? If you go to the like a New York attorney going to Alabama, right? That's
Mhm.
not going to play well because even no matter how friendly I am, people
Big
just have
time.
a certain thing. So
Big time. Even
it
a
may-
Florida
it may
lawyer
just-
going to Alabama doesn't play well.
yeah,
let me
but it may
make sure I
work
get
well in
this. Let me make sure I get this super chat too before we get going, because this is a very generous one. Thank you, Emma Rain. Hi all, Amber Heard team huffing, etc. may not be their usual style and are exaggerating frustration. Love to see JD and team smile. For convo with Rob, I'm unsure of optics. Jury may see Amber Heard's team. Oh, this is right on point too. Not getting cooperation / fair go and J team as smug. What do you think?
It's possible. I mean, he's over there drawing pictures and laughing during depositions. It's possible they see it as overconfident and smug.
Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah,
it's hard to know how they feel in the courtroom. And from all the reporting I've seen out of those in court, they say this jury's been pretty stoic and is not really very reactive, except that maybe a few smiles with Alejandro, and that was about it.
I don't know how you can't.
I don't know how you
remember
can
things that you don't usually see. I don't usually see that.
He's such a great witness because of all of that.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
All right. Your next witness.
Next witness.
Good morning, Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Depp calls Terence Dougherty.
Oh, so we are not going to see from her anymore.
I guess Wasser's done.
All
right, you guys, and with that, I'm going to say goodbye. Good morning.
See you, Emily.
Glad you're here. I've got to get jamming.
Bye,
everybody.
Emily.
See you, Emily.
I thought
we'll let you know.
I thought they said we had hours left of her.
Yeah,
I thought so too.
I thought they said
but
that too.
So this could be scheduling.
But it's a video. Oh, you mean for the witness that's coming now?
Yeah.
I think Depp is confident because I think he's feel like he's won the PR battle, because he's definitely winning it for sure. He's really winning the PR battle.
I mean, I hope so. I think in terms of the reporting that we've seen, maybe, hopefully, but there's definitely been some interesting headlines that we've of course all talked about.
I like Johnny's
Wasser
fit
was
today.
really done. How wild would it be for Johnny Depp to present only the deposition of Heard's team against a witness that he brought? I mean, that would be wild if Wasser were really done.
But that's like his lawyer. So I mean, what are you going to do? It's your lawyer. Your lawyer's going to have your back, most likely.
Oh, she had his back. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So what did his lawyers need to do in this case for that?
I don't know. I assumed that there was more than because I didn't see a ton of actual substance in Elaine's questioning of Ms. Wasser. So I don't know.
Yep.
I have trouble
Johnny
looking at Ben
looks-
Chu and thinking smug. I just do. He's just chilling.
Yeah.
Johnny's looking good though. Every day he looks better.
He
Every
is.
day.
He is.
The first day he was like, oh, like this. Hello, oh my God. But now he's like,
He looked a little scruffy, didn't he?
Yeah.
The pressure of knowing your testimony's coming is a big deal.
Yeah.
When you're done, sometimes you can take a deep breath and just kind of roll on.
now he's drawing masterpieces. You know what? I want to take those to Pawn Stars. Just imagine if you can get those. Like, the people probably throwing those away, but if you had those, I'm like, hey, I have Johnny Depp's the writings when he was on Sue and Amber Heard. How much would you give me for it?
No, I think there's some value there.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Must be sitting
So
on
apparently
the
this guy's from the ACLU. So we're about to get some ACLU testimony, which is going to be apparently juicy.
Oh, that's interesting.
So this is going to be about the red line revisions of the article, perhaps about the headline. What I'm hoping here is that we will see something along the lines of that headline coming in. And this is actually a video deposition. Yeah.
She asked for the headline. Well, then maybe this is the 2.5 hours.
Maybe.
So
that
camping
was weird.
scheduling, Wasser would appear to be done.
Can we hear?
Yeah.
Is it?
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, really.
I'm not. Is he's talking? Is it muted? It must be muted on. I can't hear it.
Yeah, I can't either. I can hear some.
I hear
there's a
something though,
echoing.
but I can't hear it. Yeah.
Huh.
Is it muted?
Their
on
stream.
the
Oh,
video
shit,
side?
I'm so sorry, guys. I'm sorry, guys. That was my
4
fault.
years after I graduated, I went to Columbia Law School.
Better to have the intro muted.
In what year did you receive your BA from?
He's very well respected and credentialed,
1991.
folks. whatever they might be.
And what did you do in the 4 years between your
I mean, just look at that
graduation
piano.
from Oberlin and
Oh,
going
nice
to
piano.
law school?
Yeah.
I was a kindergarten teacher in the South Bronx at a homeless shelter for a few
Oh.
years. And then I
Does it
did
get more credible than
freelance
that?
editing work
No,
for
no.
an academic press named Routledge, and simultaneously was the writer, research assistant to feminist cultural critic Bell Hooks,
And remind me, sir, where you went to law school?
Columbia.
Well,
Ooh.
Did you receive your JD from Columbia?
I did.
In what year was that?
1998.
oh God, we're creeping up on my years.
Having received a JD from Columbia, I take it you know what a statute of limitations is. Is
I
that
do.
correct?
Correct.
After receiving your JD from Columbia, what did you do in terms of your professional life?
I worked at Fried, Frank, Harris, Shriver, and Jacobson for about 4 years, 3.5, 4 years. I was in their tax department. And after that, I went to work at Patterson Belknap. And I was also in the tax department there, but worked on primarily with their exempt organization clients. Patterson has a large exempt organization client practice.
Is it fair to say that you worked for Mr. Schwartz's firm, Patterson Belknap, from about 2002 until about 2005?
That's exactly right.
Did there come a time you left Patterson Belknap to work for the ACLU Foundation?
Correct.
At the time you left, was the ACLU a client of Patterson Belknap?
Yes.
And it continues to be a client until the present day, correct?
Correct. Correct.
Was there any time between 2005 and today where Patterson Belknap ceased to be a client of the ACLU?
No. You mean where the ACLU ceased to be client of Patterson, right?
Yes, thank you for that correction.
Yeah, no, we've been a client the whole time. Not always with active matters, of course, but a client.
That's the
whole time.
lawyer-client pipeline, folks.
In what capacity did you start at the ACLU Foundation in 2005?
I was the ACLU's first in-house lawyer. My title was Senior Corporate Counsel.
What were your responsibilities generally when you began as
First
Senior
in-house
Corporate
lawyers.
Counsel at the ACLU
Fascinating.
Foundation?
My role was to serve as the organization's in-house lawyer and to assess what the needs were for an in-house counsel department or practice at the ACLU.
And I take it you have continued to work as a lawyer at the ACLU on an uninterrupted basis from 2005 to the current day?
Correct. My title changed relatively soon after 2005. In either 2006 or early 2007, my title was changed to general counsel.
Okay. Yeah.
Is that still your title today?
It's part of my title. I'm general counsel and I'm also chief operating officer.
To whom do you report?
I report to Anthony Romero, the executive director, chief executive officer.
So that's a direct report. There's no intermediary between the two of you, correct?
Yeah, direct report.
Sitting here today, do you know how much money Ms. Hurd has actually donated to the ACLU, actually remitted to the ACLU?
Yes, I do.
How much is that?
So when you say remitted, do you mean direct payments from her personally, or
directly?
do you mean something payments on her behalf, or payments?
When someone just said, "God, what do you mean by payments?" You know things are getting tricky here.
Have set up, or
We can break it down.
Look at
Let's-
John;
let's
he's even smiling.
first from
Like, yeah.
how much has Ms. Hurd paid directly to the ACLU?
That would be $350,000 paid directly.
350,000 or
much
dollars?
Has been
Thousand.
paid
Thousand.
indirectly
Okay.
and credited
That would be
to
insulting.
Ms. Hurd?
There was $100,000, which was a check from Johnny Depp. There was a $500,000 payment from a donor advised fund at Vanguard. And then there was a $350,000 payment that appears to be from a donor-advised fund at Fidelity.
I mean, I think you can get credit. We should give credit to her for the
total
donor advised.
$1.2 million.
I don't know about that. There's questions.
And when you speak of credit,
That's a lot less than 7 million,
toward
right?
We can't
Amber
assume.
Heard, to what are you referring?
So, and I think I might have done the math wrong. Let me just do the math in my head. Is 708 plus 5.3. So check from payment in connection with of Amber Heard. She confirmed that. The $500,000 payment from Vanguard Charitable, she confirmed was a payment in on her behalf, and the $350,000 payment as well.
When you say credited toward her, what does that mean?
Well, she had, when we initially had contact with Amber Heard in 2016, she's indicated her desire to pay $3.5 million to the ACLU. And that was, and these were amounts
People
that
said
were
refresh and they're
in relation
fine.
to that, her having expressed that that's what she wanted to pay to the ACLU.
So it's fair to say that she has not donated $3.5 million as of today to the ACLU, true?
That's right.
When you say that Mr. Depp, our client, donated $100,000 to be credited toward Amber Heard, did the ACLU in fact credit that $100,000 toward the $3.5 million Ms. Heard promised to donate to the ACLU?
We do credit it.
Did Ms. Heard direct you to credit it to her account, as it were?
We asked Ms. Heard if we should credit it, and she said that we should.
With what person or entity is Vanguard Charitable associated?
So Vanguard Charitable is a nonprofit that Vanguard, the financial institution, has set up that provides for a wide variety of donor-advised funds for individuals to use for their charitable giving. So there are thousands of Vanguard Charitable donor-advised funds. If you were asking specifically about the one that we received the $500,000 contribution from, we believe that that is a donor-advised fund that was set up by Elon Musk.
Who is Elon Musk?
He's a tech entrepreneur.
This is what you get when you
can you take this one?
He also
Can you take this
a
one?
donor to the ACLU Foundation in his own right?
Yes.
But it's your testimony
So I
that
shouldn't
as to the
assume.
$500,000
Okay.
that came from Vanguard Charitable, that was associated with Elon Musk, correct?
Good Lord, that's an expensive date.
We believe so, but it is not conclusive.
But if he was given it already, maybe he just did her a solid by earmarking it for her.
The $500,000 contribution?
Yes.
And please describe those communications.
There is a document that we produced that Elon Musk emails Anthony Romero regarding the $500,000 contribution.
Yep.
What did Ms. Heard tell Mr. Romero or the ACLU about her donation and how much she was going to contribute?
There were communications back and forth between the ACLU and Ms. Heard, including a thank you acknowledgement letter that was sent under Mr. Romero's name to Ms. Heard, thanking her for the $350,000 contribution, noting that that it was part of her intention to make a $3.5 million contribution to the ACLU, and Mr. Romero attached to that communication a standard ACLU pledge form and so that was the communication. We were aware very early on that her intention to contribute the $3.5 million to us was half of her $7 million divorce proceedings. I don't recall which specific communication with us gave us that knowledge.
What, if any, understanding did the ACLU have prior to the publication of the op-ed about?
I actually can't believe that. I'm sitting here stunned.
Plans to dispose of the other.
You're our Elon guy too.
$7 million settlement.
I am. I just put an Elon video today. Check it out.
Yes,
after all this.
we
You're gonna need to do another one.
understood that the other $3.5 million, the other half, was going to a children's hospital in Los Angeles.
When did the first donation, the $350,000 from Ms. Heard, actually arrive at the ACLU?
It was very soon after
This is a
the
potentially good point
communication
from
between Elon Musk and Anthony, and I believe that it was that communication was in August of 2016, and it was shortly thereafter.
Please describe your conversations with Ms. Weitz.
I asked Ms. Weitz whether it was her decision to ask Ms. Heard to be an ACLU ambassador, and she indicated that it was. I asked Ms. Weitz to describe what are the criteria for, sorry, a calendar thing popped up. What are the criteria for asking for becoming an ACLU ambassador? And what were the reasons why she thought that Ms. Heard would be an appropriate ACLU ambassador?
How did Ms. Weitz respond?
She said that ACLU ambassadors are people who are artists or influencers that are aligned with one or two ACLU policy issues. And the criteria for determining whether somebody can be an ambassador is that they have prior expertise in that policy area, that they can speak in detail about the area, that they are aligned with the ACLU's policy views of the area, and that they have significant following so that their communications to the public that we support reach a wide variety of people.
Of those criteria, which did Ms. Weitz identify as the most important, if any?
How much cash she's probably
I
given
don't
us.
think
That's
there's
the
any
most
that
important
she did not
criteria.
identify any as the most important.
That's
What,
how
if anything,
not-for-profits
did
work.
Ms.
I mean,
Weitz
that's
tell you
acceptable.
about
Yeah.
Ms. Heard's expertise in women's rights?
Ms. Weitz said that she had arranged a meeting between Ms. Heard and representatives of our Women's Rights Project and our Reproductive Freedom Project. And Ms. Heard spoke with such clarity and expertise on issues of gender-based violence that she decided that she would be an appropriate person to ask to become an ACLU ambassador, and she did so.
What, if anything, did Ms. Weitz tell you about Ms. Heard's significant following?
Ms. Heard, Ms. Weitz said that she looked at Ms.
It's
Heard's
interesting
social
when
media.
compared to the agent's testimony of, well, you really never cared about him anyway, right? I mean, it's
Anything else?
No,
a lot of money.
not that she said to me.
All right, let's look to topic 6. What, if anything, did you do to prepare to testify about your role, the ACLU's role in the conception, preparation, drafting, or publication of the op-ed?
Yes.
I reviewed the documents that we produced. I had 3 meetings with our lawyers. I spoke with Ms. Whites and Mr. Romero.
Please describe your discussions with Ms. Whites.
I asked Ms. Whites whether she was involved and what her involvement was with respect to the conception, preparation, drafting, and her publication of the op-ed. And she indicated that because of her role as our Director of Artistic Engagement, she was involved in all aspects of the conception, preparation, drafting, and publication, and that the other members of the communications department who worked on this, even though they didn't necessarily report to her in terms of our hierarchy, they reported to her in terms of this specific task. She was the person who was the director of this project.
Did Ms. Whites tell you that she participated in the drafting of the op-ed?
Yes.
Other than Ms. Whites, were there any other lawyers at the ACLU involved in the drafting of the op-ed?
Ms. Whites is not a lawyer. So were there lawyers involved in the drafting of the op-ed? I believe it was the drafting of the op-ed was all done within the communications department.
What is Ms. White's academic background?
I don't know her academic background.
Was any ACLU lawyer, and I mean in-house lawyer, involved in the drafting of the op-ed?
I believe the answer is yes. I believe that there are documents that support back and forth between support for the op-ed, but I don't recall.
Sitting here today, do you know how many ACLU lawyers were involved in the drafting of the op-ed?
No, I don't.
Were there any ACLU lawyers involved in the reviewing of the op-ed before it was submitted to the Washington Post?
Yes, there were.
How many?
I think there were 4.
Were you one of the 4?
No, I was not one of the 4. And to be clear, when you were when what I was referring to were people in our legal department who are experts on women's rights issues. There was nobody from neither I nor anybody on my in-house counsel team was involved in the drafting of the op-ed or the review of the op-ed.
Why not?
We were not involved. We were not brought into the loop. I don't know why.
Is it fair to say that the ACLU didn't think there were any potential legal implications to the ACLU involved in the publication of the op-ed?
I have not spoken with any of the lawyers in the legal department about whether they thought it would be necessary to involve any member of my in-house counsel team on in the review of the op-ed.
We will talk about this and answering the super chat. We'll talk about this.
In-house at the ACLU who were involved in reviewing the op-ed before it was submitted to the Washington Post?
Okay, so I was referring to people in the legal department, not the in-house counsel's office, the legal department who do our work, our civil liberties litigation and advising on legal issues relating to civil liberties. And I believe that the op-ed, the 4, was reviewed by Lenora Lapidus, David Cole, I believe Louise Melling was involved, and there may have also been a fellow that was involved in reviewing it. These are all, there are a number of back and forth emails that we produced that will indicate specifically who those people were.
Okay, let's move to Exhibit 2, please.
I'm enormously surprised they didn't have their institutional counsel look at something being published at a national.
Yes, sir. Stand by.
It is an opinion piece. That's the only thing that's like makes it a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I think they thought that was the protection because it's an opinion piece, it's not a factual piece, so you don't have a defamation claim.
I mean, a legal review of reading the thing for 10 minutes and saying maybe this gets close, check it out, is just such a. It's going in the Washington Post. It's not going on.
Mr. Dougherty,
somebody's
have
blog.
you ever seen this document before?
Yes.
What is it?
These are conversations within the ACLU communications department about Ms. Heard donations to the ACLU and the possible engagement.
I bet just with this particular
that
action,
issue as
they
a
have a new
communications
internal
matter
rule
for the
on
ACLU.
major publications.
Mr. Dougherty, if we could
Because this is a big
start in
whoopsie.
the, email
Yeah.
in
Big
the,
whoopsie.
Middle of the first page of Exhibit 2.
The middle of the first page. Okay, go ahead.
Yes. Who is Stacy Sullivan?
Stacy Sullivan.
These are all
was
edited
to
respond to the super chat.
A senior person
These all get
in our
picked and
communications
agreed upon by
department.
both parties.
Is she still at the ACLU?
No.
When did she leave?
Gladriel.
I don't recall the date.
Who is Stephen Smith?
Stephen Smith, at the time, was our Associate Director for Strategic Communications. Now he is the Deputy Communications Director.
And I believe you testified earlier that Mr. Romero first came to learn about this through Elon Musk. Is that right?
Correct.
Tell us exactly who ACLU Media is. You said it's
an email account that is monitored by members of the communication staff so that when media inquiries come in, rather than them going to a specific individual in the communications department who could be working on something else or on leave, it goes to a central email account that is then monitored and emails within it are directed to the appropriate people.
Who's Sandra?
I assume that is Sandra Park, who is a lawyer in our Women's Rights Project.
Was Ms. Park involved in the op-ed in any way, either reviewing or approving?
I believe she was.
That coverage is good for the ACLU, correct?
Yes.
And the press coverage, among other things, enabled the ACLU to promote its work helping victims of domestic violence, correct?
Correct.
Specifically, how does the ACLU record donations?
We record donations in our donor database. It's referred in the trade as a CRM, a constituent record management system. And at this time, our CRM was a company called PIDI. At this point, our CRM is with Salesforce.
Is there anyone at the ACLU who interacts or who interacted with PIDI?
There are many members of our development department that interacted with PIDI with respect to the functioning support of that system and the vendor relationship. And I'm not sure if you're asking this, but then there are a number of people in the development department who can input donor information into this database. I don't see them as having interaction with PIDI, but it's with our database.
What type of information is input?
It's very broad. the names, address, contact information, donations, prior history with donations, issues that they are particularly interested in. It's also differs depending on the nature of the donor. If somebody gives a $50 annual donation, that is recorded. If somebody is a $3 million a year donor to the ACLU, a different level of information is recorded in the system.
If someone makes a donation on behalf of another person or to be credited to another person, how is that reported by the ACLU?
It is reported as such, as relating to, but there's many different ways that could somebody could give on behalf of somebody else. Yes. People can make a gift in honor of somebody else. People can make a gift in order to fulfill someone else's pledge. People can make a gift. A donor may help bring another donor to the ACLU. All of that information is recorded in our systems.
Can a donor earmark his or her donation for a particular purpose?
Absolutely.
After Ms. Heard announced her donation to the ACLU, what specifically did the ACLU do to document that donation?
Well, we sent out a note to Amber thanking her for the donation. That is likely the contribution acknowledgement letter that Mimi is referring to. And that information was kept in our files. And the information regarding Ms. Heard was recorded in our Salesforce, or at the time, PIDI database.
At the time the ACLU sent Ms. Heard the acknowledgement letter, was it the ACLU's expectation that the $3.5 million would be paid by Ms. Heard in all at once in a lump sum?
No, I do not believe it was. I believe that we believe that it would, based on the Elon Musk email, we thought that it might be, that it was intended to be over a 10-year period, although that was never specifically confirmed.
That would explain the 350.
Well, that's interesting. What email are you referring to?
Thank you.
I believe that the first email from Elon Musk to Anthony Romero said that it was over a 10-year period.
Anything else to make the ACLU believe that Ms. Heard was not paying the money right away out of her divorce settlement with Mr. Depp?
Anthony, in his communications with Ms. Heard, referred to the amount as a pledge, and a pledge is generally, what a pledge means is that the amount is not necessarily paid all at once. It's pledged to the organization rather than just sending a check. There's some kind of varying levels of commitment made to give amounts over a period of time, which is, excuse me, useful for the charity to know so that it can make future projections as to income.
Mr. Dougherty, who, if anyone at the ACLU, was assigned to handle or track Ms. Heard's donation?
That would have been two different people, depending on what you mean by track. There is a person in our leadership gifts department, which is the department that deals with high-level donors. His name is John Moresco, and his role is to, in addition to facilitating, maintaining the relationship with those donors, is to oversee the back and forth with those donors for annual giving. So in this case, that would include Ms. Heard's gifts to the ACLU. And then there's a second group within the development department that is the team that maintains the overall donor database, the then PIDI, now Salesforce database.
Okay, is Exhibit Was Exhibit 9 prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
It's not back up on the screen yet. Okay, here it is. Yes, it was.
Is it maintained in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Were these emails, to your knowledge, prepared contemporaneously with people having knowledge of the contents?
We can all do
Correct.
the foundation questions
Okay,
with.
if we
We
could
can do it as a
please move
sing-along
ahead
next
to
time.
Exhibit 11.
Yes, sir. Stand by.
Okay.
We'll get into the relevance of all this in a,
Okay,
in a
I
bit
see
when we
it.
can.
Mr. Doherty, you've ever seen this document before?
I have.
Is this one of the documents that you reviewed in preparation for your deposition today?
Yes.
Was this prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Was it maintained in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Was it prepared by Mr. Romero contemporaneously on or about September 19th, 2016?
It was prepared by someone in our development department who I believe to be Mimi Clara, but yes, to the rest of your question.
Romero
Whoa,
have
the executive
knowledge
director
of the
doesn't write
contents
these,
of
okay?
this letter that he signed?
Yes.
So he states to Ms. Hurd, thank you for your wonderful gift
We'll discuss
of
the relevance
$350,000 to the ACLU.
as soon as we can, guys.
The
This
first installment of your very generous pledge
tight.
of $3.5 million. You see that?
Yes.
So as of September 9th, 2016, Ms. Hurd had actually donated only $350,000, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you would please turn to the next page. I believe you referred to this before, but if you could just clear it up for the record. Have you ever seen this page before? And it's called Pledge Form, Bates number ACLU 3033.
Yes, I have.
What is it?
This is a document that is used, well, in the generic document is one that is used regularly by the development department. This one in particular is branded in connection with our 100th year anniversary, but that's just a branding thing. What the form is a form for people who are making pledges to the ACLU to document that that promise in a form like this. When a form like this is filled out, we see that as that documents the full amount that they intend to contribute and the time period over which those gifts are going to be made.
And is it your understanding, sir, that this pledge form and the two documents after it, ACLU 3034 and 3035, were in fact attached to the letter Mr. Romero sent Ms. Hurd on September 9th, 2016?
Yes.
And who prepared?
It's fascinating they don't bother to set the rate.
ACLU 3033.
They have the total pledge term, they have the total amount. In any document I would draft, you'd say annually in equal installments.
Well, it was somebody in our
Right.
development department. I don't know whether it was Mimi Clara or John Maresco or someone else.
So you
but
know
it
when
was
to ask for
somebody
the
who was
next
preparing it
installment.
in connection with the
Well, just a nice
preparation of the
reminder
tax
email.
acknowledgement letter.
Hey.
Yeah.
Here's
Hello.
a reference.
Remember us?
On top of the pledge form, Amber Hurd, Kara Pierce O'Donnell, Greenberg, Glusker, and then there's some other names. Do you know what the firm Greenberg Glusker had to do with Amber Hurd?
No.
And you have no idea why it was sent to Ms. Hurd, care of Mr. O'Donnell at Greenberg Glusker?
I expect that it is the case that, well, many of our significant donors have representatives that we work directly with on technical things such as a pledge form.
Okay. And directing your attention to the next page that was attached to Mr. Romero's letter. It also says pledge form, but it has some columns.
This is what you would do with something like this.
Is it fair to say that this is a proposed schedule for payment of the remaining
it is, however,
$3.5 million donation?
That is what it is.
And do you know that who came up with this proposed schedule?
I don't know who prepared this form and don't know who told the person who prepared this form to do the gift payment schedule in this way.
Did you see at the bottom of that page, ACLU 3034, part of Exhibit 11, that there is a signature line?
Correct. Yes, I do.
Did Ms. Hurd ever sign this pledge schedule?
No.
Did anyone at Greenberg Glusker or anyone else on behalf of Ms. Hurd ever sign this form?
No.
This is why I put a schedule commitment in the first.
I don't know the answer,
pledge, by the way.
Did Ms. Hurd
not tell anybody how to lawyer
any schedule for the payment of her $3.5 million donation?
There are documents that we produced that point to Ms. Hurd being aware of this as a multi-year commitment, including the Elon Musk email to Anthony and back and forth between Anthony and Amber on an annual basis about her, about this gift.
My question was actually a simple one. Did Ms. Hurd ever agree to any schedule for the payment of the remainder of the $3.5 million donation?
I don't recall her having seeing anything where she agreed to a 10-year schedule like this.
Let's go now, please, back to Exhibit 10.
Sir, stand by.
Hey, Justina iš Lietuvos. Labas. Hello. Yes, we can refer to them by their actual names when we have their names. We try to.
Mr. Dougherty, have you ever seen this exhibit, Exhibit 10, before?
There's a few that they've been rotating through.
What is it?
This is an email exchange.
I mean, she did sign the whole.
That includes Anthony Romero, our Director of Development, Mark Weir, the Executive Director of our Southern California affiliate, which encompasses LA, and me, regarding the check that we received from Johnny Depp's representatives in the amount of $100,000.
Was Exhibit 10 prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Was
we'll
it
get into this.
Maintained by the ACLU in the ordinary course of its business?
I have thoughts.
Yes.
I have many thoughts
emails
on this super chat. We'll get into it.
Contemporaneously by people having knowledge of the content?
Yes.
Okay, let's move please to the second page of the exhibit. The email from Hector Villagra to Anthony Romero, dated August 25, 2016 at 12:44 p.m. Do you see that?
12.
At the bottom of this page.
At the bottom of this page? Yeah. Okay, sorry. Yep, 12:44, yes. Mm-hmm.
Is Anthony Romero?
Yes.
And who is Hector Villagra?
Hector is the executive director of the ACLU of Southern California.
And you see where he informs Mr. Romero the actual check is for Mr. Depp, care of his CPA, and handwritten on the check, it says donation being made in the name of Amber Heard. So I think you've testified that the ACLU, in fact, received a $100,000 check from Johnny Depp, correct?
Correct.
And do you know why Mr. Depp asked that it be credited to the name of Amber Heard?
No, I don't.
Mr. Villagra tells Mr. Romero that he has been
We've got some mods,
designated,
but thank you.
that he has been the point person. What does that mean?
Hold on, let me just find that.
It's at the very end of the exhibit on the next page.
Oh, okay.
We could talk about that if you want.
My staff let me know that you have been the point person. Yes, Hector is saying that Anthony was the main person with the relationship with Amber as a donor.
And why was Mr. Romero the point person?
Mr. Romero is our one of our most significant fundraisers at the organization, and he has a specific portfolio of donors that he and his team, such as John Moresco, support.
And do you see, going back to the second page of the exhibit, Mr. Romero's response to Mr. Villagra copied to Mark Weir that same day, or strike that on August 25th? Do you see that?
I do.
Now let's move back to the first page. And do you see the email from Mark Weiler to Hector Villagra, copied to Mimi Clara, on or about August 25th at 11:12 a.m.?
Yes.
So he says, just spoke with Anthony, who got off, strike that, just spoke with Anthony, who just got off the phone with Elon Musk. And Anthony refers to Anthony Romero, correct?
Correct.
Why was Mr. Romero discussing the Heard donation with Elon Musk?
My understanding is that Anthony reached out to Elon Musk because he had a prior relationship with Elon Musk, and Elon Musk was the person who first contacted Anthony about the donation, about a donation from Amber.
And wasn't Mr. Romero specifically asking him about Mr. Depp's donation of $100,000?
That's how I read this email, yes.
And if you look down, just below that, the email from Mr. Villagra to Mark Weir, and he says, got it, we will hold the check. That's a reference to the ACLU's holding the check from Johnny Depp, correct?
That's how I read this.
Okay, so now moving back up to that email from Mr. Weiler to Mr. Villagra, copied to Mimi Clara, he says, we're going to draft an email from Anthony to Amber explaining the situation and asking for her advice. What does he mean there?
I take that to mean that we wanted to hear from Amber regarding whether this gift was attributable to the amounts that she wanted to contribute to the ACLU.
Did the ACLU, in fact, reach out to Ms. Heard about Mr. Depp's $100,000 donation?
Yes, there are documents that we produced that show a back and forth on that point between Anthony and Ms. Heard.
And Mr. Weiler,
back and forth,
or Mr. Weir writes, I'll keep you in the loop, but definitely hold the check until we get clearance from Amber. Why would the ACLU need clearance from Amber Heard before it accepted a $100,000 donation from Johnny Depp?
My understanding of this is that we wanted to know whether this, before we cashed this check, whether it was in relation to the Amber Heard desire to contribute to the ACLU as opposed to a separate desire by Johnny Depp to contribute to us individually. And in fact, the communication from Johnny Depp's representative said that it was in connection with Amber Heard, so we wanted to clarify what was going on.
Previous super
So
chat,
moving to the
Aurora, it's
email
half of that.
directly above that
Half to
from Victor
ACLU,
Villagra-
half to
Hector
Children's Hospital of
Villagra to
LA.
Mark Weir. He says, we have more folks than I knew who followed TMZ. Here's their latest report. Amber Heard calls BS on Johnny's charity donation. Now you owe double. What's that a reference to?
I don't really know specifically, other than to say that this is more indication that we were unclear of whether the Johnny Depp gift would count toward the amounts that Amber said she wanted to contribute to the ACLU.
And then directing your attention to the top email in Exhibit 10, Mr. Weir responds, she's calling Johnny out on the $14 million in the press. What does that refer to?
I don't know. I'm not aware of how 14 million plays into any of this.
Okay, let's move ahead to Exhibit 12, please. Mr. Dougherty, have you ever seen this document before?
Just making it larger. Yes, I have.
And what is it?
This is Amber confirming that we can cash Mr. Depp's check.
And did Ms. Heard, in fact, send this to Mr. Romero on or about October 17th, 2016?
Yes.
And is this a document that was created in the was maintained in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
And it's true that the ACLU ultimately deposited Mr. Depp's check for $100,000, correct?
Correct.
Did the ACLU credit the $100,000 paid by Mr. Depp toward Ms. Heard's $3.5 million pledge or donation?
We do credit that $100,000 amount toward the toward Amber Heard's charitable giving to the ACLU.
Where, if at all, is that credit reflected in the ACLU's records?
There are documents that we produced that show the fact that this was considered part of Amber Heard's charitable giving to the ACLU.
After the ACLU received Ms. Heard's initial $350,000 payment, it received press inquiries about the Heard donation, correct?
Correct.
How many?
Oh, I don't know the specific number, sorry.
Was this document, Exhibit 20, maintained in the
Was it
ordinary
giving her
course
notoriety?
of the ACLU's
Was it
business?
giving her fame
Yes.
and
Was it prepared in
accolades
the
and whatnot?
ordinary course of the ACLU's business contemporaneously by people having knowledge of the contents?
Yes.
On what date was Ms. Heard appointed an ACLU ambassador?
It was in October of 2018.
Okay, let's move ahead, please, to Exhibit 22. Did the ACLU ever issue a press release regarding the Vanguard $500,000 contribution?
I don't believe we ever issued a press release in 2017 regarding Amber Heard's donations to the ACLU.
Why not?
We received an email from Amber that is in the documents that says that we don't need to do this. We shouldn't do this this press release.
Maybe I'll make a T-shirt.
Please.
Stand by.
Please stand by.
Yep. So this is kind of going to, in my opinion, we can kind of maybe mention a little bit here before they
Mr.
start
Dougherty,
talking
have
about.
you ever seen this
Sorry.
document, Exhibit
I want to
44?
talk about it.
Yes.
What is it?
This is Anthony in his email to the one we just saw said that his comms people were going to be reaching out to Amber's people. And so Steve then starts that process, and Amber then then Amber responds and says that she's no longer working with Pierce and introduces Steve to her new lawyer, Eric George. And she indicates that she has a concern about issuing a press statement.
Is this document maintained in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Was it prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
And was it prepared contemporaneously by people having knowledge of its contents?
We'll double check this one.
I'd like
Yes.
to direct your attention to the email at the top of the page.
Yeah, it looks like the spelling correction is right.
Okay.
You see the email at the top of
We
the
will
page from
change.
Ms. Hurd to Jody Gottlieb and others, dated July 6, 2017.
I do.
Have you ever seen this document before?
Yes.
What is it?
This is Amber letting Steve know that she's no longer working with Pierce, but instead working with a new lawyer, and indicating to Steve that she is going to be talking with her PR team about whether, about issuing a press statement about her 2017, issuing a press statement about her 2017 gift.
And directing your attention, she writes, their concern is that the press could potentially spin the fact that this is an installment and not the entire lump sum, as you well know, isn't possible due to the structure of the settlement agreement. The settlement agreement is a reference to the settlement agreement between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard of their divorce, correct?
I read that to reference to the settlement agreement to be the settlement agreement between Heard and Depp, but I don't have any independent knowledge of that.
What was the basis of your belief that she was going to pay you every year?
The original communications and her response to us when we reached out to her, and she indicated,
Do we know the settlement was paid in a lump
this
sum?
was something that she was going to be taking, she was going to be looking into.
I don't know.
But she didn't do it, did she?
What we did receive was the $500,000 Vanguard charitable contribution, and then the next year, the $350,000 contribution.
She didn't pay you on an annual basis, did she?
Yes, we didn't receive any amounts in 2019 and on.
Let's move up to the middle email on the page. Mr. Weir to Steve Smith. Thanks, Steve. Her gift is technically unrestricted, but it is weighted towards women's rights issues. What does that mean?
What that means is that there's a particular type of gift that is legally restricted for a specific purpose. And that could be that the restriction could be done in a number of ways. That was not done in this situation, but nonetheless, the intention in making gifts to the ACLU was to support that work. So there's that subtle distinction, and this is not an uncommon one at the ACLU.
After the Vanguard payment of $500,000 in July 2017, what, if any, payments did Ms. Heard make to the ACLU?
On board.
Organizational
one more
operations is where I
payment,
live.
I
mean, this is
If you want
fun.
more of that, head down to
$350,000
virtual
that
legality. He
came
talks about
from,
this kind of stuff all the
Yeah.
time.
Fidelity
Yes.
Charitable. So it
Head
looked
there.
to be from a donor advised fund at Fidelity.
And when was that donor
I think I can
advised?
make it more interesting than
Fidelity
a depot, but
payment
So-
I'd
made?
much rather
In
listen to you explain
2018.
than listen to
Yes.
this.
This is also why it's great to
So
have you
that-
on for something
Go
like
ahead.
this.
Go
Sorry.
ahead.
Exactly.
Oh, we have a
This is
document
fascinating.
that we produced that
This guy's taking his
shows
jacket off now. He's
the
serious.
contributions
Ooh.
that we'd received from Fidelity Charitable and the time.
God, I mean, there's just so many fights about restrictions and
uh,
quasi restrictions for donative transactions.
It includes the Amber Heard.
I want to go out to lunch with this guy.
Okay, if we could please move to Exhibit 39. I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 39. Have you ever seen this document before?
I'll invite general counsel from the ACLU under virtual legality. We'll
It
see how it goes.
is 3037 ACLU.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm directing your attention to the penultimate entry on
Penultimate
that
word of the
page.
day here for day 11.
There we go.
Yes,
There appears to be a reference. Well, first of all, have you ever seen this document before?
I have.
And what is it?
This is a document that we created that lists the contributions made to the ACLU on a specific date, December 11, 2018, that came from the online at Fidelity charitable account.
And is this document maintained in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
The information in this is maintained in the ordinary course of this business. We created this document in response to the discovery requests.
And does it truthfully and accurately reflect the donations made to the ACLU online on or about December 11th, 2018?
I believe that it does. It is a document that I believe our development department pulled information from Salesforce, our current CRM, into an Excel, and that's what this is.
So directing your attention to the penultimate entry on this page said $350,000 designation, donation from Amber Heard.
Mhm.
What does that refer to?
What that refers to is that since the giving account are the names of the Fidelity Charitable Donor Advised Funds, which is the column in the right, this one is designated as anonymous, meaning that the person who set up the donor advised fund, in this case, I believe Amber, wanted it to be an anonymous donor advised fund. So that it would be within her discretion to decide which gifts were that she recommended were her recommendations or not. And so we put into this special purpose category, we marked that this was a donation from Amber Heard, meaning a recommendation from her to make a contribution from her donor advised fund.
So this is an anonymous donation for someone in Amber Heard's name, correct?
It is anonymous to this is when this donor advised fund was set up, it was determined that it would be that the gifts would presumptively be anonymous unless she would recommend it to state otherwise.
And did you ever state otherwise?
We believed that this was that she indicated that this was her $350,000 gift, and that's why we put into the column that this was a donation recommended by her from her donor advised fund.
But the money did not come from her, correct?
The money went from her to her donor advised fund, and then she recommended that the funds be paid from Fidelity to us. So the amount that $350 we received did not come from her directly. It came from what we believe to be her donor advised fund at Fidelity that she set up.
What basis, other than Ms. Heard's telling you, does the ACLU have for the proposition that Ms. Heard paid the money to Fidelity before it came and was given to the ACLU?
What we have is what she told us, which is how donor advised funds that are anonymous work. The only amount that we legally needed to know was that this came from the Fidelity charitable kind of reporting that we would do on this. For example, if we were reporting on this gift in our tax filings or anything like that, we then, our donors who have donor advised funds, they then let us know that they made that recommendation, and we then credit it to them as being associated with their giving to us in our CRM.
Well, Mr. Dougherty, I didn't ask you what the ACLU was legally required to do. I asked you what, if anything, the ACLU did to investigate whether, in fact, Ms. Heard provided the funds to Fidelity. And your answer is nothing, right?
Go ahead. I don't believe there was anything else. I don't know what else we would have gotten.
So just so the record is clear, the ACLU relied only on Ms. Heard, that she was the ultimate source of the Fidelity funds, correct?
Yes.
Because you've already testified that Ms. Heard was not the original source of the funds for the $500,000 Vanguard contribution, correct?
We received that $500,000 from Vanguard, their 501c3, not from any other person.
Right, but Vanguard was associated with Mr. Musk, true?
We believe that to be the case, yes.
Okay. So after this December 2018 donation, has Ms. Heard made any donations directly or indirectly to the ACLU?
No, those are the four contributions, the four that we've discussed.
Well, we're almost 3 years since her last contribution. What, if any, efforts has the ACLU made to get Amber Heard to pay?
Look into it. Super chat.
We reached out to Ms. Heard. We reached out to Ms. Heard starting in 2019 for the next installment of her giving, and we learned that she was having financial difficulties.
Well, let's unpack that. So when in 2019 did the ACLU reach out to Ms. Heard about making her promised contributions?
I don't recall the date, but there is a document that we produced that was an email from Anthony to Amber about this in 2019.
Okay, let's move ahead to Exhibit 67, please. Have you seen these documents, these attachments before?
Yes, I've seen these.
Okay, and we'll just go through them one by one if you don't mind.
Sure.
If you look at Bates number 4673, it says $350,000, December 11th, 2018. What is that?
I believe this is this tracks with the Excel spreadsheet that we looked at just a few moments ago that talks about online giving through the Fidelity Charitable Fund, and whereas the prior one listed all of the December 11th, 2018 gifts, this one lists the $350,000 gift from from the Amber's donor advised fund.
Moving to the next page, it says designation donor from Amber Heard. Do you see that?
Yes.
What does designation mean?
So this was the column in Salesforce that allows us to include additional information about gifts, in particular whether they are restricted in a certain way. And so that's why the term designation is used. And here, I think we filled into that designation field the information that we knew to be the case, which was that this was a recommendation from Amber Heard's donor advised fund.
Okay, now if you move to the next page, 4675, there's just one word on that, and it's anonymous. Do you know what that means?
This corresponds to the column of that same spreadsheet that listed the names of the donor advised funds that individuals set up at Fidelity, and that the name of the Amber one was anonymous.
Now, when Ms. Heard made her direct payment her first contribution of $350,000, that was not designated as anonymous, wasn't it? Was it?
That was not a gift from a donor-advised fund, so there weren't those columns for us to fill out. It was just a gift to the ACLU. And I do believe that in Anthony's acknowledgement letter to that included the pledge form that wasn't signed, he included a question about anonymity and whether we could list her as a donor in our annual report. So that was our first connection with her. So, we weren't sure whether her giving would be anonymous or not.
Well, the first donation wasn't anonymous, correct?
No, because no, it was not anonymous. But what I'm saying here is that this is the name. I believe this is the name of her donor advised funded Fidelity. And the first time she gave us a gift, I think it came right out of her own, her own banking accounts.
Right. And between the time Ms. Heard made her first donation of $350,000 directly, which is attributed directly to her, and the time this anonymous donation comes in, did anybody at the ACLU have any discussion with Ms. Heard as to whether she wanted anonymity?
I don't believe she did.
Okay, if you could move ahead, please, to page number 4678.
Yes.
Have you ever seen this document before?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the document that Vanguard Charitable, so Vanguard's 501c3 nonprofit, uses when someone makes a recommendation from a Vanguard Charitable Donor Advised Fund to give an amount to a charity. And they then send this letter saying that they, Vanguard, are giving this amount to the charity. And it describes whether, this is the document that would describe whether or not the donor wants to be anonymous or even wants to indicate to us who they are.
And this is the Vanguard contribution about which you testified earlier, correct?
Correct.
Let's move ahead, please, to 4679, which is the next page.
Yes.
And have you ever seen this document before?
I have.
And is this one of the documents that you reviewed in the context of preparing for this deposition?
Yes.
And directing your attention to the middle of the page, it says, remark from Amber Heard. What does that signify?
This, I'm sorry, I'm counting the 3 seconds. This is a record of a wire into our accounts at JP Morgan Chase in the amount of $350,000 from Amber Heard's account.
And this was
City National Bank.
And this was her first contribution, correct?
Yes, this is the 2016 August contribution.
Okay, and if you could move ahead, please,
Thank you, Haley.
to the next page.
Very kind of you.
ACLU 4680. Have you ever seen this document before?
I have.
What is it?
This is the original email from Elon to Amber and Anthony describing her plan to donate to the ACLU over the next 10 years and her support for our work. And that she wasn't restricting the gift. She just had a preference about the use of the funds, and that Anthony would forward her the wiring instructions, and then he did so. And then the $350,000 was wired, as we saw in that last JP Morgan Chase ACLU bank account wire record. And so Anthony let Amber know that we received it.
Okay, so let's unpack that a little bit. So the email in the middle of the page was an email sent to Mr. Romero from Elon Musk on or about August 18th, 2016 at 1:14 p.m., correct?
Correct.
he says, Amber, I described your plan to donate 3.5 million to the ACLU over the next 10 years, as you very much believe in what they are doing. You see that?
Yes.
Why was Ms. Heard, or strike that, why was Mr. Musk representing this on behalf of Ms. Heard?
I don't know the answer to that question, but assume it's because of Elon's prior relationship with Anthony and that he indicated, I will make that introduction for you.
He is representing that Ms. Heard's plan was to donate $3.5 million over the next 10 years. Is that correct?
Correct, that was her plan.
Did Ms. Heard ever say in words or substance that Mr. Musk was not correct and that wasn't her plan?
I do not believe she ever said that.
So she never refuted Mr. Musk's representation that she was going to pay the full $3.5 million, correct?
It isn't the case that she didn't object to that she
Natalie's
was going to
awesome,
pay
so I'll
the
be sure to talk to
3.5.
them
It's just
we
that
do
she
it.
didn't object that
If
that
we
was
look
her
into that
plan
case.
as of August 18th, 2016.
It's a good
Thank
one.
you, Mr. Doherty. Let's
You'll
move
like
to
it.
the next page,
Okay. Okay.
which is 4681.
Yes.
And you see at the top, it says Salesforce screenshot. Would you remind us, please, what Salesforce is?
It's our current CRM, our constituent record management system, which is where we store all the information we have about our donors. We call it our donor database.
And I believe that we've seen a version of this in an email from Mr. Moresco, correct?
I do recall that this this is part of documents that we produced.
Okay, well,
They've
let's
tried to
start,
subpoena him. He just has
from the
evaded
bottom
it
up.
somehow.
Sure.
Not saying that's illegal. He just hasn't been served. He's
How would he
managed
ever
to
do that?
escape it.
If you look at the bottom entry in
It's
the
a
column,
short email. You best be serious if you want to come after me.
had the entry that has a close date 8/19/2016, completed $350,000. What does that mean?
That's a record of her $350,000 contribution to us.
And you see the designation, the giving name pledge payment.
I do.
And what does that refer to?
That this was in connection with her overall plan to make a contribution to us of $3.5 million.
Okay, now let's move up to the entry in the middle of the chart. It says Ms. Amber Heard's soft credit 2017, close date June 12, 2017, completed $500,000. What does that mean?
That's the record of the Vanguard charitable contribution in 2017.
Why does it say soft credit instead of pledge payment?
Because it didn't come directly from Amber. It came from the Vanguard Charitable Trust, Charitable Fund. And we wanted to continue to associate it, though, with Amber in our donor database.
Is it customary for the ACLU to make distinctions between hard donations, that is coming directly from the donor, and donations made by others in the donor's name?
It's extremely important for us to understand whether funds came directly to us from a donor, from a donor's donor advised fund, or from another donor altogether. That's all very helpful information to us as we think through our fundraising program.
So, but my question was, is it common practice? And it sounds like it is common practice because you say it's important, correct?
Yeah, I believe it's a common practice.
Okay, and then let's look at the top entry in the chart.
Yes.
This is for the December 2018 payment, and I believe you testified this is the last payment Ms. Heard has made, correct?
Correct.
And it says Ms. Amber Heard donation
Emily, we will be talking about it.
2018 payment.
Just wait for the break. We'll break it all down. Payment was
does
covered
this
in Amica
signify?
cream.
This signifies this relates to the 2018 $350,000 gift that we got, which I believe came from Amber's donor advice fund at Fidelity.
Okay, and let's close this out by looking at 4682. Purports to be an email from Liz Fitzgerald to Jonathan Moresco. Who is Liz Fitzgerald?
Liz Fitzgerald's then title was Director of Special Gifts, but her current title is the Director of Development. She's the number 2 in our development department. She reports directly to Mark Weir. And even then, as Director of Special Gifts, she reported directly to Mark Weir.
Okay. All right, and with respect to Exhibit 67, the attachments that we've described, were they created in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
The only one that I would not say was in our ordinary course of business is number 4681, in that this was created in connection with a discussion with Amber Heard's attorneys about Amber's donations to the ACLU.
But all of the other documents in this exhibit were created in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business, correct?
Correct. And even this one came from our donor database, which is something that we keep in the ordinary course of our business.
And it's your testimony sitting here today that the information depicted on ACLU 4681 is accurate and reflects the accounting records kept in the ACLU's ordinary course of business, correct?
It is correct that we received the 350, the 500, and the 350, and that we associated them all in some way with Amber. It does not list the 100,000 Johnny Depp payment. And there's differing terms that are used in that. I'm not sure we would use the term soft credit. We might refer to another way now. After that 2017 gift, that's when we launched the new database system, the Salesforce system, and prior it had been the PIDI system. So we had been doing some changes to definitions about how we record gifts. But the basic, which is that these are all associated with Amber Heard, these 3 gifts, that is absolutely accurate.
Well, you raised a good point. Why isn't the $100,000 donated by Johnny Depp credited to Amber Heard?
I think it should have been recorded in our database because it's information that we would want to have in that database about gifts relating to our relationship with Amber Heard. And we now do consider that gift as part of the constellation of gifts that are attributed to our relationship with Amber Heard.
So that's how you would get from the 1.2 million to the 1.3 million, right?
Yes, 700 plus 1 is 800 plus 500 is 1.3, correct.
So the ACLU sitting here today attributes $1.3 million toward Ms. Heard's $3.5 million pledge, correct?
Correct.
And of that $1.3 million, $100,000 was paid by Johnny Depp, true?
Correct.
So putting aside 4681, all of the emails prepared by ACLU employees in the course of their ordinary business?
Yeah, I'm just reminding myself. Well, I believe that 4679 was also downloaded from our records in relation to this litigation matter. I don't believe that we created this document and had it in a paper file somewhere, but I think we pulled this information, this wiring information. It may be the same wiring information that was looked at at the time that the donation was made.
So Exhibit 67, it's fair to say, is comprised of ACLU business records kept and maintained in the ordinary course, correct?
Hey, Rick,
Correct.
super chat question for you.
Okay.
Up or down?
Excuse me, Your Honor.
We have to get
We're going
there,
to
but
change
yes.
topics with Mr. Dougherty. If you
Take
would-
our morning break.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All
Morning
right,
break.
let's go ahead and take our
explain
15-minute
it.
recess to not discuss the case with anybody.
Let's
Don't
talk.
advance the
Yeah, now
research. We'll see you then.
that's a happy moment.
All right. Got a lot of
I-
super chats that
I
that
didn't
I would
hate
love
that.
to get to, but I know a lot of it right now is everybody's got kind of some pent up anxiety about like what's going on? What's going on? What is this about? The jury must be confused. Is the jury even picking this up? Who knows if the jury's picking it up? But my guess is that in the closing, this will come up and they'll pick this stuff up and put it all together into a nice little package. But this is, to me,
All right,
this really gets
go ahead and
to,
come
I
back
think
and
for
take a break
JD's
until
case, for Johnny Depp's case,
11:45, okay? All right.
the issue of the hoax, right? Did she have an incentive to put stuff together to make herself into this this character that was essentially an authority figure on domestic violence? You know, what did she have motivation that was financial or social or, you know, otherwise? Was she doing it for fame, money, accolades? And it kind of sounds like it. Because she's making all these promises. She's got this official position with the ACLU. They've got this, you know, this whole like notoriety thing about her. And I think that this kind of goes to the hoax issue. What do you guys think?
I think first and foremost, it goes to the lying liar who lies issue.
Also.
Right. So they're trying to establish, she says 3.5 million, even with the scheduling stuff. She says it's implied it's 350. It might not be coming from her. It stops in 2019. I don't know quite how much she got in the settlement, how long the 7 million was paid out for, but it doesn't seem like it was for 10 years. So that's already being a little bit disingenuous with the people that are making her an ambassador. Because you saw that email that says, you know, because of the settlement, I can't pay it anything but these installments, et cetera, et cetera. So all the main thing I got there, because I didn't think hoax, so that's interesting in terms of the jury, is lying person who takes advantage of people and lies. And so like I do got that vibe very strongly.
Yeah, I got kind of what Alita was saying, because you have to be an ambassador. In order to be an ambassador, you have to have experience and be able to explain details about what happened to you. So, you know, I argue with my husband is not enough to be an ambassador. You have to actually be a victim of domestic violence. You have to be a victim of the Me Too movement against that strong and powerful male in order to fit into one of the policies that's on brand for the ACLU, basically. So that's what they were looking for. So she had to make sure she fit into that. And that's where I think Johnny's team is trying to bring up that she concocted all this. Now, what's interesting is somebody also sent me something on Instagram that there's a bunch of emails from the ACLU saying, this is delayed because we've got a lot of our lawyers looking at it. We advise that you have a bunch of your lawyers look at it because it may violate your non-disclosure. And so basically we're going to get to eventually, I think, that a ton of lawyers looked at this, although it seemed like from this lawyer from the ACLU, it didn't seem like a lot of the ACLU lawyers looked at it.
Their internal people did. So he references the people that are related to the topic, which are at least, they're still lawyers, even if they're primarily litigators. They can look out for defamation.
Exactly.
But the fact, I mean, his official testimony is that our in-house counsel team, which understand, that's the team that is the lawyers for the ACLU. Effectively, the ACLU is their client. They are there to protect the ACLU. That their internal lawyers team didn't say, oh, we're publishing something in the Washington Post today about a famous celebrity actor. We should maybe take a pass. Just read the damn thing, right? Not a big 6-hour red line. It's, you know, however, it's 7 paragraphs, whatever it is. You know, it's you read through it. Frankly, I'm real close to saying I do not believe you. Now I don't know why. There's no gain in lying on that. So
but that's the point. That's the point of them saying in the emails, they reference vaguely lots of lawyers. That's if it's just like internal lawyers that are just seeing something that doesn't matter, but they're looking into whether or not this violates her NDA and they're advising her to ask her lawyers about that. Like, to me, that sounds like litigators.
Yeah. Yeah, well, and you can put it on Amber. You can say, hey, we don't care if you violate your contract. We
Right.
don't. I mean, it's
Yeah.
whatever.
It's good for us. Clipped.
Now let's talk about how Elon Musk fits into all of this.
Crazy.
Dun dun dun.
Crazy, but I didn't understand it. Did he walk some of that back? Like when we're doing the questions again and we're talking about the Fidelity and the Vanguard accounts, he says that's Elon and then he doesn't.
I mean, it's not. That's what I got is that this is Elon, and then
Yeah,
there's
he said
and then there's the whole like well it was anonymous and we were told, Amber told us. This is another example of Amber told us this money was coming from her, so we were not legally required to look further, which is just such a lawyer response, right? Like
I don't blame them. I don't. So again, it's the lawyer in me. You never know how that is going to play for a jury, but it's a nonprofit organization and it's a check. We stop asking as soon as the law allows us to.
See no evil, hear no evil.
We
Speak
function
no evil.
on your largesse, public. So is it not drug money? We're cool.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I mean,
so
I think it. Well, I mean, to me, again, part of me probably glazed over through part of this, but I mean, I felt like the Elon buzz for me was, yeah, he gave money on Amber's behalf to try to help her out. She probably fooled him, who we just listened to her yesterday say he was just filling space. She never loved him, but he's giving $500,000 on her behalf. It just doesn't make her look good. It's the same generally bad guy rule. And when you're putting up two people, you're trying to say, like this one better, don't like this one. That's just added fuel to the fire.
I know, guys. The cat is very interested in these tulips. He's definitely chomping on them. So long as he doesn't knock it all over and get water on stuff, that's all I kind of care about.
Like
But
the microphone.
I know. Well, no, that the microphone's here at least. Like everything else is up here. But like, I've got some old notes from this trial down there that I might want to refer back to. But yeah, little Holmesy cat here is very curious about these flowers. Anyway, that's a total divergence. But yeah, no, I'm with you, Peter. I was glazing over a little bit on some portions of this. I was not exactly doing the transactional geek out that that Rick was.
Well, they were repetitive. I mean, like they did circle back a little bit, and then you can be like, okay. But yeah, I mean, come on, the ACLU, however you feel about them politically, right? This isn't a substance thing. Giant nonprofit organization, how their offices function, how they intake people, how they treat people differently, depending on how much they've given them, how their ambassadorships are used, how they're incorporated, how they have multiple platforms and pillars that they consider before having that interaction. It's great stuff.
So is there like because this is a donation, right, to a nonprofit?
Yes.
So, but they're also publishing her op-ed and making her an ambassador.
Yes.
So at what point does this transition in your mind from a donation where if she doesn't want to make payments, who cares? It's a donation. You can stop making payments on your promised pledge donation anytime you want. And when does it transition into but we already gave you the platform and made you an ambassador, so we kind of expect you to pay this pledge and this donation?
So a nonprofit, if they're smart, and the ACLU looks smart on this stuff, is never going to tie any kind of donative transaction to a consideration-based contract because the taxation question is so important to their prospective donors and that kind of thing. So while, yes, the cynical among us could say that looks a little bit like a quid pro quo, they're very careful. Even in that testimony, he says, well, she was evaluated because of her experiences and that our team found her to be very detailed and smart sounding about what she was saying. That's distinct from she promised us $3 million. So, I mean, he was also very careful there. And that's just very important to a not-for-profit organization. And that's why I think somebody chatted or super chatted, is it legally binding? Even if she had signed that schedule, a donation is not for consideration. And so a contractual commitment, something that can be enforced against you in general in law requires each side to give something to one another. It doesn't have to be cash. If they had said in exchange for your $3 million, you're getting your ambassadorship, we got tax problems because you got something of value and we can go into that. But their pledge form is just your generosity allows us to function. Here's your $3.5 million. You saw that she gave it to the foundation and not the organization itself. It totally makes sense. Nothing wrong with that. But that's the nonprofit version. So she can get tax consideration for that. And so what I would argue is there's a lot of contentious precedent and lawsuits about giving donations and controlling those donations and things like that. But end of the day, the ACLU doesn't want to be seen as suing a prospective donor, especially at this kind of head level. They probably wouldn't win. It's not a terribly strong case. And so even that pledge is more of a take it on faith. And then the ACLU will bug you every August because that's their job. So
it's not just them.
I never want to say
never. A lot
never.
of nonprofits do that. A lot of nonprofits do that.
That's their job. That is their
Right.
job. That executive director, you heard him be described as the guy that is their rainmaker. That is his job, is to go
Exactly.
to dinners and say, we need your help. And again, this isn't about how you might feel about the ACLU. This is every executive directors of a
People
nonprofit's
forget.
job.
People forget to make their payments. They're reminded by the nonprofits. The
Hey.
donor advice fund is also a totally normal thing for anybody that thinks that's sketchy. It's actually a huge tax benefit to go through a donor advised fund.
That's
Lots
why the
of
taxes
people
are
do
written
that.
that way. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There's nothing sketchy about the structure, nothing sketchy about how it operates. I'm intensely interested in it. But yeah, no, that is nothing gets sketchy until you start getting emails about like, well, I couldn't pay, and Elon Musk starts rolling in with a donor directed fund. It's like, all right. And I thought actually the biggest line is just stops in 2019, right? There's no situation in which she should be checking that kind of stuff and making, the settlement, et cetera. And then it just halts. And then I think Alita's told me, I haven't seen this in the trial, that she's actually said past tense, I have donated in other circumstances. So I'd expect that to come up again.
Better believe they're going to play that in this trial. And by the way, guys, I see it in the chat that the tulips are apparently toxic to cats and dogs. I'm sorry, guys. So far, he's fine. He hasn't actually eaten anything. So when I say that he was like chomping on it, it's thank you. I appreciate it. So I will be watching him. Don't worry. But I really, really appreciate everybody's concern. I love little Holmesy. So, of course I care very much about him. So sorry, I'm trying to save the super chats that have questions, and then the other ones, so see like this one. I appreciate it. Everybody's trying to get my attention on this. But just so you guys know, I see it. So anyhow, okay. But that's on that note. Let's carry on with the legal discussion.
Well,
so what else do you think they're getting from this, Hogue? What else do you think they're getting from this that
from
they're going to be able to connect in closing?
Well, like I said, I do think you've established broad strokes. Again, it's another brick on the pile of this is a person who seeks advantage in every kind of relationship, communication, and even if you don't want to go so far as liar, you can see that here. Why is she doing this? She's setting up these specific times. She's worried immediately about, what does she say? That the press might spin this against me because it's scheduled, and it's like, did you use past tense? I mean, at that point, and ambassadorships and everything else, you can see it all kind of connected in a haze, and I think it's a haze that looks bad for Amber Heard.
I think it's also another unbiased witness. Nate, I want to get your thoughts too. I would love to hear them. I do think it's another unbiased witness that's good for Johnny Depp. I'm really interested in how many witnesses are going to be called for Amber Heard that really don't have a bone to pick and just are not on the side, like law enforcement officers, employees of kind of the building or the house. It's just another unbiased witness that works for the ACLU. He wants to make sure the ACLU doesn't get in trouble. That's his number one priority. And so he's just here answering straight. He's reviewed the emails, he's reviewed the documents, and he's just answering straight. And it's good for Johnny Depp and bad for Amber Heard, which is always a big check mark for Johnny Depp's column.
And evaluation-wise, I would say I might even go a step further, which is the natural tilt of this witness, I would anticipate to be pro-Heard. I think he is coming across as unbiased, but if I were going to assign anything, it's like, well, she's promised you $3.5 million. You made her your ambassador. You're on the hook for this article. You would be leaning towards beneficial interpretations for Amber Heard. Would be that's what I think of. I don't think he's done anything like that particularly. Agreed. But if he were to, that's what I would assume.
I do want to say one thing. I've been busted by the chat. Yes, I am eating a muffin. Yes, it's done. Okay.
I have pizza here. People were pointing out my pizza earlier.
But you know how muffins in the trial are all together. So now I'm like, yeah, I ate a muffin.
You are the muffin man.
I'm the muffin man officially now.
to answer this chat really quick is the two trials are basically going on at the same time. They're trying to prove both questions at the same time. So they would be awarding basically the same at the same time, assuming that they do actually decide in
defamation.
that favor.
If for defamation, defamation is unique in the fact that you have to put prove damages in both the guilt phase and then the penalty phase, right? So generally, for most people, you don't have to prove damages as one of the elements in your cause of action. Only until if you win, then you have to prove damages to get some money back. But here in defamation, it's actually one of the elements to prove the cause of action, and then you have to do it all again to show how much money you get back. So
damage is not an element for per se.
Yeah, for defamation per se. Is he only, because I'm assuming Depp's team is doing the double dips. In other words, you allege defamation per se, but you try to prove regular defamation just in case defamation per se isn't good. So you say, I'm going for defamation per se, but I'm going to.
I mean, it's always it always bolsters the case, right? If you can also still show damages, even if you don't have to say like, hey, look, like this is so bad that we don't have to show damages, but here they are anyway.
Yeah, I mean, he'd want that just to get to a number. So yeah, I agree. I just don't know I don't know how that works in terms of the complaint.
But one thing though is that just in litigation strategy, as I'm seeing here, Johnny Depp's team now, it seemed to me taking two courses. For the first part of it was how Amber was a bad person. So that was kind of the fact piece of it. Here are the injuries, here are all the facts that are bad for Amber, good for us. And then, but now they're going on to the credibility. So first they attack the facts and say, here are all the good facts for us. Now they're attacking Amber's credibility. So she didn't donate the money. She lied about this. Look at, the psychiatrist saying she's a crazy woman, right? So on each piece, now you're starting to see a kind of the long game now. We've already talked about how horrible a person she was. She beat Johnny. Now she can't be trusted. And now I'm assuming they're going to, when they end, they've, I think, attacked both parts that you'd want to attack in a defamation case. They've attacked the defendant's credibility extremely well. She's not giving she hasn't given money to the children's hospital, right? How can you trust this woman? The cops are saying that they didn't see. So all that. And I think that's the strategy the team is playing. And I think it's extremely effective because if you look at all the headlines are going straight to, now Elon Musk is going to be in the headlines. But one thing I want to ask you guys is that I got a message. Thank you for the DMs on Twitter. And please, not so many. This is getting crazy now. But one DM, and I'm the idiot that reads them all. But anyway, so there was one DM that came in, and it said, "Can you ask the panel? Do you think Elon Musk's Twitter blow up was in direct response to this case because he knew these things were coming up? So the Twitter stuff was to kind of deflect on his personal reputation, while he knew that this Amber Heard stuff was going to come up in the Johnny Depp trial."
No.
So you just think
I could answer.
That's an expensive decision.
That's an expensive decision, yeah.
I could answer longer since I've got already 10 or 11 videos on Elon Musk buying Twitter on my channel. Yeah, even a person that I regularly describe as an internet wildcard isn't going through this much effort to merely deflect what are glancing blows from this lawsuit at best. I mean, if there was some real dark stuff in here, maybe, even then it would be a stretch. But I mean, other than Elon Musk looks like you got taken for $500,000, there's not a ton here, I don't think. So I'm going to go with no. But
although when it comes to Elon, what's $500,000 among friends, right?
And I talk to people about this, right?
It's like a super chat.
Absolutely. It's still $500,000. Rich people don't like just blowing $500,000. We talk about this,
but it's actually a cheaper $500,000 giving it to the ACLU than if he would have spent it on just about anything else. And he made his girlfriend happy. He probably was going to give to them anyway, so who cares if he earmarks a little for her through his donor advised fund? I mean,
Is it his fund, or did he give her $500,000 to put in her fund? I mean, that's what
I think it was from his fund earmarked for her, just on the ACLU ledger book.
Either way, this is what I say about deals that I talk about on my channel, which is like, well, what does Microsoft care about losing $2 billion if this falls apart with Activision? It's like, okay, guys, it's $2 billion that you burned in a hole. The corporation's still going to care.
It's easy
Elon
to count
Musk is still going to look
money.
at it and say, it's $500,000. But yes, it's not the same as us losing $500,000, primarily because we don't have it.
Yeah,
Could have been
it's
worse.
like losing $20
could have been
for him.
worse.
So let me just jump in real quick with the super chats. Thank you so much for all the super chats. You guys have been so generous today. I am going to be, I've been trying to play the ones that don't have any kind of a question or don't look like they need us to address it. I'm just kind of putting them on the screen. If you want us to answer a question, put question or Q in the beginning so that I can know to just save it for later for a discussion like now. But otherwise, I'll try to flash these on the screen. Because if it's a rhetorical question or it looks like one, I'll try to do that. Oh my gosh!
Got it
Now that we
back,
finally
they're
got to one. Yeah, here we go. But yeah,
Also-
and just so you guys know, also, sorry, just one last thing about super chats. I'm gonna need to close down the stream a little bit early today, so I can't stay forever to go over super chats at the end. I'm gonna whatever super chats are left over, I will have to do sometime tomorrow, because I'm supposed to be going on to another channel. I know last Thursday I said this, and then it ended up not happening. But Chrissy Mayer, I'm supposed to be on her channel at 6 p.m. To talk about this case and other stuff. So if I don't get to your super chat today, I am very, very sorry. I will get to it at some point. If it's not today, it will be tomorrow. But I for sure will do it.
I also
I don't want anybody to be mad.
I've got the James Franco video queued up as somebody has sent me. It's right there. So when we have the next break, we can play it. But
got it.
So it's and just so everybody understands, the day after Amber says she was abused by Johnny, she was caught on camera in the elevator with Jay Frank going to Johnny's penthouse.
There's
so
some,
that
there's
video
some footage of
is
her and
right
Elon too.
here. We're waiting. Yeah, I got the Elon Musk hold up too. Wow.
There's some questions for her to answer.
Oh yeah.
Misheard to answer.
All right.
But you know what? It goes to that infidelity piece where unfounded accusations of infidelity. Well,
they're not
you bring your-
unfounded, are they?
You're bringing your boyfriend to my house.
Let's move ahead, please. One, have you ever seen this document before?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a series of communications among people in our communications department around engaging Amber on our programmatic work, specifically relating to her being an ACLU ambassador.
Let's now turn back to the email starting on ACLU 47. Bottom of the page from Gary Johnson to Jody Gottlieb and others.
Yeah.
Purportedly dated November 6, 2018. Who's Jerry Johnson?
Jerry Johnson was a more junior person in our communications department. His title was Communications Department Strategist. And strategists are often communications department associates that have expertise in and do work in a select number of our issue areas.
Okay, he writes, I'd like your and Amber's thoughts on doing an op-ed in which she discusses the ways in which survivors of gender-based violence have been made less safe under the Trump administration and how people can take action. Why was the ACLU recommending that Amber write on that subject?
Trump hit piece? Wow.
With Amber agreeing to be an ambassador and to work on women's rights issues and
Was
in
Trump on your bingo cards,
issues
guys?
of gender-based violence.
I didn't have Trump.
Jerry was coming up with
I wouldn't have thought that
specific
was-
things that were of significant policy importance to the ACLU that could be the subject matter of an op-ed written by Amber.
Directing your attention a few lines down, he uses the acronym GBV. What does that mean?
Gender-based violence.
Then further down, he says, if she feels comfortable, she can interweave her personal story, saying how painful it is as a GBV survivor to witness these setbacks. What is the ACLU referring to when it talks about her personal story?
There were a number of things that Amber had expressed from her personal story about her having been a survivor of gender-based violence. And so one of the things that we do with ambassadors is we want them to tell authentic stories about our issues in the public, and to the extent that they have any personal direct experiences, for that to be part of their story for the public.
So the ACLU was not forcing her to relate her own experience with GBV. It was leaving it up to Ms. Heard's discretion, correct?
Correct.
And Exhibit 31 was prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business, correct?
Correct.
And it was maintained in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business, correct?
Correct.
Let's move to Exhibit 33, please. Mr. Dougherty, asking you to please look at Exhibit 33 and ask whether you've ever seen this before.
I have.
See the email from Robin Schulman to Jessica Weitz dated November 14th at 10:58 a.m.?
Yes.
Who is Jessica Schulman?
Robin Schulman is a person in the communications department who is no longer with us, but who had expertise in issues involving gender issues.
Well, you anticipated my next question. Is Robin Schulman still at the ACLU?
No.
And is she an attorney?
I don't know whether she's an attorney. A number of our communications department staff members are, but I don't know. She wasn't working as an attorney.
Ms. Schulman is asking Ms. Weitz, what's the status of this situation? What situation was she referring to?
The situation is whether we are going to be doing an op-ed with Amber.
Okay, and moving up on the page, there's an email from Jerry Johnson who says, quote, Jess had drinks with Amber last night, and it sounds like she was able to confirm with her that we'll be doing the first draft.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
It is often a decision has to be made when we're working with ambassadors or with other people who are speaking to the public, who does the first draft of the document. So it sounds here that Jerry is saying that that from Jess's conversation with Amber, we are moving forward with some kind of an op-ed, and that ACLU communications department staff members would be writing the first draft of it.
And Jess refers to Jessica Weitz?
Yes.
Okay, let's please turn to Exhibit 35, please.
I'm still shocked that the ACL's putting out a hit piece against Trump. It's kind of crazy. I would have never thought.
Have you ever seen this document before, Mr. Dougherty?
And yes, I have seen this document. Thanks, Michael. I didn't.
And what is it?
This is a series of communications about the, it's the result of a series of communications about the op-ed that Amber, under Amber's name, took place with a media outlet. And so
the redlining.
This is Jessica Weitz.
Here it is. This is it.
Sending a draft of that to Amber.
Great. And let's go to the first email first. The
I find it
email that
fascinating that they
starts
took first cut
in the second half of
on a personal
ACLU
op-ed.
185. It purports to be from Robin Schulman to Jessica
sounds like
Weitz
Ben
on
Chu
November
asking the
29. Do you
questions right
see
now.
that?
I do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely.
And is she attaching the first draft of the op-ed to that email?
So I assumed that it was not an attachment, but it was just pasted into an email, but I can't tell from this. I don't see anybody saying attached. So it could be either, but what I see this as is Robin sending a note to Jess Weitz for Jess Weitz to then forward to Amber.
Understood. Robin says, I tried to gather your fire and rage and really interesting analysis and shape that into an op-ed form. what does that refer to?
That
Ben
refers
Chu,
to the effort for our ACLU ambassadors to speak publicly in a way that is impactful, that is shows the importance of the issues and how important they are personally to individuals. And in this case, therefore, Amber's passion for working on gender-based violence issues and speaking about it, and that she has an analysis that is one that Robin finds interesting.
And so when she's referring to fire and rage, that's Ms. Heard's fire and rage, correct?
Yeah, that's my read of this, even though I recognize that it is confusing because it's an email from Robin to Jess.
And the rage would be directed against Johnny Depp, who purportedly abused her, correct?
I didn't take it to mean that. I took it to mean fire and rage about gender-based violence issues.
Was it your understanding that it was Robin Schulman who prepared the first draft of the op-ed?
Yes.
Okay. And Robin says to Jessica, your lawyers should review this for the way I skirted around talking about your marriage. Whose lawyers is she referring to there?
I believe these are Amber's regular advisors or who were involved in the review negotiation of the NDA between Amber and Johnny Depp.
And then if you look at, direct your attention to the top email from Jessica White's to Amber Heard, she says to Amber, apologies for the delay, but we have needed to pass this through quite a few lawyers. What lawyers did
I would suggest so.
Jessica White's pass the op-ed through?
These were lawyers in the Women's Rights Project of the ACLU, plus the director of the Center for Liberty, the deputy legal director of the ACLU who runs the Center for Liberty, within which is the Women's Rights Project, and even the legal director of the ACLU
does look really good today.
Runs the whole
Overall,
legal department, our programmatic litigation work
setup.
on behalf of civil liberties, David Cole.
But it never got to your level, correct?
Well, David Cole is at my level, just to be clear. He also reports to the executive director, but it never got to me or anybody on my team.
No one asked you to review the first draft of the op-ed?
No.
Did anybody ever ask you to review any drafts of the op-ed, including the final draft that was published in the Washington Post?
No.
She says, I want to make sure nothing was said in here that puts you in jeopardy with your NDA. What does that refer to?
The non-disclosure agreement that was entered into between Depp and Heard in connection with the dissolution of their marriage and the settlement agreement.
Okay, and is this a document that was prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Was it kept in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
All right, let's move please to
those sirens are
Exhibit
in the depot,
37.
right?
Have you
They're
ever
not-
seen Exhibit 37?
I didn't know where I was going to ask you all.
Yes.
I was like, they're not here.
What is
Yeah,
it?
This is a
Coming to get Amber.
draft of the op-ed
Give us your money that you promised.
that Robin is sending to Amber after
children's
a
hospital.
conversation that they had to discuss the issues in the op-ed, and in particular, to have a conversation about the op-ed. And then she sends her changes that were made to the op-ed that were relating to things that Robin and Amber discussed during that meeting.
And to be clear, this next draft of the op-ed reflects changes that Robin Schulman made after she met in person with Amber Heard. Is that correct?
It's all the pants that are on fire.
Correct.
What's going on?
What did Ms. Schulman and Ms. Heard discuss during their in-person meeting?
My understanding is that they discussed some of the personal experiences that Amber Heard has had that that Robin used to incorporate into the op-ed.
And isn't it true that Ms. Heard's advisors initially revised the draft to remove any reference to Ms. Heard's marriage or divorce?
I recall a number of email communications back and forth among ACLU personnel and Ms. Heard's attorneys where they were suggesting edits to the op-ed relating to matters covered in the NDA.
And then isn't it also true that there were some at the ACLU who expressed their belief that excising those references to her marriage and divorce from Johnny Depp made the op-ed less impactful, correct?
It is correct. That is correct.
Ooh, that's not good.
But ultimately, based on those voices, Ms. Heard pushed to get that excised material back into the op-ed so it could be more impactful. True?
That's not my understanding. My understanding is that the language that wound up in the final op-ed piece was very different from the original language that Robin included in the op-ed after having spoken with Amber about her personal experiences.
And how was it different?
It did not refer directly to Ms. Heard's relationship with Johnny Depp.
Okay, let's
This
move
is
ahead,
about a concern
please,
in the
to
plaintiff.
Exhibit
That's
38.
what this is getting us to.
Yes, sir. Stand by.
This is born, but they're this witness is getting that second element of defamation about a concern in the plaintiff. The article was about a concern in the plaintiff, but they masked it, and that's what he's talking about. How they changed it.
And then when they took those references out, they made it less
Mr.
impactful.
Dougherty,
That was the
have
whole
you ever seen
purpose,
this
was to use
document
him
before?
to make it more impactful.
Correct. So that's why this
Yes.
goes directly to that element of defamation. So actually really good.
Is this one of the documents you reviewed in preparation for your deposition?
Yes.
What does this relate to?
So this relates to Stacy Sullivan, who reported to Terry Tang, and her role with respect to this op-ed piece was to think about the best place to place it and to make the contacts with the media in order to get it placed.
And she suggests here that the outlets that the ACLU and Ms. Heard was considering were the New York Times, the Washington Post, Team Vogue, and USA Today. Is that correct?
So not Stacy, but Jerry, who I think you said she, Jerry is a he, and Jerry wrote some suggested places to place this after having had conversations with Amber.
And Jerry's suggestions were the New York Times, Washington Post, Team Vogue, or USA Today. Is that correct?
Correct.
Whose responsibility was to place the op-ed? Was it the ACLU's, Ms. Heard's, or some combination of the two?
The work to place the op-ed was taken on by the ACLU in that we have in our communications department people with expertise and who regularly do just that kind of work. But as we can see from this email, it was done in consultation with Amber Heard.
And Mr. Johnson writes, since the draft turned out pretty strong and Aquaman slated to do large numbers, I'm wondering what you think about it. What does she mean by saying the draft turned out pretty strong?
This appears to be the analysis of how broad-based and how what kind of reach the media outlets where we can place this will have, and that media outlets are more likely to take on publishing an op-ed like this if it is a strong one, and if it is, and to the extent that it is written by a person who's an entertainer or a well-known person, that the more they are in the public eye at the time, the more likely it will be accepted by a more prominent or broader reach media outlet. And so that's the sort of descending media outlets are in descending terms in terms of descending, likelihood of, descending importance and reach, but greater likelihood from, for example, as we go down that list.
And Amber's referencing her own direct personal experience, and her marriage to Johnny Depp makes it a stronger product, correct?
I think that the Amber's contributions to the portion of the op-ed that talks about personal experiences is part of what informed the view that this was a strong op-ed, and the importance of the women's rights issues referred to in the op-ed, in that some of them were very timely women's rights issues before Congress.
And Ms. Heard had a co-starring role in Aquaman, correct?
I don't know whether she was a co-star, but I know that that was a film that she was in.
Lawyer answer.
And didn't she tell the ACLU that she wanted the
very
op-ed
accurate.
to come out
I think she's
just
the co-star
after
of
Aquaman was
yeah.
released?
I do recall that there was a conversation
I don't know, I didn't
about
see
the
it.
optimal timing for the op-ed piece.
It's the two of them together,
And
the whole
as
movie.
part of that conversation, Ms. Heard said in words or substance that she wanted the op-ed to come out soon after Aquaman, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Who did she relate that to?
I don't recall, although I believe that there's documents that we produced that can shed some light on that.
Is Exhibit 38 kept in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Was it prepared by people with knowledge and prepared in a contemporaneous manner?
Yes, it was.
And it was made in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business, true?
True.
Okay, if we could move ahead, please, to Exhibit 41. This is another one of these, well, it's not that long.
Yes, sir. Stand by.
I think they both decided to blast Johnny Depp for impact. They both had an interest in this, is what they're saying.
They did. This is quite the. Y'all say you're bored, but this is amazing.
This is fireworks for us. Maybe we should be talking more to kind of explain what we're hearing, because it's like the idea that they were like, no,
Mr.
we
Dougherty, have you
need
ever
these
seen this
details
document
in here.
before?
Put more, but not too much so that we don't have litigation. But let's see how can we toe
Yes.
this line, and
What is it?
how do you not get sued? But still, we want it. We want it in because it's more
These are
powerful for the
further
moment. We need to take
communications
advantage of this moment for the Me Too movement and women's
among
rights and blah 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 blah.
Employees.
It's good for all of us.
sections
It's
in
a
the
little bit.
development
It's a little bit like
department
when Ford was sued over the
regarding
Pinto because of the gas
Amber's
tank location,
replacement of
because it
Amber's
made it
ad
easier to
and the
explode
finalization of
when
the
it was
op-ed
hit from the
piece.
rear.
Not Adam, sorry,
And Ford
op-ed,
knew
the
this,
finalization of
and
it.
also was able to fix it by moving
Wait,
the
and
gas
if we
tank, and
could
it would have
move
cost them
ahead,
something
please,
like,
to
I don't remember what the number
ACLU
was, but let's say it was like $5.
257.
And so there's all these internal documents of like, well, is it
And
worth it? Because
specifically
this is
email
kind of
from
partly what
Robin
Fight Club
Schulman
was
to
based off
Jessica
of. That
Weeks
character is like
on
A plus B
December
plus C.
11th,
Like, what's
continuing
the
on to
probability of being
next-
sued? What's the
or
cost of each
strike that.
lawsuit?
Let's go to the
So forth
email
and so on.
the
Like that was kind of based off
line,
that
Jessica
reality, because those were what the
Weiss's
internal
email.
memos of Ford looked like. It's like, well,
She
here's
says,
the average
"Please,
settlement
the
we'll probably
timestamp
have to
is
make. Here's the
wrong
average,
with the timestamp on the email.
probability of
Can
us
you
being
print it?
found liable. Here's the amount it will
This
cost
is
us,
December
and the amount it
11th
costs
email
us
at
less than the
11:05
lawsuits. So
a.m.
let's not fix it.
from Jessica Weeks.
They calculated wrong
You see that?
because of the letters.
Okay.
It was a
And
lot
she
more.
says, Amber
Precisely
sent
because of
back
their
the op-ed
calculations.
with
Yeah, the
final
calculations
edits
like, well,
over
there's like,
legal
well, screw
fee,
you.
which specifically
We
neutered
don't
much
like
of the
that
copy
kind of
regarding
thing.
her marriage and the domestic
So it's
violence.
a little bit
You
like
see
that, in the same sense. It's like, You see this behind the scenes
Is
of like,
that
well, we
consistent
can't
with
say
your
this, we can't say this.
recollection?
It's like trying to
I'm not sure about
Hang on one
skirt that
second.
line and like this
here,
We got a new letter.
Machiavellian,
but I do know
you
that
know,
her
ha ha
lawyers
ha 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 kind of
Hang on.
thing.
removed
Hang on, Kurt.
references to her marriage
want us to
and
talk.
divorce.
And then she writes,
I
the
do want you to
goal is
talk, Kurt. I
get
just want to make sure I know what the hell is being
this
introduced.
out this week to capitalize on the tremendous campaign for Aquaman. What does that mean?
That means, from the ACLU's perspective, that Amber is about to receive an incredible amount of press and be in the public eye. So what better a time would it be than now to put out this op-ed so that it generates significant readership about our issues?
And Amber agreed with the ACLU on that point, correct?
I believe the answer is yes. Every step of the way we were making these
This is
decisions.
remarkable.
With,
You don't even have to rely on
Amber's,
inference, which is
PR
what you'd think you'd have to rely on for something like this. You have
involved.
freaking
Okay,
letters
let's
and
move
testimonies.
back
Agreed with the
to,
ACLU.
Trying
Yep.
to
an
maximize
email
the
in the middle
impact.
of 257.
Okay.
And it is from Jessica Weets, time-stamped 11:09 a.m. on December 11th, 2018.
Okay.
Robin, her lawyers omitted the below, but Amber would love to see a way to have that part in bold somehow put back in. Is there an artful way to do that? Otherwise, she is okay with the final.
What is the
2 years ago, I sought a temporary restraining
This is
order.
my
from
favorite
then
day.
Husband, ellipses, was changed to 2 years
Otherwise,
ago
she's okay with
after
specifically this
successfully
line.
acquiring a temporary restraining order, but still not cleared by her lawyers. Do you see that?
I do.
Is that consistent with your understanding about what Ms. Heard's desires were?
Yeah, I trust Jessica White's relationship with Amber, so that when Jessica told Robin that that was something Amber wanted, I have no reason to think that that's not correct.
You got to show us the part in bold. You got to show the jury the part in bold, more
And
importantly.
finally, let's look at the beginning.
Show me the
Show me
headline.
the
Show me
bold.
the headline.
41 from
They're
Stacey
like,
Sullivan to
it's
Jessica
the online
Weeks.
headline.
Show me
Says,
the online headline.
Yes,
Show
and
me
I
That-
need to read the latest
that would be
version,
big
and Marvin
time.
told me Amber's lawyers took out
The
some
part
of
in
the
bold
stuff
is
that was
sexual
really powerful.
violence.
So let me look to see if I think it's strong enough for top tier. What did she mean by top tier?
I think from Stacey's perspective, the more powerful a document is, the more likely it will go into a top tier news outlet such as the New York Times or the Washington Post. You know, that sort of descending tiering that was in Jerry Johnson's
Washington Post,
email.
top tier. I get it.
Okay. And is
Yeah,
Exhibit 41
we'll get into
kept
what
in
this
the
means
ordinary
on
course
the next
of the
break when we
ACLU's
can.
business?
Yes.
Was it prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business by people having knowledge and done so contemporaneously?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's move ahead to 43.
Hey, 120, really?
Yes, sir.
Congrats,
Stand by.
Alita.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been quite a ride.
Are you tired of being congratulated all the time yet?
No,
I
why
hope
would I
not.
be?
I got 3 more weeks
Okay.
of congratulating Alita for milestones.
Wow, 200. 2 million.
Directing your
Wow.
attention to the first page in Exhibit 43 from Jessica Weets to Sean Walsh. Who is Sean Walsh?
Sean Walsh at www.rconsulting.com. I don't know who that is. This is an email that includes in it people other than ACLU employees and ACLU consultants. So I'm assuming it's somebody relating to
Johnny Depp looking sharp
you know,
today.
one of Amber's representatives, but I don't know for sure.
Do you know who Eric George
Thanks,
is?
Kenzie C.
Yeah, George, BGR firm. Yes, Eric George was one of Amber's attorneys.
And she's announcing to the group that it's going to the Washington Post, a triple exclamation points.
Correct.
Take it the ACLU was pleased that it was placed in the Washington Post.
This was not
Correct.
in the UK trial.
And I believe you testified earlier, but I just want to confirm that for the record, the ACLU took on the responsibility of attempting to place the op-ed, correct?
Correct.
And why the ACLU instead of Amber or her PR team?
Currently, to answer
Placing,
this question, Aaron? No. I think they're doing a great job.
op-eds about matters such as this is the kind of thing that is the bread and butter for the ACLU. And so I don't recall if a conversation happened about whether her PR people or our PR people should be in the ones that do the work to place this, but it is fully consistent with how we do our work that we placed this one.
All right, let's go back to Exhibit 42, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir. Stand by.
Please stand by. I think even if I talk over the standby time, chat's going to yell at me. So I'm just.
Have you ever seen this document before, Mr. Dougherty?
I am familiar with this document.
Is this one of the documents you reviewed in preparation for this deposition today?
Yes.
Was it made in the ordinary course of ACLU's business by people having knowledge and doing so contemporaneously?
I don't have one.
Correct, yes.
Was it maintained by the ACLU in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
Would you please direct your attention, sir, to page Bates number 1181. In the middle of the page purports to be an email from Stacey Sullivan, Michael Larrabee, and others at the Washington, well, I'll just say Michael Larrabee. Who is Michael Larrabee?
Michael Larrabee appears to be a person who was a contact that Stacey Sullivan had at the Washington Post. And so she reached out to him first about placing the ad. And then because she received a bounce back out of office from Mike Larrabee, she sent her original request to Michael Duffy and Mark Laswell, also at Washington Post.
And what
Different
was the
case.
purpose of her
Caitlin
sending
Campbell,
them
I don't
this
think so.
email?
This was her attempt to get the op-ed placed.
And she writes, "Hey, Michael, wondering if we might interest you in a piece by Amber Heard, who, as you may recall, was beaten up during her brief marriage to Johnny Depp, on what the incoming Congress can do to help protect women in similar situations." Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you read it correctly.
All right, let's look, please. Let's turn to Exhibit 73.
Yes, come on.
Show
Stand
it.
by.
Let's talk about that headline.
This is the actual case. Like this is what I care about.
Yeah.
Truth bomb time.
Give us the data on
Give
when
us the
she
bomb.
approved that
Give us
headline.
the bomb.
I want the deets.
Yep.
Also, Ben Chu is exactly how I would like to sound questioning someone.
Yes.
He's
Yes.
like Matlock. Can you just walk me through this? That didn't make a lot of sense to me. Could you explain on
Dougherty,
this
have you
horrible
ever
fact?
seen this document before?
Yes.
Is this the online copy of the op-ed that the ACLU placed?
Yes.
Directing your attention to the title, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. Who came up with that title?
Based on my investigation, I'm not aware of I'm not aware that the ACLU had any role in writing the name of the op-ed piece. And my understanding of how op-ed pieces work is that it is the media, in this case, the Washington Post would have drafted the name of the title of the op-ed and not the
Which,
person
for the
who wrote
record,
op-ed.
Did the
does
Washington
reflect
Post seek the
when I submit
ACLU's or
articles
Ms.
and things.
Heard's approval of its title?
I believe the answer to that is no. There's nothing in the evidence that shows that they reached out to us to do that, and it is inconsistent with my understanding in that these news outlets do not usually ask for the permission of the author of the op-ed to for when they come up with the title.
Hello, Mr. Dougherty. Would you please, or would the technician please call up Exhibit 45?
Aw.
Yes, sir. Stand by.
I think we're going to do our commentary where we do our commentary.
I believe him though, because my understanding is the same, that even like for journalists within papers, the editors will often change the title. So I believe him.
Well, I've written articles, I mean, for outlets, and they do their headline.
But Amber
now I
Heard
have
colon
sent
does
an email
imply
that
it's
says I
Amber Heard
disagree.
speaking.
I have sent an email that says I feel that mischaracterizes my article, and I've had them changed. I mean, I've done that.
Mr. Dougherty, have you ever seen Plaintiff's Exhibit 45, which is Bates number ACLU 623?
Hold on, I'm just making it a little bigger. Okay, yes, I've seen this document.
And is this one of the documents you reviewed in preparation for your deposition?
That's correct.
And what is it?
This is an article that was in US Today and specifically
Little known sister newspaper to USA.
Amber's statements in her op-ed piece to Johnny Depp.
And when Jessica White says so much for not mentioning JD, what did she mean?
I speculate that she was saying that there were significant efforts made by Amber's attorneys to take out the references to Johnny Depp and her marriage, and yet nonetheless, people made that connection.
And in particular, the reporter for the USA Today took her to be referring to Johnny Depp when she spoke of being the victim of domestic violence, correct?
Correct.
Was this document prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business contemporaneously by people having knowledge?
Yes, it was.
Is it maintained by the ACLU in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
And would you please move ahead now to Exhibit 46?
Yes, sir. Stand by.
Yes. I mean, minus. I think it's capped at what they've requested. I think I've got to look specifically at what the pleading says, because they may have said at least damages at least 50 million, in which case they could go over. But if they said 50 million is what we want, they can award up to that much.
Which is ACLU Bates number 1287.
Yes.
What is it?
This is a statement by Robin Schulman saying that that the article that they're referring to basically, recasts everything that is said, but ties it to Johnny Depp.
So Ms. Schulman is agreeing with Mrs. White's characterization that the USA took Ms. Heard to be referring to her allegations of physical violence by Johnny Depp, correct?
Yes.
And she says it's kind of amazing that they just grabbed the entire op-ed and rewrote it using Johnny's name. Why was it amazing?
I don't know why she found it amazing.
Because that was consistent with your understanding. She was referring at least in part to Johnny Depp,
I wouldn't
correct?
answer that.
Yeah, based on my review of prior drafts of the op-ed, I knew that there were that she was referring to Johnny Depp and her marriage.
I can't
Was
possibly
Exhibit
think that the
46
people inside
prepared
the
in the
ACLU
ordinary
didn't realize
course
that was
of
so obvious.
business by people having knowledge contemporaneously?
Yes.
Was it maintained in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Okay, let's move to Exhibit 59, please, which is Bates numbers ACLU 2614 through
Is that a redaction?
2616.
I think that might be a redaction.
Okay.
Have you ever seen this document before?
Just going to the beginning. Yes.
And what is it?
This is a conversation among
Yes, they can.
ACLU employees regarding what were the amounts contributed to the ACLU that were connected to our relationship with Ms. Heard.
And is this exhibit 59 kept in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
And it was prepared contemporaneously by people with knowledge in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business, correct?
Correct.
And looking
Probably.
at the
They
chart
should.
on ACLU 2615, this is the same contributions chart that you testified about earlier from Salesforce, correct?
Correct.
And again, as in the prior exhibit, this chart or ledger does not reflect the $100,000 contribution from Johnny Depp in Amber Heard's name in August of 2016, correct?
Correct.
And you still can't account for why that wouldn't have been included.
We assume that there was an error made in not including that in Ms. Heard's account, where we keep the records of her in Salesforce. Although Anthony, as you see, then raised the very question, what about the $100,000?
And directing your attention to the first page in this exhibit, do you see the email from Mr. Romero to Mr. Moresco? Subject, a quick question. Mr. Romero asked, did Elon's other gifts come from Vanguard? To what does that refer?
My personal knowledge is that Anthony was just asking whether other gifts from Elon Musk had been issued from recommendations he made to Vanguard regarding his donor advised fund at Vanguard.
And Mr. Moresco then responds, one of them, yes, his $5 million gift in February 2017 was from Vanguard. Do you see that?
I see it.
And if you look at the next page, Vanguard was the same entity that made the soft credit contribution in Amber Heard's name to the tune of $500,000, correct?
Correct.
And he says, in any case, my understanding was that the $500,000 from Vanguard was recommended by EM. Do you see that?
Yes.
And EM stands for Elon Musk, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, Elon said it. He sent it.
And also in that email above that, Mr. Moresco states that Mr. Musk's $1 million gift in May 2018 was from Fidelity. Do you see that?
Yes, he must have, either that means a separate donor advised fund he has at Fidelity, or from Fidelity, in direct investment accounts he has at Fidelity. I'm assuming the former, but I don't know.
And if you look at the next page in the Salesforce chart, the second payment credited to Ms. Heard for $350,000 as of December 11th, 2018, came from that same Fidelity, correct?
I don't know the answer to that question. I know that it came from a Fidelity donor advised fund, the $350,000, but I don't know if it is Elon Musk's donor advised fund at Fidelity.
But it could be.
It could be.
Okay, let's move, thank you, on to 61, please. Which is Bates number ACLU 1669 through 71. Directing your attention to the last email in this exhibit from Jill Sargent to Inga Sarda Sorensen and Tyler Richard. Who were Inga Sarda Sorensen and Tyler Richard?
Inga and Tyler
I appreciate
are
the
both
pun.
Senior communications department strategists in our communications department.
Okay. And Ms. Sargent from Reuters asked, I'm preparing some material while awaiting a verdict in the Johnny Depp libel trial in London and wanted to fact check Amber Heard's current previous links with the ACLU. Do you recall that Mr. Depp's that this is a reference to Mr. Depp's defamation case in the UK against the Sun?
It appears to me that that's the trial she's referring to.
Okay, directing your attention, please, to page number ACLU 1670, the email from Jessica Whites to Tyler Richards. Do you see where Ms. Whites writes, the answer is yes, she's still an ambassador. That's a reference to Ms. Heard still being an ACLU ambassador, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Whites writes, quote, she donated her full settlement to charity, 50% to the ACLU and 50% to another organization. That's a reference to Ms. Heard's representation that she donated the full amount of her divorce settlement from Johnny Depp to charity, correct?
Correct.
And that statement was not true. She had not donated the full amount of her settlement, $7 million, to the ACLU or the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, correct?
At the time that Jess Whites wrote this in July of 2020, Ms. Heard had not donated her full settlement to the ACLU, and I'm not aware of what she did to the other organization.
I can't speak to
At the time Ms. Whites wrote that, the ACLU was still $2.2 million short, even if you credit Ms. Heard with the $100,000 that Johnny Depp gave to the ACLU, correct?
At the time that she wrote this, we had received the 1.3, so yes, 2.2 million of the full 3.5 million we had not received.
Was Exhibit 61 kept in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Was it prepared in the ordinary course of the business by people having knowledge contemporaneously?
Yes.
Okay, let's move to Exhibit 62, please. Have you seen this document before?
Yes.
What is it?
This is Jessica Whites reaching out to the communications department in order to come up with a correct statement that we could make in response to the Reuters article. And she comes up with recommended language on this that she then wants to confirm with our development department. So she is doing diligence to ensure that anything we say to the media is going to be correct.
Let's move ahead to Exhibit 63. Do you have that in front of you?
I'm just making it larger right now. It just arrived.
You ever seen this document before?
Yes.
What is it?
This is back and forth between Richard Tyler in the communications department, Jessica Whites, and another communications department junior person, Ava Lopez. And it all concerns what we can say to, what we should say to Reuters in response to their question about Amber and her contributions to the ACLU.
And this was prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business, correct?
Correct.
And it was prepared and maintained in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business, true?
True. Correct.
Let's look at the second page of the exhibit, an email from Tyler Richard to Jessica Whites.
Mm-hmm.
Who is Tyler Richard?
It's Richard Tyler, and no, it's Tyler Richard. That's right, Tyler Richard, and he is a senior person in our communications department.
And Mr. Richard says, Amber Heard is an ACLU ambassador for women's rights since 2018. She also pledged her full settlement to charity. Do you see that?
I do.
And Ms. White's responds, yeah, I think that's safer. I had nightmares about this last night. I'm very upset. Do you think this is okay?
Johnny's smiling.
Why was Ms. White so upset about the characterization of Ms. Heard's charitable donations or lack thereof?
My understanding is that as a communications department professional, Jessica was concerned about these news articles that were appearing and what impact they would have on, how the ACLU and its work with Amber is seen.
She was concerned that the ACLU was not telling the truth about Amber's paying the $3.5 million, correct?
I don't see it that way. I see it as her doing everything she can in order to produce a correct statement to the press.
Wouldn't the correct statement to the press be that she's short $2.3 million?
As I testified earlier, that's not the kind of thing that we would ever say about a donor to the ACLU. Instead, we would, especially when it isn't the fact that there was any specific time period by which
he didn't
we were
ask
supposed
that,
to have
counsel.
received, any specific amount of money, considering that she didn't sign the pledge agreement, and therefore, there's an attempt so as an organization, we attempt to work with our donors who are having financial difficulties in order to receive, the funding from them that they want to give to us. So no, I don't see this. I don't know. We would, in that sort of scenario, we would never
Doing
say
a lot of
she's short
explaining, rapid fire.
Sorry, bud. Do your other donors that can't pay go out with
email,
news reports that they did?
That page number
We didn't lie. That's not how I see it. Dance. Tap dancing on his way out.
Ms. White's to Mr. Richard, dated July 31. She says, I'm just stressed about her and the difficulties with all this. Who is her?
Assume that is Amber Heard.
Trust me, we've all been stressed about
Ms.
her.
White's stressed about Amber Heard?
Because this is a stressful thing to have these kinds of news reports out there, and in particular about an ACLU ambassador.
What kind of news reports?
We regretted doing it. That's why.
What I believe the Reuters article, from the Reuters article.
And what did the news article say that was distressing?
I think it was the tie between the attempts to make Ms. Heard look poorly in the press regarding her donations.
But did you talk to Ms. White's in preparation for this deposition?
Yes, I did.
What did she tell you about the donations and how she was stressed about Ms. Heard?
Ms. White's didn't say anything specific about that.
You didn't ask her about why she said she was stressed about Amber Heard and the difficulties with all this?
I believed in reviewing the documents that I had an understanding of why this was a difficult situation for many people.
You don't need Spidey to know he is stressed.
The answer is you didn't ask her about that, did you?
I did not ask her that question.
I guess we'll have to. Did you ask her about the nightmares she had about Amber Heard and why she had what the substance of her nightmares were about Amber Heard?
No, I did not.
Your Honor, counsel for Ms. Heard is now taking over the questioning.
All right, thank you.
Did you know if there was any Amica cream on the op-ed?
Exhibit number 1.
What kind of muffins did you guys have?
Yeah, Elaine's everywhere.
2866. It was introduced as well by
Can I have a
counsel
muffin?
for Mr. Depp, that it's easier for me to just jump into
Did
this
she
one.
give
Do
you
recognize
muffins
this
during the
document?
redlining process?
Did you know she was cheating on Johnny Depp with the muffin man?
Yes. It says here, Amber, I described your plan to donate
Elon Musk the
$3.5
Muffin
million to
Man?
ACLU over the next 10 years. As you
Sorry,
very
my
much
impressions are
believe
too
in what
bad.
they are doing.
I'm enjoying it.
Now, the way in
I'm
which
having too much fun with
donate
it.
is used here, how would you interpret that?
I would say that at the very least, it is expressing an intention to make that donation
And it's,
by the term plan.
Remember when I said at the break that this guy
And
had to be
would you
slanted towards her?
distinguish
Like,
between donate
totally.
and pledge given the reference to the next 10 years?
About Elon Musk's intention?
I would read this to mean that it isn't clear whether this is intended to be a pledge, a legally binding pledge to create a receivable. This is something that I would want to, that I would hope would be a legally binding pledge, but I wouldn't necessarily say that this was.
I would hope it would be so we could get all that money that we were
term
promised.
donate here, how would you interpret that based on the description you gave a little earlier?
I would take donate to mean contributions from Ms. Heard.
And what, if any, interpretation would you have that this
I think
also
Elaine
meant
sounds like
pledge?
Barbara Walters.
So two things in response to your question. One is plan to donate. When I said it would come from Ms. Heard, I would think that that would be either Ms. Heard directly or from a donor advised fund that she has set up and would recommend. But over the next 10 years makes me think that donate could theoretically be a pledge, but that's something that
What's the difference between the two again?
To attempt to confirm.
Pledges are future looking and donations are present.
And just so I understand,
Okay, fine.
what's the difference between donate and pledge?
Ghostbusters best of all time. It's all good.
If this used the word pledge instead,
Honey, I Shrunk
I would
the
have
Kids.
more assurance that
Except
this was
here it's like
intended
Honey, I
to
Shrunk the Laws.
be a hard and fast promise that even could potentially be a legally binding promise.
Why?
I'm going to show you what has been marked as defendant's exhibit
I really
number
have to dive
2.
into like nonprofit law there to figure out like
recognize
the
this document.
difference.
Page
The word pledge or
2633.
donation makes a difference of whether it's legally
I
binding. I
do
don't think so,
recognize
Tim.
this document.
And what is your understanding of what this is?
That this is the cover letter to which the check for $100,000 was attached, which related to Johnny Depp's contribution to the ACLU in the name of Amber Heard.
Now, you've used the term binding a few times here in responding to these. What is your distinction?
Yeah, hit us. Good
your
question, Elaine.
pledge and donate that relates specifically to binding?
A pledge is, if something is legally binding, it is a pledge, but it doesn't necessarily mean that everybody that uses the term pledge means something that's
pleasure.
legally binding.
No,
Donate
no,
is a
it
much
doesn't.
broader term.
And donate can mean pledge?
Yeah, I think that the word donate can be used in connection.
During the
with,
breakout, we'll explain
with the
this.
Pledge.
Do you have any understanding?
I mean, I covered
of
consideration
what
already.
Amber
Yeah, so you either need consideration for contract or you need promissory
believed was a
estoppel.
pledge
So
versus a
detrimental
donation?
reliance.
Yeah, reliance.
I don't know.
Did the ACLU have any reason to
And
believe
pledge versus
that
donation is
Amber
not going to do
Heard
that for you.
would not pay the ACLU $3.5 million?
I think that everybody at the ACLU was hoping, the ACLU was hoping and expecting that the full 3.5 million would be paid to the ACLU. The fact that the pledge form wasn't signed was, cast some potential doubt on that.
The pledge form
And
was
then,
signed, wasn't it? It's the
once
schedule
Ms.
that's not
Heard
signed.
began having financial difficulties, we obviously
She also made public
recognize
statements
that might impact whether
convey that she
the
agreed
full
to it.
3.5 million is paid or impact whether it's paid over a much longer period of time in some intermittent way.
You heard it here
Do
first,
you
folks. The
have
ACLU doesn't
any
care if you meet your
evidence to
promises.
suggest that Amber Heard still does not intend to pay the ACLU the full $3.5 million?
I have based on my investigation, I'm not aware of any indication that Ms. Heard has decided to no longer pay additional amounts to the ACLU.
I'm going to ask you to bring up number 4, please.
Keep waiting.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at this document, and it starts out on the bottom with Amber on October 17, 2016 to ARP, who's that?
That's Anthony Romero's private email, Anthony Romero private.
All right, and she's telling him to go ahead and it's all right to cash Mr. Depp's check. Do you see that?
I do.
And then Mr. Romero responds to her, says, thank you for the response. We will cash the check. But that means you have, quote, overpaid for this year as you wired $350,000 and then the $100,000 from Mr. Depp. So you can keep track that where you are on the overall amounts. Do you see that?
I do.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition defendant's exhibit number 14, and it's base stamp ACLU 2588 through 89. This is, and I realize there was a version of this that Mr.
Thank you, Gabriella.
But this includes an email from Mr. Romero to Jonathan Moresco, and then Mr. Moresco to Mr. Romero with a copy to Mike Weir. And it says here, hi, Anthony, if you get a chance on Sunday, can you please check in with Amber on her next pledge payment? She has a balance of $2.55 million on her $350,000 10-year pledge.
No, I think they know the facts here.
Payments. Do you see that?
To beanbag chair.
I do.
I think they're aware.
And so this has the $500,000 and the $350,000 and the $100,000 on it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that was September 28, 2018. I'm going to show you what has been marked as defendant's exhibit number 15. It's base stamp 2595, and I'm going to make it larger. And if I can show you, we have an email from Mr. Romero saying, is there anything I can do to help facilitate pledge payment of $350,000? And it's dated November 27, 2018. Do you see that?
I do.
All right. And then Amber comes back on 11/29 and says, hang on, I'll be right with you. You see that?
Correct. Yeah, I see it.
Okay. And then the $350,000 payment came in on December 11, 2018, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that made a total of what, 1.3 million we've decided, right? What was the total amount of the donations after the 12/11/2018 that were made towards Ms. Heard's $3.5 million pledge to ACLU?
1.3 million.
All right. Now, if Ms. Heard had just given $350,000 each year, what would the amount have been as of December 2018?
1,550,000. It would be 350,000, 350,000, 350,000. So that's 1,050,000.
Okay. And so she was effectively 250,000 ahead of that as of December 2018, correct?
Objection.
After Mr. Depp filed suit against Amber Heard on March 1, 2019, what, if any, payments did Ms. Heard make to the ACLU towards her $2.5 million pledge?
No additional payments.
No, this was also shown to you by Mr. Chu on one of his documents. It's ACLU document 3037, the 12/11/2018 $350,000 donation from Amber Heard Anonymous. Do you see that?
I do.
Now, the ACLU continues to recognize Amber Heard as an ambassador for the ACLU. Is that correct?
We do. She continues to be listed on our website.
May donor deduct a donation before they actually make the payment to the ACLU?
No. Yeah, a deduction cannot be taken prior to when
we'll do an overview, PD.
A deduction is taken with respect to a tax year, so
I honestly wouldn't have answered that.
Yeah,
I'm not her tax counsel.
Yeah, that's getting a little.
Now, you also were.
Cindy, we're kind of trying to work through this in this deposition, and we'll talk about it on the break.
Of donations, and you said that
Jillian, we will.
Someone can make a donation in honor to fulfill someone else's pledge. Do you recall that testimony?
A person can make a donor in honor of someone else. And when I said in honor of a person, I was more referring to, in memory of a person or in honor of, a new executive director of an organization. People make donations in honor of them. But a person certainly can make a gift and say that I would like to make this gift to the organization because I know that this other person has committed something to the organization and I'd like to pay that amount. A person can do that.
Now, was it your understanding with the letter from Mr. White that Mr. Depp was making a $100,000 payment on behalf of Amber Heard towards her $3.5 million pledge?
Yes, that gift from was in connection with the amounts that Amber had said that she wanted to contribute to the organization.
All right, and it's been your testimony, I think, that there was an error in not including that in your sales force. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, is it also your understanding that Elon Musk made the $500,000 payment towards Amber Heard's $3.5 million pledge?
Yes, we don't know that with absolute certainty, but that is our organization's understanding.
Okay. And you credited it towards Ms. Heard's pledge, correct?
Yes.
Does it matter to the ACLU where it comes from if it's tagged and said it's as part of this person's pledge?
We're always happy to receive funds
we don't care
from donors, and if a donor is unable to make
yes, we're grubby. We want every dollar we can get.
That's how nonprofits work. I mean, I'm not going to begrudge him that. I'm going to begrudge him the dance little sidestep here. I'm also not going to begrudge Elaine.
Yeah, but it takes away the dignity of an NGO or a nonprofit when they
towards a pledge.
say, like, we'll take whatever comes in, no questions asked.
No dignity.
Toward
in terms of getting money, they get money.
Weak form of it, which is that somebody's making an intention. It would not be able to be satisfied in connection with a legally binding pledge.
Well, you did credit the $500,000 towards
she got some real
pledge,
lemons.
Correct?
Yes, we did.
And although you didn't initially credit the $100,000 payment by Mr. Depp towards her pledge, you agree that that should have been credited towards Amber Heard's pledge as well, correct?
Correct.
Now, we saw a document that Mr. Chu showed you a short while ago that indicated that Elon Musk made some other significant contributions, including $1 million and $5 million that were separate and apart from the $500,000, correct? Is that correct? Okay. Now, Mr. Chu asked you if the ACLU benefited from the fact that Amber Heard pledged or donated the $3.5 million. And I think your answer was that you benefit, whenever there's donations made and the publicity associated with it. What, if any, benefit would the ACLU have had if Amber Heard pledged or donated $1.3 million as opposed to $3.5 million?
If I understand your question correctly, I think that it is always a positive thing to report on donations made to the ACLU.
Mr. Dougherty, you testified to a number of documents about the op-ed and the back and forth with the attorneys and everything else. Are you aware of any evidence at any stage of the op-ed drafts through publication that Amber Heard did not rely on her counsel's advice?
From what I know, Ms. Heard involved her attorneys and made changes to the op-ed based on the advice of her attorneys.
And so my question is, are you aware of any evidence that would suggest that Amber Heard did not rely on the advice of her attorneys?
Based on my investigation, I'm not aware of a situation where she did not rely on her attorneys.
Thank you. And I'm going to make a reference to their exhibit number 31. This is, it's just called Exhibit 31, and Mr. Chu put it down. Jerry Johnson was writing an email, and he listed a number of topics. Was it your understanding that the ACLU chose a number of those topics, of course, subject to Amber's approval, but it was their idea on some of these issues on which to address in the op-ed?
My
Spidey
understanding
has
is
one
that
too.
those
Behavioral
were
arts.
ACLU
really good.
issues that Jerry Johnson came up with that might have been issues that could be covered in the op-ed.
All right. I assume for your next witness is a remote witness, correct? And I assume it'll take longer than 30 minutes. Is that a fair assumption?
Yes, that's right, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. I think it'll take a little longer than 30.
2 hour
All right.
lunch.
I think what I'd propose then, ladies and gentlemen, what I might have you do is take an extended lunch till
Ooh.
2:30 because I have
We
an
get more
obligation.
2.5
explanations.
hour lunch.
So then that means though that we would go through till 5:30 tonight. Is that
Okay.
agreeable with everybody on the jury? Is that agreeable with everybody here?
You're really not
All
going
right, let's go ahead and do that. Then go ahead. Let's go ahead and give you a lunch break until 2:30.
Unless I get
okay?
caught up during
Just
lunch,
do not
maybe.
discuss the case and do not do
There you
any
go.
outside research. Okay. Thank you.
So to
Can the
answer,
jury award damages in the form of muffins?
so to answer the Danielle's super chat really quick, I don't think
Yeah.
so. I think that they don't want to be disliked for pity purposes.
Yeah.
Good times.
Yep.
I didn't quite
right,
understand.
So we can do
Resistant
that.
to- okay.
Objection foundation. You know, we could just start tossing
Objection
things
mascara.
out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that'd be good. We rename all objections after makeup. That'd be good.
Yep. Oh,
I didn't quite
right.
understand after the first break where they discussed a lot more about the financial aspects in terms of the donations and going through. Basically, the first before the first break was Amber Heard pledged to give us money. Amber Heard did not give us money. She is a liar,
Lying liar.
and she is a cheat. That is basically the entire before the break summarized. I'm like, it's
Yes.
technically irrelevant, but fine, whatever. Then after the break, they get into the article and they start talking about the substance of how the article was put together. Great, I'm on board for this. They show an email from Amber Heard, or whatever they refer to it at least. The Amber Heard says this line about the 2 years ago, blah blah blah. This is great. We love the line, perfect. It's best line ever. So we got all the endorsement in the world. Then we got the headline, and he gives a very credible answer to my mind about it.
Yeah,
It's
waffle.
like, well, this is done by the editorial staff. Okay, I believe this. So we don't yet have Amber tied to the headline, which is where the real dead blow is.
Mhm.
Okay, and then we move back to financial issues. Why? This is what I don't. Why do we move back to the financial stuff? Because the ACLU is super greedy? Is that what we're trying to prove? The ACLU is super greedy, but why?
No. She's a lying liar who lies. She lies, especially when it's advantageous for her. She got an ambassadorship out of it. She continues to lie. And then also some fun stuff about watching the ACLU general counsel squirm for like
That's fun.
a solid last 45 minutes. That
That's
was
fun.
enjoyable.
Yeah.
So, no, I think to me, it's enormously effective at piling on to this is a person that takes advantage of every possible situation, doesn't do what she says she's going to do, and then goes out to the public. That sequence where they're saying she said she donated it. Do you have $2.3 million extra? And he's like, hey, you know, what is past tense? What is time really, Ben Chu? And it's like, sure. I don't think that the jury is buying what he's selling by the time you get to the end of that stuff. And so, yeah, I mean, she straight up went to the press. Again, we're talking about a case that is, did you go to the press and lie? And that is an example of her going to the press and lying. That is enormously effective to me.
Yeah. So it also speaks to, I mean, all of those redactions where she's, you know, talking about like, well, can you add this in? Can you add that in? You know, I want it to be more effective. You know, it's more effective with these
Yes.
details that refer back to my marriage. It also it compounds all of that and shows it's not just that she's a lying liar who lies. She had every incentive and motivation to create this hoax, to fabricate this whole thing about the DV. And on top of that, she was not just, it's not just
She
that
took
the
an active
incentive was
role.
there. She was acting on it, and she was actually trying to push on that. It wasn't just like, I lied about this and, oh, you know, like Me Too happened around me. It was I lied about this, Me Too happened, and I actually tried to go and capitalize on it. It's you know, it really puts a lot of like this intentional mindset on her on top of everything.
Right.
I agree. Yeah, she was wanting to, well, how can I make this more damaging? How can I make this more powerful? And it sounds like they had to walk her back a little bit for that.
They had a vanilla draft, right? Like what I heard in that
Yeah.
story was They had a draft that was hardcore. They talked about it. They had a draft that was vanilla, and either she and the ACLU representative were unsatisfied with the vanilla, and so they went a little bit more. And we didn't get a lot of, we didn't get a red line. We didn't get a lot of things to look at. So it's a little unclear, but it certainly seems like she emphasized she wanted more in order to potentially get in a bigger outlet to do more damage.
Oh yeah, yeah. We want this big press, which goes ultimately, of course, to damages as well, which is nice. We want maximum exposure. We want all the people to read it. So there's a selfish motive for her.
Yes.
And then there's a benefit to Johnny Depp here on the back end. Because we were deliberately trying to get as much publicity as possible. And look, we succeeded. It's like, yeah, that's going to help you on the damages part at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought it was an effective testimony. I also was able to pay attention because I'm used to listening to people talk about, like forensic financials and organizational structure. I'm like, wow, okay, so you sent it out there, and then okay, all right.
I feel like
someone's got to geek out over
the
ledger, man. That can be your job.
Rick, you should do a recap on that particular aspect on your channel. People will go and watch it, and then you can introduce them to what a virtual legality episode is really like.
Let's talk about organizational structure.
Virtual legality goes into finer points of financing.
I have so many videos that I have. So Activision just approved their merger. And I got Bloomberg articles. I got so much stuff.
There's just so much law. So much law, so little time.
There's always too much law happening.
Love it.
If you guys could stop committing crimes and stop suing each other for a while, that'd be helpful.
Stop lying to the press about stuff.
That'd also be great.
Yeah.
My folks just keep merging, announcing mergers. I got like 4 deals happening at once.
Well, and I mentioned this in the private chat, but I think it's interesting. A lot of people watching this didn't realize it. Non-governmental organizations and nonprofits, they're pretty serious about their money. And I mean, as you guys can see, like they're keeping track of it. Like, hey, when's the rest of this coming? Hey, you said you're going to send it. Just, friendly reminder, you promised to send us some money. And I just think it's very, and then they go on to helping Amber with her PR campaign. I mean, they help with the article. They obviously helped get her in touch with the Washington Post. I hope that shows people, the nonprofits aren't just nice and fluffy. They can be very politically motivated and very ideologically motivated if it suits them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's the job. I mean, you've got the half that's doing whatever it is they're supposed to be doing, and you've got the half that is really in the money collection business.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. I think for a lot of people, they just think, oh, the ACLU, civil liberties. That sounds pretty mundane and, pretty nice.
They used to do that.
Sounds good.
They used to do that in the before time.
Yes, the before time. Yes.
We're
not so
like
much
I said,
anymore.
we don't have to go into the substance of how one might feel about the ACLU.
I want to talk about the substance of how I feel about the ACLU because I've actually
fair.
been a member of the ACLU before. Like I was a member of the ACLU in
I was in law
I'm trying to
school.
remember like the early aughts. I was off and on again, and the ACLU because I joined them because of their strong free speech position. I always thought that them representing the Nazis at Stogie, or was it the Klan? Maybe both.
Klan. But yeah,
both guys. The Nazis and the Klan. They've represented at various points in free speech arguments because how much we believe in free speech. We want both the Klan and the damn Nazis to have the right to parade down the street. And I'm like, good for you, because the government shouldn't be able to suppress viewpoints. And now they've gone super woke, and it makes me sad.
And to clarify, and I can speak for Kurt on this just to make sure that nobody misunstands him. It is not because he sympathizes with either of those groups.
Oh,
it is because just want to make sure because somebody's going to misunderstand. Not because he sympathizes with either of those groups. It's because so these free speech cases, like we have such robust rights under the First Amendment, not because of the average person and the average person's case. It's because of these people that are way far out on the fringes that go and litigate their cases because they are so incredibly disliked by a lot of people. So it's if we can have strong free speech rights for those people, it means that for the average person who doesn't necessarily believe in those things, that we can also be protected. So that's why it's like being very thankful in a weird way for those kind of groups is oddly enough helpful for free speech cases. Okay. Just want to
I
interject.
like
with a last name like
rehabilitation and
Mueller.
redirect there.
German
No,
name
it's-
probably
you're
should be
entirely
clear.
right.
I saw it
actually
happening in
support
slow
the
motion.
Nazis on a personal level.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
you're
that was-
you're
yeah,
entirely
okay.
right. Free speech is very limited in usefulness if it's not protecting words you don't like.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean,
Hey, Rob.
as we you do not
Hey,
need the First
guys.
Amendment to protect popular speech.
Yes, exactly.
The only purpose of the First Amendment is to protect unpopular speech.
Yes.
Rob, do you love organizational structure and forensic financial accounting 2.5-hour testimonies as much as I do?
But
All
I will
right,
say
I
it's-
will stand alone on this. That's fine.
But this is
It's
why we
nice.
have you here, Rick.
I mean, it's nice that they're getting to the case.
Yes,
And
that was the
you
case.
know, if someone made the comment during the last break that ACLU seemed like the guy from ACLU seemed like he was unbiased. Just a reminder, I read through some of the transcripts from the discovery disputes. ACLU spent $86,000 in attorney's fees fighting the subpoena in New York. And they had to get subpoenas and court orders from LA and from Virginia to require that guy to sit down for a depo. This was not a friendly witness at all.
Not
That's
for
like
Johnny
the
Depp's
magic
side.
of Ben Chu, apparently. Yeah, right until the very end, where he was clear, he was squirrely as all hell.
But they got it. They got the information out of him.
Yeah, they did.
And it was
big time.
pretty.
Anyone else
pretty
think
good
that the
for him.
headline is still in, or is the headline kind of out now?
I think the headline is kind of out. It seems like, unless there's someone else that can
Yeah, we need
you know,
someone from
show some
Washington
kind of a
Post. That's what we
document.
need.
Yes, unless Amber says, I really like that headline, keep it.
Yeah.
Yeah, or some
Which
kind of
they
an
probably
email
do at
saying,
this
"Hey,
point, who knows?
hey, here's the headline to it, and or here's a copy of the article. You know, here's the headline, by the way." And she says, "Okay, cool, awesome, I like it."
I just don't see the Washington Post doing that.
Yeah.
So I mean, even to keep it, you're gonna have to try to be like, well, she saw it and she didn't do anything about it. I mean, like I can see a little cross-sex section was like, well, you read that, didn't you? And you didn't have any issues with it. But yeah, I vouched for it at the break. I will vouch for it again. Yes, that appears to be how most outlets work, is they put the headlines on. So it makes sense to me.
But by the way, for anybody watching, that does not mean that the case is by any means sunk. It just means there are three
One more.
statements. Three statements. You only need one. Only one of them needs to win in order for
We
Johnny
really
to win.
need that headline though, because that's just the clincher.
Yeah,
There's
that's
I mean,
no
it's just-
way on God's earth they can prove sexual violence.
It
There's
is
no
just
way.
delicious, isn't
a
it?
depressing line of questioning when he said, you know, it was all Washington Post. I'm going, oh, come on, say something better.
Well, I mean, he's right. Probably.
Yeah,
He
I get
probably
it.
is right. You know, you got the facts you got. As soon as they advanced that in the opening statement, I'm like, yeah, they probably wouldn't say that if they couldn't show it. And that is, I think that's probably right. It also explains the two headlines, right? They're framing it for different audiences, but that's the Post. So
All right, let's get some super chats here. We've got a lot of questions from this morning. JP wants to know, what is the best thing about being an attorney?
Legalbytes. Being on
Oh,
Legalbytes. And since I actually have to get off a little early today before I pop back on,
Yeah.
now is an excellent time to point out, if we're doing our 7th inning stretch, we're getting up a little bit, we're at the lunch break. I only see 8.8 thousand likes right now. And what I'd always like to do when we're at this point in time is to get Legalbytes up to 10,000 likes. So stretch out, everybody. Stretch your fingers all the way over to your mouse. I see 29,000 of you. Just a little like button. It's just that easy. You can like this, subscribe, of course. And thank you, Alita, for doing all this and being on. I've been on most of it with you for being on for 23 hours out of 28 or whatever every single day. So put a like in there, do a subscription. Yes, chat, it is another infomercial. These are 10, 12-hour streams. You can live with 30 seconds. I know you can. So please do
Thank you, Rick.
subscribe, and like and subscribe to everybody else except Rob, who doesn't actually have a channel, I don't think. Right, Rob?
No.
No, Rob doesn't have a
But
channel.
I don't
does
have
have a firm.
time to
So you
create.
can like him in your heart. So chat, leave a message to Rob that just likes him. That would be awesome.
Well,
He'll get that.
and by the way, speaking of which, I'm told that Rick is at 64.7 thousand subscribers.
Yeah.
64.7. We could get at least 300, right? Get him to 65K, guys. He's been spending so much time with me here. 300. We could get at least 3. I mean, there's over 29,000 people here.
Pin a link to his channel in the comments.
I appreciate it. That said,
Yes.
oh, okay, we got to 10,000. Now I'll shut up.
All right.
What I have to start
Rick,
doing is I'll
but,
offer just
but we've got
entire
to get him to 65,000. And you know what? You know what else? We've got Kurt at 55.5. Can we get him to 56? Come on.
I can vouch
come
on the Kurt thing. I watched one of his con law videos yesterday, and I learned that he and I are both in the Paul Clement fan club. Massive fan club.
Yeah.
So yeah, go give him a listen. It's great
Yes.
commentary on Supreme Court stuff if you like it.
And potentially criminal is at 2.93. I mean, come on, he's right there. He's right there. Let's get him to 3,000.
Nip it under your guys' skills.
Come on. Let's get him. Let's get him
always
there.
Start somewhere.
No, I know.
So, yeah, I guys, they are donating their time and their brains to us so that we can get some really great commentary and really great thoughts and conversations on this stuff. So please do subscribe to everybody here.
All right, you went all the way to 11,000 though. We don't need Alita getting a big head. All right, Like, we just needed to get it to 10. No, keep it up, guys. I appreciate it. Yeah, Alita, just so you know, I'm gonna pop in like 5 minutes, and then I have to do some legal work. I have to pay some bills, and then I'll be back.
Okay, sounds great. Thanks for joining us, Rick. So, alrighty. We are gonna get some more super chats. Let me just get kind of caught up on here because we just got every time that the chat goes wild, I'm like, oh wait, I need to make sure that I capture everything. Okay, almost getting caught up here. Motion to change the name to Muffin Bites. No.
I'm told I'm at 65. My wife just popped her head in, so thank you.
There you go. There you go.
I definitely think you need a muffin sponsor or something. Some Legalbytes flavored muffins. I'm not sure what that would be.
I have
maybe
visions
some
of
sort
like
of
a
cranberry or
cartoon, like the old movie trailers. The Let's All Go to the Lobby with just a muffin holding hands with like a compact.
Get ourselves a Legalbyte muffin.
You know, just a bio break kind of ad you could run for like 90 seconds. Just cartoon muffins. These are the thoughts I have when I'm deep into a testimony that's really boring.
Alrighty. Okay. Now let's get some.
From now on, we'll only cover lawsuits involving muffins.
The Muffin Channel.
The
Muffin Channel.
I'm sure there's muffin lawsuits out there to be had. We'll find
muffin lawsuits, muffin recipes. Yeah, let's get it done.
Simply Simple says, question for Rick Hogue. Oh, good. Before you leave, can you please use your exceptional skills to promote the new Super Thanks feature, which was added for Legalbytes?
Does that happen when you go cross 100,000? See, I'm
no.
So
it's
far
now
away
open to everybody. So I've had this feature for a while for whatever reason.
I didn't realize
below
it.
The screen.
Yeah, Kurt, go for it.
Below the screen where there's the like button, there's also a button now that's available to all channels that call thanks. You have to enable it, incidentally, in your backend inside of YouTube Studio. So if you don't have it for your channel, make sure to check that. I've had this for a while. For some reason, I was in the beta. I don't know, but if you click that button, it allows people basically to super chat after the video is over.
VOD.
So you can basically click the button and you can give a donation chat that will highlight the chat in the comment section. And it's another way to show support for the channel. So if you're watching any of Legalbytes content, either now or in the future or in the past for that matter, and you want to help show your support of that particular content, one of the things you could do is hit that super like button or the thanks button. Which one is it called now? Is it super like or thanks?
Super thanks.
Okay, super thanks. Yeah, hit that super thanks button and give a super chat to a past video of Alita's to show your support for some of her past content.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I learned something.
There you go. Yeah, I think it just became a thing like yesterday for everybody.
Yeah, I think so. I'll reserve this one for a question for later. Okay, so let's get some more to capture. And guys, just so you know, I want to reiterate too that the ones that are either have something like this or just have a comment or something on the stream, I'm just showing on the screen, and then I'm saving the ones if it has a Q and a colon or a question at the beginning. I'm reserving those for actual discussion. And today I do have to leave a little bit earlier. I can't sit and go through all the super chats today. So I'm certain that there's going to be extras today.
I'll take over. I'll do it for you.
No. So tomorrow I will do a super chat catch up stream because we'll have to be leaving earlier than normal, but I will get to all of them. I know that a lot of people in the chat will sometimes be like, well, I super chatted you a while ago, you missed it. I'm saving all of them so that I can go through each one of them. It might take a while because we've thankfully, God bless, we've got so many to go through. It's a good problem to have.
I saw that clock say 12:40, I think, yesterday. So Alita always gets through them.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. And
Alita's just going to sleep through the month of June.
That's what the weekends are for. I'm very thankful that it's a 4-day week for this trial. Jared Bester says, it seems like Amber Heard's team is wasting more time than JD's team during these examinations. Do you think JD's team could be saving time for when they cross-examine Amber Heard? Could be. I mean, the way that you economize your time during a trial is entirely strategic, and we can kind of guesstimate as to what they're doing, but we really don't know because we're not behind the scenes. But it does seem like that would be a legitimate strategy, I would think.
Okay, so I have to pop. I actually forgot, Alita, so I'm going to ask your permission for this. I have one other thing to advertise.
Yeah.
And I want to make sure it's okay with you because it's kind of ancillary to all this.
Of course.
So without telling you any details, do you approve?
Oh, Brand Muffins.
I trust you.
Fantastic. Okay, so for those of you that have been listening to me, you know I'm deeply into video games. Virtual Legality was really premised on talking about law through video game news, which I didn't anticipate to be every single day, but here we are in the video game industry. But I am also the co-host of a podcast type video series that is on Sundays at 11 a.m. Eastern. And here's the deal. We get really excited on that particular podcast when there are 50 to 75 concurrent viewers. But the gentleman that started this podcast well before I started co-hosting with him is a fantastic person. He's gone through a lot very recently. And this Sunday is the 200th episode. The podcast is called The Bitcast. And I will send Alita a link that you can find. But I would really, really love to surprise him with some big number for this 200th episode that's waiting in the wings to watch it. You don't even have to stay the whole time if video games aren't your thing. But if you know somebody that loves them, it's going to be a 200th episode extravaganza. And in all honesty, I love people like Alita. I love the panelists here. I love supporting people that dream and want to do those kinds of things. And this person by the name of Ains is that kind of individual. So I will link it. But if any portion of you could drop in, even for a bit, at the top, 11 a.m. Eastern, on the link on the channel that I will give to Alita, I know that his heart would soar. And mine would as well, because it's just such a cool thing. We're having great conversations over there like this, but without all the law, more focused on video games. And if you could just take that to heart, potentially drop in, I would really, really sincerely appreciate it. So I will send Alita that link.
Yeah. And that's 11 a.m. Eastern tomorrow, you said?
Sunday.
Or Sunday.
Oh, I could have done monster truck sound there. Sunday.
Okay. Yes. We will get that in the description for sure. Absolutely. Yeah. Guys, go over there, do it. So the description or the link will be in the description. Go over there and let's call it a Bytes raid.
Yeah. That would be fantastic. It would. He'd lose his mind. That would be very cool. Alita, I will send you the info very shortly. Yes. And I will be back on this stream. I just got to go do some stuff. So I will see you in a little bit.
Yes.
Thank
See
you
you,
so
Rick.
much, guys. Thank you so much, panel.
Of course.
This is one of the weaknesses of YouTube versus Twitch. You know, we don't have the ability to like literally host another person's channel on our channel, which you can do on Twitch, right?
Oh,
so that'd be great. Alita just starts hosting my content. That'd be good.
Matt Campbell, I am married. But I'm very complimented. Thank you.
But you actually love her husband, so I think you're all out of luck.
I do very much.
True, yeah.
He is wonderful. But yeah, I didn't realize that you could do that on Twitch.
Yeah, you can like host another person's channel within your channel, so it's a nice way. And also the whole raid thing is interesting because I got into some unintentional trouble with Emily on this point at one point because I had sent over a whole bunch of people from me to her channel and asked them basically to spam her chat, which is something you do in Twitch, and it didn't go over very well because it's not really a thing on YouTube anymore. But I used to have these whole things where raids, like a channel would shut down on Twitch. It's very common. Channel shuts down and they're like, okay, we're gonna send all of our people over to their channel and make sure to spam their chat to let you know they're here. So different cultures in different places, I guess.
Yeah. Nate, you have a question for you that just came in. Is this MAGA country?
No. This is muffin country,
Nice.
brother. This is muffin country. Get the MAGA stuff out of here. Muffin country. Nigeria. That's right. Jury in there too.
There you go.
Nigerian muffins, baby.
We can all love muffin country.
Yes, yes.
true,
That is one that will unite the masses, I think.
Hey, you know what? I do want to mention this though, because while I was gone, my daughter's sick, so I'm sitting there, so I'm reading through the Black China lawsuit, and it is almost identical to what's going on in this case. She said Rob Kardashian assaulted her, but guess what? All the people, it's like it's almost exactly reading the same case again, except with the Kardashians is not being filmed. It's insane.
Nice. That's awesome. That's amazing. I mean, amazing, that interesting, fascinating is what I meant to say. Sorry, I'm doing multiple things at once here. Michael
Rich
Gaunt.
people problems.
No. It's
No,
like,
not you.
it's
I'm
like,
talking about the Kardashians.
Oh, okay.
They
I'm
have
like,
rich
yeah.
people problems.
Yes, that's them. Yes. Okay. Anyway, Michael Gaunt says, my feeling so far, Depp's team tell a story and Amber's team throw random facts in random places. I feel the closing statements may reflect this too. Jury may side with Depp just as they understand what the hell has gone on least. Could be. Could very well be.
But the problem is that it's tough when you haven't heard the other side.
Maybe
It's
it gets
really
better.
tough. Yeah, we just really here at the point. But I will say this: Johnny's team has done an amazing job of, number one, laying out very damaging facts, attacking Amber's credibility. Hell, we now know that she didn't give money to children's hospitals in the ACLU. Like they've made it so great, and I think their strategy is working. I think their strategy is working. Where now she's got to win on her case, because I think they've done enough to really put doubt into what she says and to what she's done. So it's a brilliant strategy they've put forward.
PBH. Sorry, I'm messing up the name again. Says, love from the Hoagies. You two are a true dream team. Question: can someone like Elon Musk refuse to appear at court if he doesn't want to? What are the rules for implicated parties? Well, the issue here is whether or not he has been served a subpoena, properly served. Because in order to compel someone to come to court, you have to be served a subpoena. It has to be done in the right way. For him, they have tried. They've had people like parked out of his known places where he's hanging out, and so far they have been unable to serve him with a subpoena. So they can't compel him if they can't properly serve him, even if he. I mean, there's no way he doesn't know about this lawsuit. About this trial right now.
Tell me if I'm wrong. They haven't even deposed him at all, right?
Right. It's
Okay,
the
so even if
subpoena
they-
was even for a deposition. Yeah.
Yeah, even if they papered him right now, the only relief that they would get would be a continuance of the trial date. They would.
Yeah.
There's no way they could really inject his testimony at this point. It's too late.
Yeah, exactly. John Potter says, great day yesterday, folks. Please send some love to the kitty cat in the background. What's his name? His name is Holmes, named after the Supreme Court justice with the best whiskers in the history of the Supreme Court.
Quick question
Also
for the panel.
a strong free speech advocate.
Quick question for the panel. Who are your favorite Supreme Court justices now? I just read Gorsuch, and the only reason I'm asking, I just read Gorsuch's concurrence in the Puerto Rico case, and he instantly has just become my favorite justice. If you guys have to read it, it is.
I'm a Gorsuch
really,
fan.
really good.
I loved his opinion in the.
Can you send a link? I want to. I'd like to read that when I have a chance.
It's a fast.
It was great in the insular cases, and he really won my heart in the gays and transgenders in the workplace. Because I really loved his.
His writing style. His writing style is
so good.
Far and above the best writing on the court right now. Like the way he writes his opinions, comes in direct with a really short conclusion that really walks you through. I love reading him.
But one thing that he did specifically in this case that I think was remarkable is I think he showed how he's a principled jurist. He voted for Puerto Rico, but in his concurrence said, this is all BS, but I have to do it because they didn't ask us to review this. But if they did ask us to review this, I wouldn't have gone this way. But I got to vote for principle. I can't vote because, for the outcome that I want because of something else. And I thought that showed you kind of behind the veil, that even though he emotionally wanted to do something else, he's like, I'm just going to do the right thing because my job isn't to make law, it's to interpret it. And that's what I'm doing here. So it's a brilliant concurrence.
And just to respond to this really quick is properly served means that there's a specific process for serving somebody. You've got to serve them personally. There are multiple ways throughout litigation that you can serve someone various different things, but generally speaking, when it comes to somebody who's not even a party to the lawsuit, you've got to serve them personally. You've got to, get the proof of service back from them. You can't just like mail it or like send them an email. There are certain ways that you can or can't, unless they've given consent. There's a whole bunch of things, but basically, properly served means that you followed the correct procedure for service of process.
Do you guys remember that case in law school where they were trying to serve the guy but could never get him? But so he was on a plane flight. The cause of action was in Arkansas, but the guy was like, I'm never coming back to Arkansas, so they couldn't serve him. So he was on a cross country flight from like California to New York, and they flew over Arkansas for like 15 minutes. And while he was on the plane and they were above Arkansas, they served him personal service on the plane. And then it was like a whole action about whether he was properly served, because even though like technically I was over Arkansas, but were you actually in Arkansas? So I thought that was a fascinating case.
Yeah.
The process serving is very interesting in its own right.
Yes.
We've had 3 process servers in Virginia killed in the last, I think, 3-4 years.
Oh God, that's terrible.
Yeah,
it's dangerous.
Happens sometimes.
I'm sure. Well, I'm sure because there are a lot of people out there that don't want to be served.
Like, did you see Tasha K? When she threatened the process server to kill him, she was like, "I'll kill you."
Shooting the process server. Don't shoot the messenger.
Yeah,
Yeah,
literally,
easier
quite
said-
literally.
easier
Yeah,
said.
literally, right?
Yeah, exactly. Nate, somebody wants you to share some jerk chicken with them. Anyway, Jojalina7 says, do you think James Franco and Elon aren't testifying because of the huge support for Johnny, especially Franco, who depends on public opinion? I can't remember if Franco has been properly served. That was one that I had a question. I haven't quite had in my cycle of things that I'm doing on a daily basis. I haven't had a chance to check in on that as to whether or not he's been properly served. But he may have the same kind of issue because both of them are in California, and this being a Virginia case, I mean, you especially need to make sure that the subpoena is served in a very specific way for them to show up. But I mean, I think it's also just kind of a messy case. And also James Franco has some Me Too issues that he's dealt with himself. Yeah. If I remember correctly, I don't remember if there was any substantiation to those allegations or not, but I know that could just be a PR liability for him.
But let's also forget too with Franco. Franco, I think he's material to this case because don't forget the day after she said she got beat up by Depp, she was in the elevator and sexing up James Franco. So so that's, I think, extremely material to the case because did you see any bruises, while you're having sex with someone else's wife? That type of thing. So
somebody in the chat says that Franco was served and deposed. So in that case, I don't know. I don't know why. Then Johnny's team must have some other way of getting that information in.
He could be rebuttal too.
Could be.
Yeah.
Well, I was also going to say for Franco and Musk, I'm not encouraging any of you out there to do this, but they also might just say, I'm not coming. And I mean, they can afford to play that game, which is defying court orders is not a good game to play. But when you have their kind of money, yeah, you can do that.
Yeah.
Rich people privilege.
Van B. Canada says, can you comment on Dr. Grande's YouTube about Dr. Curry's testimony? Really made me think. I haven't seen that, but that's interesting. Do you guys know about this at all? Dr. Grande on YouTube?
I know
I'm not familiar with that channel.
I know Dr. Grande is. I haven't seen that.
I haven't seen this recent one though.
Okay. We'll have to check it out. Yeah. Thank you for that. Alrighty. Good morning. Let's hit 125K today. Thank you. Margaret Mann says, first super chat ever. Love being part of the Bytes Club. And thanks to Alita, Hogue, and the crew for all the coverage. Thank you. Thank you. Sarah Rowan says, did you upload the witness list? Okay. I also have somebody helping me update the description, but it might be in there. The witness list for both Johnny Depp and for Amber Heard. If not, I will get that done for sure.
Hello, Puerto Rico.
Yeah, welcome from Puerto Rico. Awesome. Okay. Darko says, Elaine made a point to Johnny's rings in opening. Wouldn't you then expect to see something linking to that? Yep, and there's still time. They could. Oh, okay. I just got to notice that all of the links to the witness lists are in the description below. So cool. Check it out down below. So yeah, there's still time for it. Alan says, is Amber Heard's countersuit helping Johnny Depp's suit? Well, I think that the facts which are coming out are helping, but her allegations, I mean, her allegations are her allegations. Hey, what do you have here?
So this is, if you look at down at the bottom, it says 5/22/16. So remember the argument and the
One day
fight
later, yeah.
between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, where she said she was bruised up in the face and everything, was the day before. So this is the next day, and this is actually, remember, Johnny owns that whole top of the built. So you guys should recognize this from that surveillance footage. That's what this is. The same building. So they're going up to, Amber had like one of the condos where she was like her own personal space. So that's what you're watching here. So I'll play it.
Dun, 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 dun. It's very dramatic
Yeah,
music.
I love the music.
Let's make sure that we react to it so that we don't get any kind of
Almost like
copyright.
Pink Panther.
Yeah, I was gonna say, very Pink Panther.
Makes me think
I
like
can turn off
yeah.
the music too.
Well,
Let me turn
it's
off the
almost
music.
like-
There it is.
It's like GoldenEye 64.
Yeah, the 10 hours of live streaming, and then all of a sudden I can't claim any of the ad revenue. No.
She exits 2 stars or seen on camera and they go. So that's Franco.
There
He's
you
trying to
go.
hide from
Yep.
the thing.
Yep,
And that's
yep,
Ursula's
yep,
trying to
yep.
stay away from each other.
Mm-hmm.
Amber appears to be moving back toward Franco.
Mm-hmm.
Was this going to
Yeah,
get a
one
little
of
PG rated?
No, this is.
I
the
doubt it.
other one is.
They
Yeah,
know
this
there's
is
cameras
good.
in there at least.
Yeah, like hair
Like we
all the
heard.
way down, hat
Yeah.
down,
Over her
hide,
face.
hide.
Yeah.
Head on the shoulder.
Yeah.
Interesting.
What happened? Let me tell you.
But are these friends or?
I don't know.
You
They
know-
could be close friends, I guess.
They're
Very
Hollywood
friendly friends.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why ride the elevator up together? Just
Uncut surveillance
I mean,
video.
ostensibly she let him in or something.
Well, she needed the key to let him up, I think.
Yeah.
So. But
speaking from the
that's
divorce
about
attorney,
it, though.
people don't be this stupid.
Yeah.
Yes.
But
yes.
But the question with this is that James Franco could easily testify whether she had bruises on her face or not, if that
Very
happened
easily.
to be true,
Yeah,
right?
if he was
Because
that
he's
close
seen her
to
the
her.
next day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but I guess do you guys think this is? I'm assuming this is going to be brought out in trial, right?
Mm-hmm. It
And
should
this
be.
is-
You have to wonder how close Johnny is to the end of his case in chief, because you just got, I mean, today's testimony was pretty, I mean, that was pretty much where you kind of want to end your case with that
I would
strong
think so.
evidence coming in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think her character's destroyed. I don't see like if it's either if you're in the legal team, you got to thinking how can we either rehabilitate her character because it's totally been destroyed, right? They got her full diagnosis out there as a lunatic, and on top of that, she's lying about giving money to children's hospital. So it's like, what do we do? Do we steer into it and just say, okay, she's a bad person, but so is Johnny, or do we try to rehabilitate her? Because don't forget, you're trying to rehabilitate her not only for the case, but you're trying to rehabilitate her career, because if her career could tank because of this. So I wouldn't want to be her legal team. They got a hell of a job to do.
I agree. This question, does Amber get alimony from Johnny? She's got a $7 million settlement that he already paid. So I think that settles everything out.
Better
He
get
wrote
her
her
a
a
check
check
to
to go
better
away.
pay it back.
Yeah. But did she give that away? She gave that away. Children's hospital.
Yes.
Supposedly.
Yeah,
Oh,
to get
for
to
sure.
hospital.
Did they show the letters from the children's hospital? The
No, they
awkward
haven't seen
letters
it.
where
Yeah,
they're
we gotta get
trying
the
to
children's
No,
hospital
they
basically
referenced-
saying,
We've got to get that in here so much.
Oh, they got
Of
it.
Did
course.
they pledge it for the
oh,
children?
they're so great.
Did they give
course,
it
yeah.
to No.
We need it.
We
We need
can't
it.
afford to upgrade the
$3 million.
Yeah.
So many
Yeah.
children are
Upgrade
going
the
to
MRI.
Little Bobby
Yeah.
died of cancer. because
We had to
of
reuse the
money.
We had to reuse the Band-Aids.
Tiny Tim. Tiny Tim can have a good Christmas this year.
Yeah, they,
We had it all planned out. We
we had to make this crutch out of a chair.
We're going to cancel the whole thing.
Oh my God.
We deprive children of happiness in their last moments.
And then
Oh, my
Elaine
God.
comes in on cross-examination and she's like, did the children use Amica cream to help their
Yes,
injuries?
So were the children really sick and dying? Are you sure?
Yeah. Just donate a
Are you
box
sure
of
you
Amica
couldn't
cream
just
to
put
the
some makeup on it and
burn
cover all
ward.
their injuries and make everything better that way?
Yes. Wouldn't you have a duty to save these sick and dying children? Would you lie about that?
But you
But
didn't
yeah.
take pictures of the leg that wasn't broken.
Yeah. Yeah.
But the crazy part about, I think, these two cases is that the narrative has always been for the Me Too movement is believe all women, no matter what the situation, just believe and then act as if unless. But now I think with the Johnny Depp and the Rob Kardashian thing, what you're seeing is that most of the public did go to this believe all women thing, and now that we're finding out the facts that, hey, this wasn't what we really thought it was. This wasn't what we were sold. The ACLU bought it hook, line, and sinker. And now that the facts are coming out in both trials, you're starting to see that, hey,
did the ACLU
the Me
buy
Too
it,
movement,
or was it convenient for them?
I think they bought it, but I think they bought it because they were getting $3.5. Well, they assumed they were getting $3.5 million. So it's like, what can we do to help this poor woman out?
I'm not talking about the money. I just think for them and where they were politically and where they were in, kind of the cultural zeitgeist in 2018, that went along with what they were pushing for and where they were going. So
Yeah,
I think the money wasn't a problem either, but I think that they had some incentive to go that way too.
Yeah, I agree.
Could be. Natalie, how's it going?
Hi. Hopefully, my internet is well enough to do this. We've been having problems all morning, but I had to come on and say I saw yesterday you had reposted the Love His support community, and I think it's very relevant that the microphone I'm speaking on right now was sent to me as a gift by Runkle, just because he's a really nice person. And
really wonderful.
yeah, at last time I was on. My audio was popping, and he just sent me a microphone because he's like, we want you to be on more, and we want you to have good sound. So
what a
just,
wonderful
further
guy.
evidence of just how great the law tube community is.
Aw, thank you so much. That's I mean,
awesome.
yes,
It
that is
Runkle,
really.
so everybody.
Oh,
Runkle's
yes.
not here right now, but Runkle's great.
Wow.
Yes, big thanks to Runkle, especially because he didn't say anything about it either. Like, he just kind of quietly did that. That's also when you know that somebody's like really doing something nice. Is like they don't even like say anything. They don't go on a date or on a Dutch TV show and say that they donated a bunch of money when they didn't. You know what I mean? Like a little bit of a burn
Shade.
there.
You got
So
shade.
if I
You
am
gotta call this a
cracking
shade
it all
room.
now, it's because of my internet, not the microphone.
Don't judge the mic. Don't judge
No,
the
the
mic.
mic's actually really nice. So
Yeah.
thanks, Runkle.
Yeah, it is. It
Runkle's
absolutely is.
amazing.
So,
That's cool.
Millibytes, Miss Millibytes.
I probably
have
don't
you
have
had
it
a
hooked
chance?
up properly, by the way, chat. So I have no idea what I'm doing. So.
Oh, actually, that sounds better the way that you've got it right now.
Okay, is it better now? Okay.
Yeah.
we can
Oh
hear you.
yeah.
Okay.
Yes. So have you gotten a chance to see any of the show, so to speak?
Today, I mean,
I know you're busy with real work.
Yeah, well, and I'm moving on
Saving lives,
Saturday,
right?
so moving is a big thing. A lot of I've been able to catch bits and pieces this morning. I mean, honestly, I check your recaps most mornings, and there hasn't been a recap yet. So give me a recap. What happened?
Oh no, there is. I didn't
for
post
today.
the link to Twitter.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I mean, there's
of
nothing
course,
for today.
for today.
There's not a recap
Oh, yeah.
of today's.
Oh, okay. I got it. Yeah. No day 11 recap yet. So, okay. So we have basically been getting to know the general counsel for the ACLU, who has been divulging the donations that were coming in Amber Heard's name in recent years. And so the issue is she publicly stated in violation of an NDA that she and Johnny signed to not talk about the marriage, not talk about their divorce. Neither of them was supposed to do it. But she came out with a statement saying that she was pledging to donate half of her $7 million divorce settlement to the ACLU and half of it to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. And turns out she didn't do that.
Yeah, I got that part. There were some. I did catch that part. There were some bits and pieces though about the parts about more crafting of the statement that I missed.
Yeah. So that, I mean, there was just a lot of redlining, and basically the crux of that one was that the two sides were trying to figure out how to make this more powerful and how to dance that line between making it super powerful and also not bringing in liability because of the NDA.
Well, I mean, the bits and pieces I saw were very almost not surprising, but surprising.
Yeah. Amy Morris wants to hear from Rob regarding the ACLU's fight to keep their attorney and emails out of this trial. You mentioned that they had spent $86,000 and fought in different. Yeah. So Rob, what are your thoughts on that?
So it first came up in Virginia where they tried to argue over whether it was relevant or not. And Judge White issued an opinion that basically said she went out and made this claim, made this statement public. It was part of the UK trial. It's relevant. They get to go after it, discovery. So he issues an order that says ACLU has to comply. Then they serve, I forget who they serve, but then there was a fight in LA that resulted in a fight over a motion to quash the subpoena for ACLU attendance at a deposition. And that was a fight that resulted in, I think, in 3 court hearings. And at the end of the day, the judge said ACLU has to sit and Heard's attorneys get sanctioned. Then they have both of those orders that say that ACLU has to sit. They go to New York and they're engaged in back and forth emails with the ACLU. And ACLU is saying, we'll give you documents, but here's some language for a protective order that we want to give you subject to confidentiality. And Depp's attorneys go, no caveats. We get what we get. And ACLU resisted and returned. So they filed a motion to compel in New York to demand the disclosure of documents. And as a part of ACLU's defense to that, ACLU attached an attorney's fee affidavit that showed $86,000 of attorney's fees that were expended in preparing and defending against the subpoena production. But ultimately, the judge in New York demanded that they release some, but not all of the things that were being requested by Depp's attorneys. And I don't know. And there's a public website. I don't know if you guys know Depp Dive or something like that.
Yes.
That's where I've been getting a lot of these documents. It's a treasure trove of information.
Yeah.
And they actually have a whole subsection for the ACLU fight. And I was reading that transcript while listening to Mr. ACLU attorney speak slowly into the microphone, but it's pretty fascinating how hard they fought to keep some of this stuff out.
Link is in the chat. Because I have it actually bookmarked on my browsers because it's so useful with all the information that's on there. So you can see it in the chat, guys, if you're interested. Natalie, are you there?
I'm trying to check my mic. Is the sound better?
Oh yeah, it does.
Okay, because I definitely didn't have settings correct. I was looking at the instruction manual while I was off. So if I can be heard better now.
Yeah, great.
Okay,
great,
good.
awesome. Perfect. So yeah, it's that whole like issue with getting the deposition done with the ACLU is pretty interesting. It definitely shows their motivations for not divulging this information if possible, because it doesn't make them look good, right? I mean, the information that we got is like, yeah, I mean, we basically understood not to ask questions. We didn't need to ask questions. And also we kind of understood that what we were saying was not exactly true, but we don't really want to say that. It doesn't put them in a good light at the very least. Phoenix Constellation says, any thoughts about the petition to remove Amber Heard from Aquaman? I mean, I'm usually, I generally speaking don't really like cancel culture, regardless of who it is, whether it's someone I like or don't like. So I don't know. I think that ultimately the motion picture industry is going to make decisions based on what their fan base wants, right? Like who's in the market to watch these films, and if people are saying that they're not gonna watch it, then that's something that they will definitely keep in mind. I mean, every single business does that, right? But I don't know. It's I know that a lot of people are very passionate about it. So yeah. Michael Gaunt says, if JD's team manages to outright prove holes in Amber Heard's story, does she try and change parts on the stand? Feels like her team are trying to make it up as they go with their cross so far, if that makes sense. I mean,
Natalie,
a lot of their.
I was
Sorry,
trying
go
to
ahead.
say on Natalie, on your mic, I'm not 100% sure you're using the right mic input inside.
I'm not sure either. I don't have my laptop right now. I left that at home with everything, so I'm using a tablet and a weird converter. So I think that's the problem. So just
so you can go to like the sound input settings and change the input settings.
Yeah, that's what I was just looking at right now.
So yeah, at the bottom where it says settings, and then you click the little
that's what I was
icon
trying to
and you get
mess
audio.
with, but I mean, it's not worth doing now. I can't stay very long anyway, but before next time I come on, I'll figure it out.
Okay, I was just trying to help.
Thank you. No, I appreciate
maybe,
it. I'll
I'll go back to my
but
quiet corner.
yeah, but it's, I mean, new tech, right? We always, like, that always happens when you get like a new mic or a new camera or something. There's always something that can like work not exactly the way that you think that it's going to work. But anyhow, I mean, for the cross examination, you know, a lot of these have been by video deposition, and it's not entirely clear if these were for the purpose of discovery or for the purpose of using at trial. My suspicion, because of the ordering that they're done in, even though they're done very close to trial, is that they were done for discovery purposes, because they were fighting about discovery and handing stuff over to each other right up until the start of trial. So, you know, the fact that this was like December 2021 is you know, not necessarily an indication that it was going to be necessarily for trial. So yeah, I don't think that Amber Heard is going to want to try to change parts on the stand. Generally speaking, you want consistency of every single witness, because when you start to see inconsistencies, that's when the jury starts to ask a lot of questions about their credibility. Carolyn says, do you think the article that Doug Stanhope wrote against Amber that she forced him to drop will come up at trial? Here's a friend of Johnny's who came to his defense. Yeah, I understand that he's a comedian, right? I don't know what it was that he wrote, but it would be interesting. I don't know. Maybe, possibly. It depends on what exactly they want to do to target the testimony for cross-examination there. Nick Wilson says, what is there that needs to prove defamation? So is there anything else that we haven't seen at trial, in testimony and in the evidence that we've seen so far, that there's any holes in the defamation elements here for Johnny's case? I don't know if you guys have any thoughts. I mean, because what I can see is that it looks like there are at least several potential lies that have been shown. We've got Australia, we've got the May 21st incident, December 15th. They still need to kind of put some more meat behind. I think that's probably one of the areas that they need to really look into. But beyond that, I mean, now we've definitely got a bit of actual malice, because we've got the end of Johnny's redirect, where Amber basically said, like, I can't back down and come out with a statement with you to say that this isn't the way that the media is portraying it. And she basically was like, it's my credibility out there now. I can't back down. I can't come out and say that everything is not the way that, you know, it's not violent the way that I previously said it was. It's very, very damning. But there's still, I think a couple incidents, at the very least December 15th, that I want to hear more about, before he really gets some meat on that bone. Michelle G says, does the verdict have to be unanimous, or can the jury be split with majority making the decision? Love your coverage. Congrats on the sub count. Thank you. It has to be unanimous for this one. Natalie says, can JD's team say her article is the nail in the coffin for it? I mean, the article is the main case, right? Like that's the central issue here, is whether or not she made false statements, at the very least by implication, about Johnny in the statement, and whether those were harmful to him. But this particular testimony was very, very damning to Amber's case, and it was a very strong point for Johnny. Emma Rain says, also, can someone please explain how she can sue JD over what his former lawyer said? How is he responsible for that? Calling her 150K today, Alita. Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you. So the way that they can do it is because, you know, Adam Waldman, as Johnny's attorney, was making statements to the press, acting on his behalf, so as his agent. So there are some ways that you can extend liability for one person's actions to another, and that is basically if they're acting under someone's direction or control, and that's kind of the theory that they have here, basically. So that's what they're doing. Is it's a form of what we call vicarious liability. Ciro Azuz says, how's the jury selected? Randos off the streets, or, well, basically they go by sorry, I'm collecting these super chats at the same time while I talk. Basically they go by the election records, right? I mean,
yeah, election records, and then they send a letter out. I got one last year, but I can't ever sit, unfortunately.
Yeah,
They'd
they'll
never let me
never
on.
they'll never
They're
let
supposed to
any
be
of
on
us on for
jury
sure.
duty next month actually, but I actually just moved, so I'm in a different county. They can't make me go.
Ah, there you go. There you go. But yeah, so basically they go by election records. You know, when you register to vote, there's information that they collect for that. So they send out a letter, just like Natalie and Rob indicated, that basically says, hey, you need to come in and we're going to talk to you with this mass of people. And they question people about their work and all this kind of stuff, jury selection kind of questions. First, they start with like the massive group. And then basically, as soon as they hear that you're a lawyer, they're like, okay, goodbye. We don't want you on this jury panel. So yeah, that's basically how it works. Joseph Dinsmore says, did you see that Elon and James Franco are no longer to testify on Amber's behalf? We did indeed. 1337 Kiko says, don't you think Elaine looks for jury as angry cause of losing, because she attacks every time each one of them after they lay down another brick into JD's story? I honestly think that this is just her style, is to be a bit more aggressive towards the witnesses that are counter to her party, to her side, right? She's trying to put a narrative forward, and sometimes, you know, you can draw some more information out of someone if you put them off balance. Sometimes being aggressive like that can do it.
My partner had the observation yesterday, and I kind of agree with her, is that she's very bad at crafting her questions. She
Yes.
asks the question in a specific way, and she wants you to answer that specific stylization of the question. And if you
Yes.
don't, she gets combative and she keeps trying to beat it down your head. Well, if you look at this trial, every time she's done that, it has been a really bad move. You had Isaac Baruch, where she went after him and he had that big over dramatized response. You had the police officers, where all you did was get them to repeat over and over they didn't see anything. And then you had that poor property manager yesterday, who I was rolling on the floor laughing, because he was just saying, I don't want to be a part of this. I didn't see anything. There were no bruises. And it's all because she crafts that question, and when they don't answer it, she goes again and again and again until they blow up, and then she can't rein them back in.
Yeah. I totally agree. I don't like her style. I don't think that she's particularly good at doing leading questions to really control the witness on cross-examination. Because I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Like, this is how I think of it, is a direct examination is kind of about, well, preparation, but trust, right? You've got to trust that the witness is going to go where you want them to go. And the witness has to trust that you're going to ask them the right questions to sort of loosely guide them along the process. But when it comes to cross-examination, it's all about control. Like, how much can you control this person and draw your narrative out of them? Would you guys say that that's about the same?
Yeah, I mean, with direct, you think about it as having the witness tell the story. With cross, you as the attorney are telling the story. So that's really how the narrative goes. And something I thought, going back to Dr. Curry's testimony, that's very, very good. You know, that attorney, I think, is very, very subtle and good. But you can look at he asked questions that sort of lead her without leading her. There are questions like, you know, and why was that unusual to you? Or, you know, questions that are open-ended, because you're not supposed to just ask yes or no questions during direct. They're questions that sort of lead the conversation and get you to, you know, so the witness knows clearly where you're going with it without, you know, pulling objections for leading.
I agree with Natalie. That was a master class in how to do direct on an expert witness.
Oh, yeah. No, it's just from an attorney standpoint, it was amazing. And, you know, there were all these instances, you know, looking at the chat and stuff at that time, you know, why wasn't this attorney objecting? It's because he didn't need to. It's, you know, they're digging themselves a hole, and I'm not going to help them out.
Yeah, exactly. NM says, question for downtime. I'm 42 and have already been accepted by law school. Congratulations. Always been interested in law, but afraid because it would be nearly 50. I'd be nearly 50 after the bar versus younger associates. Your take, please. Thanks. I think you have nothing to be worried about. Absolutely nothing, because you have so much life experience that you can use in your education and in your practice, that I think that, and also not to mention a maturity level that a lot of your classmates may or may not have, because you've also got a lot of people that decide to go to law school because they're just afraid to go into the workforce. They go to more school. I at least I saw quite a bit of that. Either at my school or at my various internships when I met other law students and whatnot, and other friends at other schools. But I really think, and I noticed, at least in my class, that the ones that were a little bit older, that had kids, had previous careers, previous jobs for quite a while, they tended to do much better. So nothing.
Well, and
to
at
worry
that
about.
point, you also know a lot about what you don't want to do. And it's very easy to focus more, intensely and passionately on what you want to do when you know already what you don't want to do. And you've been in the experience. A lot of times people, go to school, they think they want to do something, and then practice actually working with people, they feel that it's not actually they signed up for. Usually at this point in your life, you've got enough experiences that it's much, easier for you to identify what you actually want to do. And that's a very big part of being successful. Is it's a lot easier to be successful at something you want to do than it is to something you don't.
Yes, exactly. Christine Smith says, does Amber Heard have a witness like Dr. Curry to debunk her findings? P.S. Love watching all of you, and I'm so happy to see Emily on here this morning. Yeah, Emily was here. That was awesome.
I'm sure she does.
She's got her own experts.
Probably
it's going to be, yeah.
Probably.
There's going to be some kind of a battle of the experts, as we like to call it, from time to time. Absolutely. Michael Gaunt says, did JD's team object to Elaine's hostility to the expert witness as they asked to approach at one point and her tone softened? I don't know what the objection was. There was one objection and one conversation outside of the presence of the jury when they approached, and obviously we couldn't hear what that was. I don't know what it was, but she still was pretty aggressive against that witness, and increasingly so. And it seems like she gets that way when she gets frustrated. Although she's been kind of hot out of the gate.
Yeah, her crosses always start pretty effectively. And I think, Kurt, you mentioned that yesterday, that she makes good points at the beginning.
Then everything just
then she kind of goes sideways.
Yeah. Yeah. And I don't understand why. It's like, I almost, and it was the same thing with her opening statement too. I almost wonder if she maybe needs an outline or a better outline of what it is that she wants to do, or what kind of information she wants to get. I'm not really sure, but it just seems like she has an idea at the beginning of where she wants to go, and she's maybe a little bit too loosey-goosey about it. And where she needs more structure to her approach. I don't know.
See, I would think she needs to maybe be a little more loose with it. I didn't see her opening, so I can't opine on that. But, cross depends so much on what's already been said and what the people say the first time. You can't really script a cross the way that you can script a direct or an opening statement, because you have to be able to adapt and go with the flow, because you're asking questions that want to draw objections. And if you're asked, because that's one of the things about being a good trial attorney, is you have to be able to skirt the line between, getting a question that's objected to or not. And that's where Elaine usually seems to have her problems, is after she's objected to, she loses her chain of thought. She might have in her outline a very long series of questions that is completely shut off by this objection. And then she has to find some way to transition and improvise. So, I mean, that's, I think scripting in that aspect on cross is so much harder, because you don't have the same level of ability to, discuss certain topics, especially if they weren't brought up on direct.
Yeah, and that's a really good point too, because we had noticed during several of her cross examinations that it seemed like there were some points where the witness gave an answer and she didn't listen to it and she didn't hear it, and then she kept going with what she had planned. Whereas if she had adjusted things, she could have had a more effective cross examination. But then they were just like, "No, this is what I said. No, this is what I said," and then it really comes out in these impeachments that she tries to use, because then I think almost every single, if not every single impeachment that she tried, was actually just the same thing effectively as what the witness had said already.
There were quite a lot of ineffective ones in there. I don't think it was quite that bad, but there were a lot of ineffective ones mixed in.
Yeah. Alrighty, let's see here. Bally says, could each of you paint the worst possible case for Johnny during/following Heard's case testimony? What testimony would damage Johnny most next week?
Eyewitnesses to physical abuse would be great for Amber Heard.
Yeah. Or video footage.
That'd be good.
A credible eyewitness.
Yeah.
Video footage that go ahead.
Poor explanation of the metadata issues. If they're not able to explain those photos away in an effective way to the jury's left with the photos.
Yeah. Well, although it seems like the issue is for Amber's team to explain the metadata of those issues, or the burden is on them because they're the ones that have this problem, right? Okay. Your thoughts on Franco and Musk not testifying? Well, we did talk about that one. KitKat78 says, I just want to thank everyone who has taken time to help us break down this trial without all the sensationalism that other content creators are putting out. Some are blatantly misreporting the facts. Thank you. Ashley Kisper Fox says, what's the panel's opinion of Amber Heard audio admitting to the Vesuvius eruption? Also, I'm a pro makeup artist and bruises are awful to cover. It takes expertise to cover and look like no makeup.
I mean, a lot of the audio has been just really, really bad for Amber Heard, showing her more nasty tendencies. So they've been able to, and the audio has been relatively good for Johnny Depp because they definitely paint him more passively, even where he does occasionally maybe be slightly more aggressive, but nowhere to the degree Amber Heard is. So it's been, to my mind, pretty much great for Johnny Depp.
Yeah, I would agree, and they've been able to pretty effectively work past the bad audio that they brought in for him, especially because then they would kind of expand the context, by adding more of the same audio, just a different portion, and then you're like, oh, okay, I kind of understand this a little bit better now, at least for most of them. Juan Kenobi says, RE taking pics of no injury. Could they mean if the victim says that they were punched in the right eye, cops take the picture of the right eye showing no injury? I think that if a victim or alleged victim says that they have been punched, that is an indication of potential violence. That's a situation where they might have a trigger, at least, to take a photo of someone, and then maybe they would take a photo to show this is what we see on this date. But what they were talking about in that deposition with Elaine was asking about, taking photos of somebody to show that there's no injury. Cops don't do that. They don't just walk around showing no instances of crime all around them, because they would be, the vast majority of their time on duty, they would be just taking photos of the whole world around them. It's a very strange thing to try to make the jury
and I think it also needs to be taken into consideration the time on this was 2015, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Or
2016, sorry.
2016. And just from a practical standpoint, being a criminal defense attorney, is you'd be surprised, or maybe not surprised, with a lot of, law enforcement agencies, things like that, how far behind they are on things. We've only recently, in some of the smaller communities around where I am, have all officers now equipped with body cams, or there's trying to implement that, and it's 2022. And a lot of the reasons why they're doing things differently now have been because of a lot of stuff that's been in the media since 2016, and people, the public in general, calling for maybe more accountability or supervision, things like that, pictures being taken by police officers. So I mean, I see now a lot of officers being way more careful than they probably would have been previously, because of just sort of the development of digital evidence and its use in a trial setting, and pictures, things like that. I mean, there's also been technological updates for officers that make their jobs easier. Some officers will be able to have on their cell phone, something where they can take a picture with their cell phone and then it just automatically sends to like the police database type of thing. And those things weren't necessarily in place previously. And when you think about, before, you have to have like an evidence technician come out with a camera to take pictures of things. And just the practical implications of actually doing that in the real world, it's a lot easier to do now than it was in 2016.
Fair point. All very good points.
I think one of the officers state they didn't even have a body cam issued to them at that time, and you're dealing with the LAPD, one of the most well-funded police departments in the world.
Well, and a lot of them also didn't have mandatory policies or things like that. Like there would be agencies where, they've got 5 body cams and, usually just the people who like taking the body cams, wearing the body cams would be the ones who take them out.
Yeah, there's an opt-in time.
Yeah, it's, officers themselves, I've, interviewed examined officers about the body cam issues especially, and it's like their policy manual says that on these calls they're supposed to be, having a body cam activated. They're like, well, we only had 5 body cams in the office and everybody else had them that day. So there's just a lot of difference in, just the prevalence of technology and how it's actually been utilized, because the law enforcement and, practical day-to-day law enforcement is a big difference than like the FBI and things like that and stuff that you see on TV. And its actual implementation is much slower than everybody thinks it is.
Yeah. Fair point. Monkey Machine says, on the body cam footage, there was no spilled wine to be seen. Why wasn't that brought up? I think that it's so when it comes to drawing evidence out of witnesses when they're on the stand or when they're testifying, essentially, you can touch on it to draw the jury's attention to it, but you can also wait until you show that body camera footage on closing argument. It'll be very effective. The attorneys will be able to play that body camera footage and say, okay, this was at such and such time after the incident happened. The police arrived, and you can see here, he's walking. Stop. This is the location where Isaac Baruch came by 2 hours later and said that he saw a puddle of wine. Is there wine? No, there's not. You can do that on cross-examination, or not cross-examination, sorry, in your closing argument. You don't necessarily need to do it in your like while the witness is on the stand. So maybe they were just like they didn't need to, so they figured they would save the time until later. Natalie McClendon says, I want to know, what are we going to do when the trial is over? More, please. Well, a little bit of rest and then some more stuff. I know that there's been a lot of interest in the Marilyn Manson case. It's kind of a similar sort of vibe as the Johnny Depp case. So there's that one, and then there's some other ones that some people have been recommending as well. But there is plenty of law to go around, guys, for sure. Okay, next one. Gio Rio says, hi, Peter. Yesterday you said, oh, dang it. I'm sorry. Peter's not here anymore, but I'll read it anyway. You said time between the videos doesn't matter. Does that mean they actually may have contact? When so, does that mean that all in person are much more important than videos? I'm not sure if this question is referring to time in between portions on depositions, because these are all of the video depositions that were shown in court they're kind of sliced down versions because they only want to get in the information that they A, can get into court, and B, that they want to get into court. So I'm not sure. Let me take a screenshot of this and then see if maybe we can ask Peter later when he joins us again. Deborah Lee says, I'm from Singapore, so not sure about the U.S. legal system. Are witnesses sworn to truth in depositions too, so allowed to be shown in court? Yes. Yep. Those are also under penalty of perjury. Sage says, I might have missed it, but has anything about Elon come out yet, aside from Isaac's testimony? Well, today we got a nice little juicy detail that he paid $500,000 to the ACLU on behalf of Amber Heard and put it in her name. That was a very, very, very juicy detail. That supposedly a very big chunk has actually been paid by him. Independent confirms Musk and Franco out. Interesting. Nate. You know what? I'm going to reserve this one for Nate because he's probably going to be back later. Let's see here. Stephen Wilhelm says, if the jury ruled in favor of JD, what would happen with Amber Heard's defamation case, since it would be almost a restatement of what we are hearing? Well, I mean, technically, you could find that they both win, because he could say that it could be true that Amber lied about the domestic violence, and it could also be true that there's not enough basis to say that she had this grand hoax, right? Like she can have lied about it, but not concocted this whole scheme and plan to put this out there. Right now, as it sits after the ACLU testimony, I think that that's not the case. It looks very much like she's set up this grand hoax, grand scheme to put herself out there as a DV kind of expert, so that she could be an ambassador for the ACLU, and go on all these speaking tours and have that help her career and fame and money and all that good stuff. Jacques Morrison says, from South Africa, don't know U.S. law. With domestic violence, do the cops have to see physical injury, or can torn clothing, broken glass, etc. give them probable cause? Yes, I believe so. Alrighty. Paul Poco says, if Amber Heard went to the doctor and the doc saw makeup, would doc tell Amber Heard to wash makeup off to see real injuries? I've never been in a situation like this or dealt with a case like that. Would you guys have any idea of whether they would do that?
I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, maybe, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Yeah, maybe I've never heard of it, but I've never been presented with it. So,
yeah, I've never seen where someone actually wore makeup having those photos taken. When the photos were ever taken, they're always without makeup because they need the photos to prove something.
Yeah.
I don't know how a doctor could examine it without.
Either that, or the injuries are so bad that it doesn't matter whether you're wearing makeup or not.
Yeah, that's my experience. Usually it's really pretty significant injuries, or usually it's the time of day where you're not wearing makeup.
I would also imagine that it might in a lot of those instances be quite painful to put makeup on your skin, because if you've got some injuries that have, cuts and bruises and stuff, it might be painful to put some kind of a solution, on there. There's a lot of chemicals in foundation and concealer and all that kind of stuff, so it may also prevent you from putting makeup on there as well. Jamie Arnold says, thoughts on JD drawing in court? Bad for him. I mean, if he's so engaged that he looks like he's not paying attention, maybe, but otherwise, it's a lot of time to be spending in there. And we've also spent a lot of time getting to know him at this point, that it feels like it's not a big deal.
Yeah, I was also curious on one aspect, because they were able to show the Post-it note with the drawing on it, and I'm like, how are they able to film that? Because it's Johnny Depp passing a correspondence to his lawyer. So how are they able to film that? It seems like a no-go.
So Kurt, quick question. The angle of that photo, could that have been from that white camera that was in the back of the courtroom that showed up a couple days in?
The angle
based on the angle.
Kind of like a low angle shot.
Because it looked like it was low angle, like it was from either behind the gallery or from one of the first few rows in the gallery.
I didn't really make a close observation on the photography, so I'll let you have that one.
Well,
but either way, like taking photos of the things the lawyers are passing to their clients is just a no-no, because it's all privileged, even if it's a drawing. So yeah.
Well, and I think his drawing is like a further symptom of a lot of things. I seen the chat mentioning ADHD, and that's what my first thought was, but didn't want to interrupt. I mean, I personally have ADHD, and I remembered like during class in law school, like especially trial ad, getting to a point where it's like I'm actually listening and being able to pay attention. I need to be doing something else because my brain isn't used to be doing just one thing at a time. So, if I'm drawing or doing something like that, I'm probably not paying attention to what I'm actually doing there, but it allows my brain in a way to focus actually on what I'm listening to. It's, for some people, a sign of active listening. And also, that's something that Johnny Depp's going to be scrutinized regardless of what he does. If he's not doing anything, then he's going to be scrutinized for looking bored. And he's been living with this for how many years? I mean, he probably doesn't really need to take that many notes because he's been living it so much. And this is like the second trial this has happened. There was the other trial beforehand the first time.
Sure.
I mean, it's probably just his way of, being actively engaged in what he's doing.
Yeah.
He looks
yeah,
better than
right.
what Amber's doing in her looks,
Yeah.
where she's got that weird look every time she looks over. So I think it's fine. It keeps him occupied. It keeps him from reacting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It keeps your hands busy while your ears are working. It's a lot of people need to do that, especially during anxiety and things like that. I mean, that's why people have hobbies that they can multitask and do at the same time, is because some of us just need to do something with our hands while our brain is working.
Yeah.
Thus my Instagram channel, which is all woodworking, because I can't do the law stuff all the time.
Yeah. So.
Yep, exactly. Question for Emily. I'm sorry, Emily's not here. I tried to find the ones that were for Emily before she left, but how are you liking the town you're in? Grew up there and miss it sometimes. I know she said that she's in San Francisco. So I'm sure she loves it, but hopefully she'll see this and can answer for herself at some point. The Four Stooges says, hasn't the jury been laughing with Depp though at some points? We know that the courtroom has been. We don't know if the jury has also been.
Because we can't see the jury.
Yeah,
Question,
exactly.
Alita.
Yes.
Do you have a way of getting in touch with Christina? Because I have early morning motions hearings in Fairfax on Monday.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if I might try to get there super early to get a wristband and creep up after lunch and sit in for the afternoon.
Yeah.
Just want to see how early I have to get there.
Yeah, just send me your email and I'll do a CC kind of email.
Okay.
Alrighty. Carol Cardolfer says, what are your thoughts on the judge? I think she's been pretty fair so far. She's very efficient, very economic with her time. She wants things to run on time. She wants things to run with a particular schedule and very organized. I like her a lot. What do you guys think?
I agree. I think she's been very fair. Disagreed with some of her rulings, but that's going to be kind of true of any judge. I mean, judges don't always get perfect. They're human beings, but I found her rulings overall fair. I really do like the way she controls her courtroom and controls the time. This I approve of. So over the whole, I think she's been good.
Yeah. And we've got somebody to talk about the makeup and doctors question. Oh, never mind. She just left. She'll be back.
And that brings us to the end of that.
Yes. Anna Berenson says, Wasser verified a few important docs. Maybe she was just there for that, like Brandon, the building guy. Could be. Could very well be. Now she's back. Here we go. Hey, Nurse Liz. How's it going?
Oh, I heard you bring up medical things. So I can't stay long. My children are very loud.
Yeah, no worries. So yeah, how about this question about the makeup on injuries kind of thing?
Yeah, if they went in to report it, I would always have a patient take it off. So if it was coming to me like in a primary care office, I would have them wash it off very gently. You would take pictures. It would be well documented. You can't document a wound if it has anything really on top of it. You would look at it from multiple angles. And if she went to the hospital, they would have a forensic nurse that evaluated them. And that would be the same thing where they would wash it down. They'd pretty much do an inventory of your entire body. They wouldn't just look at her face. It would have been like a whole thing. That's usually what we do, is like get you in a gown, and just do a very thorough evaluation, because someone's going to say you need to evaluate the whole person if they're coming in with any type of wound that could be from any kind of intimate partner violence. So it would have been like a full.
Well, and isn't the first step usually to also disinfect those things too? Is like, even if it's a bruise, it could still, there could be some type of abrasion. Like, my thought is, at first, if as a medical practitioner, wouldn't you, that's one of the first things you do, you like alcohol swab it off and see what it actually looks like before you can really determine what the issue is.
It would probably depend on your setting. So I've only ever done it in primary care where people came to me. And so I wasn't going to swab absolutely everything. If it was to the point, usually if they came to primary care, they didn't want to talk about it and they were never going to put it on the record, but I would still, so I can't talk about it from like, if you came to the ER and you had all sorts of stuff, like the official swabs that they would take and then send to labs. People came to me because they didn't want anyone to know, but I could still document it just not share the information with anyone.
Okay. Okay. Interesting. Thank you for the answer, because I mean, obviously all of us were like,
Yeah.
So very, very helpful. Roxanne Wynn says, where is the photographer from the photo shoot during the time she was supposedly held hostage to testify to covering cuts and bruises if she had them? I don't know. I have a cat in here getting into the trash can. So I don't know. I don't know if he's on the witness list. He might be. Perhaps for Amber Heard. Could be. Oh, no. People are going to yell at me again. Don't do that. Tulips are supposedly toxic.
Can I ask a perhaps strange question? Because I'm interested in the answer for our
Sure.
nurse friend.
Yeah.
So if a woman comes in who is the victim of domestic violence and you make a determination to that effect, you're a mandatory reporter, so you have to report that, correct? No? You don't report that?
If she is not a
Child?
So if it's a child or an elderly person or someone who you do not think has cognitive capabilities to make the decision for themselves, yes, you do. You always report for anyone that is in any way not able to make decisions, you think, or a vulnerable population. But if I've had many people come in and they tell you, I'm going to tell you this, but you cannot tell anyone. And at least in the states that I have worked in, I can't say like, you need to tell someone.
Well, thanks. I appreciate the correction. I learned something new.
And that might be totally different in different states, but I know I have had many people come in, like, if it's not a vulnerable adult or person, that kind of just stops with you.
Excellent. Thank you.
And they'll come to primary care a lot because we can't do anything really.
Which, I mean, I think that's probably a good thing on balance, because I don't think you want someone to be in the position of having to make a decision like, I don't want this to be disclosed. So I can't even go get help to treat my wounds.
And that's why they do
right?
it.
So it's like, I always thought the mandatory reporter thing was a little bit questionable in some of these circumstances, because don't we want the people to go get help because maybe the help will make it better? So I was like,
Exactly.
And that's more of a philosophical dispute with like Tarasoff and things like that.
Yeah. And a lot of the times then you can help get them other resources, like, hey, I can help you very discreetly get into other get yourself out of these situations. But yeah, otherwise they would not come in at all.
All right. Aaron Fleming says, Nate, what about Heard's injury in article? I think that was talking about her. There was a question earlier about whether it was in evidence about Amber Heard having a broken nose and black eyes and stuff after the May 21st situation, May 21st incident. So I'm not sure exactly what the question is trying to get to based on what Nate said. But Paulina says, Amber still looks like Dorothea. Question, do you think this trial is a PR stunt for both of them? Do you think if she wins, she won't lose anything? Beijos do Brasil. Thank you. Thank you so much. I wouldn't say that would be an incredibly, incredibly expensive PR stunt for these two individuals. I mean, they have literally spent millions and millions and millions of dollars on both sides. Each of them have for this. So I don't see that being a PR stunt. Maybe like the TRO could be potentially characterized that way, because that's a relatively short-term thing, but to go through litigation for this long, no, these people are legitimately fighting on this. Randroid Games says, on average, at about this time, do cases tend to be more favorable to plaintiff or defense on average? We have only seen Johnny's witnesses, #Team Johnny. Yes. Right now, like, we should be feeling like Johnny is ahead because he's the one that's been putting on his case in chief. So
Sometimes that doesn't happen, which lets you know the plaintiff is in real trouble. It's like, and incidentally, that sort of happened, at least in my mind, in Natalie's case with Kyle Rittenhouse. Because at the end of the state's case over here, I was like, well, I don't know if the defense needs to put on a case. Yeah. I'm good. So at least that was my sort of mind.
Yeah, completely agree. Because it was very shocking to see when the defense or when the prosecution puts on their like what, fourth witness or something, and you realize he actually kind of just proved the case for the defense. Crazy. So
that was also just like a very specific and unusual case. So
also true in a lot of respects. Yeah,
And
agreed.
that's why we use Binger's name as an epitaph around here,
Yeah.
because he deserves the slander that we give him.
TRP says, I'm a lawyer, but not from America, so I'm confused. How is the judge allowing all of this testimony that's certainly out of the scope of the claim? Amber Heard not donating as per the divorce agreement in no way proves the defamation. Well, what it's doing is it's addressing the other defamation issue here. It's addressing the hoax issue. Because if she had, this huge incentive and she was trying to turn this into something for her to become this massive ambassador that undoubtedly helps with her work, also gives her great fame, also gives her great notoriety, all of that kind of jumbles together into this big ball about why someone would go to such great lengths to create this kind of a hoax on this DV claim. So it seems like it's outside the scope, but it really is pretty central to one of the main issues. I don't know if you guys feel any differently about that or have anything else to say about that.
It's the same as the PTSD. She's the one that put it at issue.
Yeah.
When she made that claim, she put it at issue. They get to go into it.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, a lot of that also is at issue because of the fact that we are talking about the ACLU, who was very centrally involved with editing or crafting this op-ed, right? They were going back and forth with the redlining and whatnot. So they already had a very good reason to talk to the ACLU. And then just the donations on top of it. Again, just as Rob said, she put it at issue. Team YouTube
hey, I gotta
says,
go. Are you streaming tomorrow?
I will be almost definitely doing a super chat, super chat catch up stream.
I have all day off tomorrow because I'm moving Saturday, and I would love a break from packing. So
yes, I will send you a link.
I'll probably see you tomorrow. Okay,
Yeah,
everybody.
sounds
Bye.
great. Bye, Natalie. Thanks for joining us.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
Of course, always. Team YouTube says, can the ACLU get in trouble for the op-ed if they believe Amber? What is their responsibility in helping to write it? What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, technically speaking, I mean, they're an accessory conspirator to commit, slander, or libel. So yeah, why not?
The only issue is he would be outside of the statute of limitations for filing a separate lawsuit against them because this is outside of the year.
You also have some trouble proving the ACLU had actual knowledge the statement was false.
That's true.
I don't know that you need to know that to prove that. Well, I mean, I guess you kind of do to the point because
public
of
figure
concerns. So you have
reckless
a fair point.
disregard at least.
Okay,
yeah, public figure.
All right, I stand partially corrected.
Yeah, because he did. I mean, there was a question about, well, at least as to the funds, the whole question of like did you look into who was actually donating this money that was coming from a Fidelity account? And he was like, we looked into everything that we are legally required to look into.
We looked in to make sure the check cashed. That's how we looked into it.
That it actually came from this Fidelity account.
We were great.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, potentially, but I think they're probably outside of the statute of limitations. Paulina says, do you think Twitter's purchase was for freedom of speech? Oh, that's a different issue. Oh man, Rick, I'm sure has all kinds of thoughts on it. I don't know. I think that Elon Musk, I don't vilify him. I also don't put him on a pedestal. He's a human being just like the rest of us, and he's got his own interests, and he's a billionaire. He's got some big business interests as well. So I would always suspect that he could be very interested in freedom of speech. He definitely puts himself out there like as a freedom of speech advocate, but there could always be other reasons why he's doing it. I mean, he there's a lot of things that Elon Musk does that are not really explainable by most people, right? Like it's seemingly illogical, and half the time I feel like he does things just for the memes. So he could be. I wouldn't be surprised if that was just what he was doing with Twitter too. Natalia R says, is Amber Heard's hairstyle today reminiscent of Dr. Curry's during her testimony? Possibly, maybe. I know a lot of people were saying that. And Uneducated Opinion says, I don't work in legal, but in my profession, it would be seriously problematic if this happened. In fact, it would be career ending. How would the jury see it? Talking about the money check by Elon Musk, and then the red actions. What do you guys think? Or not red actions, but the redlining, the editing of this article.
I don't quite understand the question. Yeah, I mean, I don't
I
don't
mean,
understand going back and forth on editing. I mean, that's pretty normal, and someone
well,
paying for someone else's legal bills is permitted by the rules. And
well,
anyway,
I think how would the jury see? Well, how would the jury see that the ACLU in this? Maybe not quite as culpably as Amber Heard. I mean, for her, it certainly looks bad in the context of things, right? Because of the fact that she and the jury hasn't seen this yet, but the fact that she has gone out in public on record to a court of law in the UK apparently, and on a Dutch TV show saying that she already donated the money. It'll be very interesting to see that come out later on in this trial, and to see if the jury has any kind of a reaction to it. But I mean, we'll see. We can try to speculate, but not really sure. Audra Lambert says, do you think Amber Heard just got so accustomed to lying she didn't even think twice about it, and it's finally all landing at the same time? Thank you, Legalbytes. Possibly. This is another thing that's like, trying to reach into her brain. I could try to armchair psychologist this whole thing, but I'm woefully underqualified to really be able to do that. Especially considering all the stuff that has come out about her diagnoses and stuff. Hank says, just curious, in your opinions, is Amber Heard's legal team doing as bad as it seems? I don't think so. Every lawyer has to work with the facts that they're given, right? You deal with the hand that you're given in life, and the same thing is true in any kind of litigation. I think that what's up?
I didn't mean to cut you off, Leah. Sorry.
Oh yeah, no. I was just gonna say, I really do think that they're doing the best that they can. I certainly have my criticisms. Like we've talked a lot about Elaine Bredehoft and controlling witnesses and that kind of thing. But are we back live again? We might be.
It's about time. I mean,
yeah, I guess
2:30.
so. All right.
Let's get someone from the Washington Post over here prove that she authored the title. Thought it was the greatest title ever.
That would be great.
Or an email to the ACLU that said,
"Yes,
I lied about everything.
This is so good. I love this title. It speaks in ways I couldn't even imagine."
I'm gonna hop off for now because I have no idea what words they're saying during this whole day.
Thanks, Nurse Liz. Thanks for coming by. Feel free to come back whenever.
Every day, Johnny Depp has a nicer suit.
It does. He does. Today, he looks very good.
Yeah. And Amber Heard's back in a sort of all black dress thing.
Amazing Abby 25 says, why are they using so many tape depots is a standard now since COVID. I think a lot of it is because a lot of these people are in California.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. All right, your next witness.
A lot of expense, multiple reasons, I think.
Yes, Your Honor. Plaintiff calls Edward White.
Okay, thank you.
Edward White.
Who are you, Ed?
In person.
All right. Is this an expert?
Looks like an expert.
Looks like he might be. All that gray hair.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. White.
Good afternoon, Counselor.
Will you state your full name for the record?
Yes, Edward White,
Where do you reside?
Los Angeles, California.
How are you employed?
Many years ago, I founded Edward White and Company, Certified Public Accountants, and I am the managing and senior partner of the firm.
What is a certified public accounting firm?
A certified public accounting firm is authorized by a particular state, in my case, California, to audit financial information and to certify the statements related thereto.
What's the nature of the work that's done at Edward White and Company?
It's diversified. It includes providing tax and related compliance services, that is to do the tax returns for the clients. That's both fiduciary, corporate, individual as well as partnership work. We also are involved in providing financial statements for financial institutions and for governmental agencies. We, in addition to that, have a business management department and provide a wide variety of services in that capacity.
Are you the Edward White of Edward White and Company?
Yes, I am.
Who do you employ?
We employ a very talented group of professionals that have really amazing credentials. They have graduate degrees from NYU and USC in business administration as well as taxation. Many of my colleagues have been with the firm for over 25 years, in one case for 35 years. I'm very proud to be associated with this group of people.
Oh, nice.
Who are your principal clients?
We represent approximately 100 high net worth individuals and the companies that they own and operate.
Hello.
In addition to that,
Hey.
we do work for governmental agencies such as the Department of Justice, the state of Alaska, the state of California, and the city of Long Beach.
What's your educational background?
I started my college career utilizing the GI Bill. I served 4 years in the Air Force and was fortunate enough to have that opportunity. My undergraduate degree was in business administration, and I have a master's degree in business administration from the University of Southern California. After completing my graduate degree at USC, I took several tax classes, corporate, fiduciary, estate and gift, and subject matters such as that.
Do you have
He's got all the
any
credentials, all the
other experience with
background.
education?
Yes, I was a former professor of accounting and taxation at California State University, located in Los Angeles, California.
What kind of work do you personally do?
The work I do is primarily transaction oriented. Acquisitions of companies, dispositions, that is buying or selling a company, arranging financing with large financial institutions, consulting with clients where they feel it's appropriate for me to be involved, assisting my colleagues. As I mentioned to you, we have approximately 100 high net worth individual clients, and there's always something that I can contribute to.
Do you hold any certifications?
Yes, I'm certified in financial forensics by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants. I'm also a member of the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants and the California Society of Certified Public Accountants. And of course, I'm a certified public accountant.
What are financial forensics?
That's an attempt to ascertain not only the facts, but what transpired as it relates to financial activity. So you do a study based upon financial records. You then look at contracts. You look at other financial information in an attempt to, once again, not only ascertain what the results were, but what caused the results.
Who paid the money to the ACLU?
Have you ever previously testified in court?
Yes, I've been accepted as an expert witness in both the California court and the federal courts, and I have testified in matters involving the Department of Justice and the FBI.
Okay. Do you serve on any boards, or have you served on any boards?
Objection, relevance, Your Honor. This witness is not being proffered as an expert in this.
You got to be
case.
kidding me.
Wasn't
This is
designated.
just a fact witness and not an expert witness.
Fact witness, and it goes to credibility.
I'll sustain the objection. I think we can move on.
So he's not going to be an expert. Interesting.
Do you know Mr. Depp?
Yes, I do.
How'd you come to know Mr. Depp?
Why not both?
I met him
Why not
because he was
both?
introduced to me by a senior executive at the Bank of California, Richard Smith.
Do you work with Mr. Depp?
Yes, I do.
In what capacity?
We are his business management firm.
How long have you served in that capacity?
By approximately 6 years.
What does that role involve?
Processing, managing
smiling at him.
his financial
He
affairs.
likes him.
As you know, Mr. Depp is
Can
an
tell.
amazing talent, internationally acclaimed for his work, but he relegated his financial activities to me and my colleagues. So we provide a wide variety of services for him.
Do you do this kind of work for other people?
Yes, we do. Numerous other clients.
When did you first become involved with Mr. Depp?
Would you do it
Approximately
for me?
6 years ago, after the introduction from Mr. Smith.
What was the nature of the work that you were to perform for him?
Initially, it was to perform a forensic study, evaluate his financial affairs, and to formulate recommendations on how he could manage his affairs in a more advantageous manner.
Stop wasting money.
After you conducted that analysis, what did you do?
I met with Mr. Depp, the purpose of which was to share with him the results of our findings and to make recommendations on how he could resolve the issues he was confronting.
When was that meeting?
That meeting was on April 21st, 2016.
Who called the meeting?
I did. I called the meeting because I felt it was appropriate to meet with Mr. Depp and to discuss his affairs and to provide him with opportunities and plans and strategies to resolve the issues he was confronting.
Where was the meeting held?
It was held at his offices in Los Angeles, California.
Do you know approximately what time it began?
It began at approximately 7:30, and my recollection is there were 7 people in attendance, including Mr. Depp and myself.
Was alcohol served at the meeting?
Not to my recollection. I don't recall any alcohol being consumed.
Did Mr. Depp stay for the entirety of the meeting?
Oh, yes. He was very interested in the contents. He asked very thoughtful questions. He was fully engaged and fully sensitive to the matters that we were discussing.
Did there come a time when Mr. Depp didn't participate in the meeting?
No, he was very actively involved. He did excuse himself on 2 or 3 occasions. It was my understanding that he was going to contact Ms. Heard and attempt to respond to her concerns and also address the fact that this was an extremely important meeting and that it involved his financial viability and that he felt it imperative to stay and address the issues I was discussing with him.
When did the meeting conclude?
At approximately 9:30. So it went for approximately 2 hours.
At the conclusion of the meeting, what did you observe as to Mr. Depp?
That he was fully engaged once again. He thanked me profusely for not only addressing the problems, but he was excited about the fact there was a strategy and plan to resolve the problems.
Did he appear impaired to you in any way?
No, to the contrary, I found him to be.
I'm sorry, sir, there was an objection. What was the objection, sorry? Leading?
Just I asked him for his observation as to impairment.
Well, if you want to ask different, I'll sustain that objection, but you can ask another question.
Did you make any observations as to Mr. Depp's potential impairment?
Yeah, I don't like how she has a very broad
It
definition.
was
of
readily
leading.
apparent to me.
Yeah.
that he actively involved in the conversation.
It's not
He asked
leading to me.
very thoughtful and prudent questions. He was genuinely interested. And once again, when he left, he thanked me profusely for not only addressing the issues, but formulating a strategy and plan to resolve them in a successful manner.
Did you play any role on Mr. Depp's behalf with respect to the dissolution of his marriage to Ms. Heard?
Yes, I was actively involved in the negotiations of the separation and the marriage dissolve.
What role did you play in those negotiations?
Well, in my capacity as his business manager, I understood his financial capacity and the tax implications associated with it. So I was actively involved in addressing those issues as they were forthcoming from counsel.
You mentioned tax implications. What are you talking about there?
Excuse me?
I think you just mentioned tax implications. What are you talking about there?
Well, what I was talking about is that when Ms. Heard began the negotiations, she was asking for approximately $4 million. That
Objection, Your
balance
Honor.
then was
Foundation,
increased.
Hearsay, lack of foundation, hearsay.
These were requests made by Ms. Heard
Foundation's
and
been
her counsel
laid.
in a conversation, in communications.
Here, you want to approach for a minute?
Certainly.
Yeah, foundation's been laid on this one. He said he gets all correspondence from Amber Heard's counsel.
Yeah, but this is
Admission
one that
against
I
party interest.
tend to disagree with the judge on this. Is her definition of foundation? There are many times where I feel like they've laid enough of a foundation, and she I guess disagrees.
Well, I think she's just trying to talk to him, say like, take it one more step, back it up a little bit, take him through it a little more carefully. We're not going to get as many objections.
Yeah.
Also, you see how she's standing up? That bench is obnoxiously large. It is so for the attorneys. Those two attorneys are probably 6'2", and they're barely shoulder height to that bench. Oh,
that is funny.
As a result of your involvement on behalf of Mr. Depp in the negotiation, what was your understanding of what Ms. Heard was looking for?
She initially was looking for a consideration of $4 million, but her demand continually increased. It went from $4 million to $5 million. Then it went from $5 million to $5.5 million. Then it went to $7 million. And then it was $7 million, and she demanded that Mr. Depp also pay $500,000 to her attorneys. Then, after that consideration, she also said that all the community liabilities that were accumulated
Objection,
during the
Your
course of the
Honor.
marriage, which approximated
Sorry, there's
$13.5
an
million.
objection, sir. Whenever there's an objection, I'm sorry.
I don't know if he
Please,
can
I'll-
not hear it or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah,
no
he's
problem.
just
It
in the
goes into
zone.
His allegations of what she said, which Your Honor just.
If
instructed.
it's a party opponent statement,
Sustain the objection on
if
that.
he
has
heard
no
her say
objection.
it,
This is very damaging to them. So he's like, I
Your
want to
Honor,
interrupt this. I want to interrupt the
understand
flow.
but
I
it's a
asked his
party.
understanding of
All
this
right,
issue.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, Hussein is
Get back
so
in the flow,
calm.
man.
Continue?
Too.
You're doing
She'll
great.
tell you yes.
Yes. Go ahead. Yes.
Doing great, Mr. White.
I like
You
this
learned very
attorney.
well.
He's really good.
Yeah.
So the next
This
demand
is the designated
that
hitter
all the
coming in
community
again. He did the
liabilities
direct for the expert
that were
witness. too.
unresolved, approximately $13.5 million, that Mr. Depp had to pay those liabilities in its entirety. So at that point, she was demanding $14,250,000 of consideration.
Nice.
And then it got worse.
That
Next
got worse.
was that all of this consideration be paid to her free of taxation.
God.
And counselor,
Wow.
for him to pay $14,250,000 to Miss Heard, that would require him to earn approximately
Objection, Your Honor.
$30
This
million.
is so far beyond the scope, so far beyond his foundation of what was discussed.
BS.
He just doesn't like it.
Next question.
Yeah.
Did you
yeah.
make a proposal as to?
I mean,
how
already it's
payments
pretty
would be made to
damning what
Ms.
he's
Heard?
saying.
BS.
How
is
long were they
beyond the
married? They
scope.
were initially contemplating
A year.
to be paid directly to the charities, the Children's Hospital Los Angeles.
Comes off a little
for the benefit of the
passionate about
children
the
who required
subject.
severe
He's very
medical service,
passionate.
and to the
Mhm.
ACLU. During the course of the negotiations, one of the demands, because the contract changed, was that the payments be made directly to Miss Heard.
Did you have any personal involvement with either the ACLU or the Children's Hospital?
Yes, I did.
What was that?
Mr. Depp directed me to issue two $100,000 checks directly to the Children's Hospital Los Angeles. I knew that he was involved and supported their efforts and appreciated his service. In addition to that, he directed me to contribute $100,000 to ACLU. In accordance with his instructions, my colleagues drafted the checks, I executed them, and they were delivered to the two charities.
Did you continue making payments to either of those charities on Ms. Heard's behalf?
No, in fact, I was chastised for making the payments by Ms. Heard's counsel and told that the payments in the future had to go
Objection, Your Honor.
directly to her.
This is clear hearsay. He's not
Right.
answering the question. I would ask for you to
Yes, he
start to
is.
answer the question
No.
and not expound upon his.
I'll sustain as to hearsay. Next question.
Yeah.
What role did you
Sorry.
play?
Look on his face. Looking
With
over it.
respect to
Looking
the
over at
payments
Rottenborn.
ultimately
He's
made.
loving it. He's loving that it's getting under his skin.
Objection, Your Honor. It's
We
devastating to my case.
Applied the payments to Ms. Heard in accordance with the agreement, either on or before the date in which they were required to be paid. The first payments made to Ms. Heard was $2 million in 2017. Then in April of 2017, another payment of $1 million made payable directly to Ms. Heard was made. Then in August of 2017, another $1 million was paid directly to Ms. Heard. Then in November, $500,000 was paid directly to Ms. Heard. My colleagues drafted those checks. I executed them. They were delivered on a timely basis. Therefore, in 2017, she was paid $4.5 million directly paid to her. Then on February 1 of 2018, she was paid the final installment of $2.3 million for total payments that went directly to Ms. Heard of $6.8 million.
Do you know when this lawsuit was filed?
Yes, it was filed in March 1, 2019.
Were the payments that were made on Mr. Depp's behalf directly to Ms. Heard the only economic benefit she received?
Objection leading.
I haven't heard the, go, I'll overrule the objection for us now. Go ahead.
She didn't hear it probably, it sounds like.
Were the payments made on to Ms. Heard the only economic benefits that she received from the settlement agreement?
No, as I shared with you earlier, Mr. Depp was required to pay $500,000 to Ms. Heard's counsel, which he did in a timely and respectful manner. He was also required to pay all the community liabilities, which accumulated during their 15-month marriage, was approximately $13,500,000. So he paid all the community liabilities. She paid none of them. That's why you have to aggregate the money that was paid directly to her, the money that was paid to her, to the charities on her behalf, the money that was paid to her attorneys, and the relief of all these liabilities that he had to satisfy. That's why I said to you, Counselor, that the total consideration paid to her was $14,250,000, and she demanded that that payment be made free of taxation, that Mr. Depp would have to satisfy all the tax liabilities.
How long were they married for?
They were married for 15 months.
Okay. Were the payments that went to Ms. Heard the only payments that you've made on Mr. Depp's behalf?
No, we satisfied all of his obligations, so it was very customary for us to pay everything that Mr. Depp was obligated to pay.
Are you familiar with an entity known as 2020 Wine Merchants?
Yes, I am.
Why are you familiar with it?
It's a prominent purveyor of wine in Los
Objection,
Angeles,
Your Honor.
California.
Foundation, hearsay.
I don't see the hearsay, but I
hearsay.
don't know.
Foundation at this point.
Sure, sure.
He's kind of like, sure, I guess you're right.
Rottenborn, he's really he does not like this testimony coming in, and I understand why. You know, he's trying to you know, advocate for his client, represent his client's side, and he's doing the best he can, I think. But this is very
so people were
damaging
asking
to his
about my
client.
thoughts on the judge. So to add to my previous comments, I will give some criticism. I'm not a fan of how she interprets a leading question. She seems to interpret leading question to mean anything that calls for a yes or no answer, which is not what a leading question is. A leading question suggests the answer. So you can say, did you go to the park? Because it doesn't suggest yes or no. You can't say, you went to the park, didn't you? And so that's the difference. And so she's overly broad with what she interprets to be leading.
That's what I'm asking you now.
How about that for some
2020
criticism?
is a highly recognized purveyor of wine in Los Angeles, along with other companies.
Yeah, I don't see how that would have been
What
hearsay.
involvement, if any, did you have with 2020?
I satisfied the liabilities that Mr. Depp incurred, which at the dissolve of their marriage was approximately $160,000.
Do you continue to pay Mr. Depp's wine bill?
Yes, I do. We pay all of his obligations, but his wine bill has shrunk to virtually zero because
oh shit,
they let
he
that
does
in.
not consume that much in the way of wine. He's made a few gifts around Christmas time, but his wine bill has gone to virtually zero.
Oh shit, she's the one drinking all the wine in the house.
Familiar with a Spanish wine known as Vega Sicilia?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that?
I know that it is a very expensive wine, and that I know that Ms. Heard enjoyed drinking the wine.
How much does it cost?
The cost of the wine is approximately $500 a bottle.
Jeez Louise.
Were you
lot of money for wine.
ultimately charged with paying for
Classy
the
taste.
wine that was served on
Expensive taste.
as a
$500
member
bottle.
on April 21, 2016?
Yes, I was. We rendered the
Objection,
payment for that
foundation.
balance.
I'll overrule the objection.
Yeah, yeah. If he
How many bottles of Vega Sicilia were served?
At Ms. Heard's request, she ordered 5 bottles of the wine and 8 bottles of other wine. So a total of 13 bottles of wine.
Thank you, Mr. Whitehead.
How much did it cost? Just ask that.
Ooh, no other questions.
500 times 13.
Get in, get out.
That wasn't the most effective.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. White.
Wasn't
Good
the most
afternoon,
effective
counsel.
witness I've ever
Your
seen.
firm has been paid millions of dollars by Mr. Depp and his companies since you were first
Bias,
retained
of
in
course.
2016, correct?
Correct?
And in fact, you're being paid for the time that you're sitting on that witness stand today, aren't you?
No.
Well, you charged the time that you spent
No.
In connection with legal proceedings in this case, correct?
That's correct. But I charge for my time.
Yeah.
And it's the
right.
same time.
You answer
that
my
I would
question, sir. In
charge-
fact, you charge $710 an hour for your time, don't you?
Counsel, if you let me complete my answer, I'll
No,
be happy to
So
respond.
aggressive.
Sir, please try to stick to the question that I'm asking you. You've had your chance to go well beyond the question being asked. But please stick to
Did
the
he?
question I'm asking you to go a lot
Thank
faster.
you.
You're not helping.
Counsel.
He gets
Microphone
so.
was on there.
Super argumentative.
It's not really badgering, it's not
Yeah,
an
thank you, Your Honor.
objection, but that's all right. So just if you could answer the question. that's
Super
asked.
hostile.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
After all of his
You're-
objections.
let me start over, sir. You charge Mr. Depp $710 an hour for the work that you do for him, don't you?
That is my standard rate for all clients. And yes, I do charge that rate to Mr. Depp.
And you gave
That's
a
how you do it.
deposition in this
You
case.
get
You
you get
remember
the part
that?
you want
On
in
or around
first, and then you say
February
yes.
2nd, 2022.
Yes.
And that day, you charged Mr. Depp $710 an hour for the time that you spent giving testimony that day, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And you charged Mr. Depp $710 an hour for anything that you do in connection with his account, don't you?
Yes, I do.
You have about 6 people working on Mr. Depp's account, correct?
Yes.
And whether through you or one of your colleagues, your main contact with Mr. Depp and his companies is his sister, Christy Dombrowski, correct?
No.
Who is your main contact?
Mr. Depp.
One of your colleagues maintains active communication with Christy Dombrowski, correct?
Could you ask a question again, Counselor?
One of your colleagues maintains active communication with Christy Dombrowski, correct?
No.
He's allowed to lead because it's cross-examination.
Yes.
So he's allowed to suggest the answer to the question. That's the difference.
Mhm.
Cross-examination, you can
this
lead.
is a hostile witness to him.
Yeah, so he's
It's-
allowed to
it's-
suggest the answer.
And it's not to say that this witness is being hostile. It's because his interests are opposing to what this attorney's interests
All
are.
right, yes, sir.
You're right. Yeah, there's a lot of sass here. I'm enjoying it. I'm really sipping this tea right now.
Yep, it's good. And Dragon's Treasure Tea at that.
Yes.
Don't forget your discount code Amber
Hold on.
Turd.
For 10% off, and just have to say that I also benefit from it.
Mr.
But-
White, I've handed you the transcript from your deposition that you gave in this case on February 2nd, 2022. You remember that? We did it over Zoom.
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you swore to tell the truth in that deposition as best you can, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you turn to page 116 of your deposition transcript?
Certainly.
Yeah, I want to call him the salty CPA.
How much does the salt cost me of the
Did you say
710?
16, Counselor?
116.
Is that just
He's been
bonus?
mining for quite a bit of salt. So hostile witness is a witness that is adverse to your interests. So as to Mr. Rottenborn, he is hostile, to answer that question.
Okay, I have it.
And now you just answered no to my question about your colleagues maintaining communication with Christy Dombrowski, but at your deposition just 2 months ago on line 11, page 116, the question is, what about Christy Dombrowski? The answer that you gave is, I do not. I haven't spoken to Christy in some time. One of my colleagues probably maintains an active basis of communications between her and our firm. Did I read that right?
Probably.
Yes, but you
That
need to
was
you
my
need to
question,
find the
just if
term.
I read that right, sir. Now, part of the services that you provide, that your firm provides to Mr. Depp, is to pay
probably.
the bills to his
Yeah,
doctor.
probably is not
Never a
yes.
definitive
Yes.
statement in the
This
first
will come up
place.
on
And you make
redirect.
payments
That's what you would
relating
impeach
to
him on for.
maintenance or
Probably
damages
is
to his
true. I
properties,
don't know.
correct?
Yes.
Now, you were contacted in early 2016, right? You testified to that to do work on behalf of Mr. Depp?
We were engaged in March
Engaged.
of 2016, if that's your question.
Right, right. Around February 10th, is that when you were first contacted?
I do not recall the date.
And you said you were introduced by executives, a guy named Richard Smith at the Bank of California?
Yes.
Mr. Depp owed significant amount of money to the Bank of California at that time, correct?
No.
He owed money to the Bank of California, correct?
I do not recall that he had an active indebtedness with the Bank of California. He had other commercial loans, but not with the Bank of California.
And after you were brought on, you developed an understanding that Mr. Depp's financial status was very challenging, correct?
It was challenging, but we had an ability to resolve the problems if they were properly addressed.
He had liquidity problems, right?
He had substantial assets in excess of his liabilities, but he had short-term obligations that needed to be satisfied.
Let me just ask that again. At the time that you were
That's
brought
another
on,
way of
he
saying
had
liquidity problem.
problems, correct?
Yes, yes. That's
Can
the
you define
technical
liquidity
term.
for me?
I'm asking you, at the time he was brought on, he had liquidity problems, correct?
So he wasn't
I
liquid.
would define the term liquidity as where the short-term assets are less than the short-term, are less than the short-term liabilities. And if that's how you define
You're not
liquidity.
scoring points here, Rottenborn. Move on.
Basically using the
In
wrong definition.
layman's terms that I can understand, because I don't speak all the kind of business school terms that you speak.
All the mumbo
He didn't have
jumbo.
enough money at the time, correct? He was spending more than he was bringing in, correct?
Yes.
And you gave him advice about how
Johnny
he
Depp
could
smirking.
hopefully
I
get
still
out
have
of
more
that
money than
problem,
you.
correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Very
And
true.
just to be clear, Mr. White, because you've testified to some degree of knowledge about wine that you allege that Ms. Heard requested. So you seem to have some knowledge of Mr. Depp's spending. Ms. Heard didn't buy any of the dozens of properties that Mr. Depp owned, correct?
Correct. He owned the
She-
assets prior to their marriage.
She didn't pay $5 million to blast Hunter Thompson's ashes out of a cannon, did she?
Not to my knowledge.
What?
She didn't buy a yacht that she couldn't afford and then have to sell it to J.K. Rowling, did she?
Not to my knowledge.
And let's talk about that meeting on April 21st, 2016.
J.K. Rowling.
You
bought
said
a
the
yacht from
meeting
Johnny
started
Depp.
at about 7:30 p.m.
Okay.
Yes.
and lasted till maybe 9:30. Is that right?
Yes.
And you have no idea, no personal knowledge where Mr. Depp went after he left that meeting, do you?
That is correct. I did not go with him. I went home.
I wasn't
And at
there
that
after I
meeting,
left.
Mr. Depp was given some catastrophic news about his business, correct?
He was given news that he needed to address a number of financial issues, but I had a strategy and plan to fully resolve them.
That
Yeah,
news that he was
that
given
chose
that
the
night
word
was
catastrophic.
catastrophic, wasn't it?
No.
Yeah. Well, no,
Because he had a plan.
because he was planned.
May I approach, Your Honor?
All right. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
He uses too many descriptive terms that allows you to take it one way or another way.
Yeah, you've got it.
This is a poor
Whoa,
questioning.
sorry, you're really loud. Whoa, hang on. You got really, really loud there. We got to turn you way down. Sorry. Go
Oh,
ahead.
sorry.
Go ahead. That's okay.
Let's see.
All right. Go ahead. I adjusted
Mr.
you.
White, let's do this again with another
Sorry,
Let's
that was
do
just
under
more
this
questioning.
series of
again.
statements. You gave testimony in the UK trial, did you not?
Yes.
And that testimony was under oath, correct?
Yes.
All right. And in front of you, I have your testimony from the UK trial, and you gave that testimony on behalf of Mr. Depp, correct?
I gave it honestly.
Okay. You gave it on behalf of Mr. Depp.
I gave it
correct?
honestly.
You were one of his witnesses called.
That is correct.
Okay. Can you please turn to page 865?
Use the right words, sir.
Yes.
And It's just the second page of the document, upper left. Before that, the questions are talking about this meeting on April 21st, 2016. And you were asked the question, now Mr. Depp was given some catastrophic news about his business. Answer, that is correct. Did I read that right?
You did, but remember,
That was
no,
just
when
my
I get a
question.
chance
You
to
answered my
respond.
question, sir. You answered
I
my
did not
question.
define that term.
Sir, Mr. You'll have a chance, the attorney will get back up and redirect you, okay? So if you could just answer his question, that's fine.
And the reason I'm asking, sir, is because you just gave the exact opposite testimony
They
here.
just need him
So
to
that's why
calm
we
down.
pointed that out. Now, you at this meeting, you had a discussion about his financial affairs and a necessity to
Yeah, this is the
formulate
hill we
a
want to die on,
revised
whether it was
business
catastrophic or
strategy and
not.
plan, correct?
Yes,
And you talked about the following financial information. You talked about bank obligations and tax liabilities, right?
yes,
Which means money you owe to either the government or banks, correct?
yes,
You talked about assets that he needed to sell, correct?
yes,
Properties and things like that he needed to sell to generate money.
correct.
You talked about ways to reduce spending, correct?
Yes,
And you talked about how to get new engagements, correct?
yes.
How to get new gigs, right?
Not how to get them, but
The
I
need to
encourage
get
him to get them. I'm not an
Understood.
agent.
I
do
appreciate
not
that.
procure his engagements.
And understood. You talked about the need to get new gigs to generate additional money to help address these financial woes that he was experiencing, correct?
Yes,
You also told him at that meeting that his taxes, he hadn't paid taxes in years, correct?
no, that's not correct. That he had not paid any taxes in years is not correct.
That he was significantly delinquent in federal tax obligations dating back years, correct?
I don't know how you're defining years. There were delinquent liabilities. I addressed them and formulated a plan.
Once again, really, this is what we're going to impeach him over because he had previously testified he had it over years, and we really want to impeach him over this. Really?
Yes, we do.
This is
Yeah.
what we're doing.
Yeah. This
Well,
is
he
this is
said,
what we
"I don't
want to
know
do.
how you're defining years," which this attorney uses very descriptive language.
And you
Do
talked
care,
about the
Legalbytes, which way it
significant
is? Yeah.
delinquent tax liabilities that would run into the millions of dollars for taxes unpaid, correct?
That is correct.
I'm adjusting the mics. I know they were pretty loud, but hopefully they're at a better level now.
I found the attorney's fees for these guys, by the way, whenever we get a break, what they
Ooh,
actually
what's the
bill.
big number?
Biggest is Ben Chu, 804 per hour. Elaine comes in
Yeah,
at
that's
700
actually
per
After
hour.
receiving
Super
this
outrageous.
catastrophic news, as we discussed, you have no idea where Mr. Depp went when he walked out of the doors of his office, correct?
I do not know
Okay.
where he went.
Can you pull up plaintiff's exhibit 936?
But how do you come up with a
please?
number like 804?
I don't know.
So random.
There was like the $10,000 and
And
$10,010.
Mr. White, I'm
for
not
the
gonna.
island manager?
This is a long document that we can scroll through. But what I'll represent to you, and Michelle can sort of scroll down, is that these appear to be Mr. Depp's tax returns for Mr. Depp and his companies from 2009 to 2019. Do you see that?
Yes,
And these are returns as part of your role as his CPA firm now, his business manager firm now. Your firm prepares these tax returns, correct?
yes,
And you maintain these tax returns in the ordinary course of your business, correct?
that is correct.
Your Honor, I know there's going to be plenty of redaction to do, but I just would like to move these into evidence. I don't plan to publish them or anything at this point.
Objection, Your Honor.
You want to approach?
Yeah, I just don't know these nitpicks really matter that much. Was it over a number of years? Well, he was delinquent on a lot of liabilities. I helped him formulate a plan. Isn't it true it was from 2009 to 2019? Okay, sure. What difference does it make?
Amber's getting a deal on Rottenborn's time, by the way. He's
Think so?
$320 per
All right.
hour.
So 936 will come into
320?
evidence, but I'll wait for
For
redactions and they
Rottenborn?
will not be published.
Wow.
Okay.
That's
Thank you, Your
like
Honor.
Where you find? Oh,
Associate
in
pay.
the documents from the court.
The declaration along the various motions. So each one of these motions to compel cost about $25,000.
Mr. White, you understood that Mr. Depp
320 is bargain basement price.
showed up hours late for work on Pirates 5, correct?
Yeah.
That is not correct.
Are you familiar with Tracy Jacobs?
Yes.
That's Mr. Depp's former agent, correct?
Yes.
And at the time that she was serving as his agent, part of her job responsibilities, to the best of your understanding, was to communicate with you about Mr. Depp's financial affairs, correct?
To the extent she had knowledge,
right?
Yes, she would communicate.
And you and she did communicate about Mr. Depp, correct?
During the period of her engagement, yes, we did communicate.
Okay. Can you pull up Defendant's Exhibit 874, please, Michelle? Mr. White, do you see here this text exchange between you and Tracy Jacobs?
Yes.
And your texts are in white and Miss Jacobs are in blue, correct?
Yes.
Michelle, could you please scroll to the document that is bait stamped Depp 19246? It's about the fifth or sixth one down, please. Mr. White, do you see here the third text down from Tracy Jacobs to you saying, thanks, I got a call from Disney last week saying he showed up 5
Objection,
hours
Your
late
Honor,
for
hearsay.
ADR. It's not hearsay, it's party opponent. She's his agent. I'm happy to approach if you'd like to discuss.
Yeah, she's his agent, but she's going to be testifying for Amber Heard, apparently. So yeah, you don't get to loop her in as being Johnny Depp. I don't think so.
This is going to tell us if the judge is being consistent on these rulings, because with the email question from Johnny's attorneys, that's technically hearsay, but the attorney is an agent of Johnny who is assumedly authorized to speak on his behalf. If the agent is speaking on Johnny's behalf, there's the same logic. If she's at least consistent in those rulings, she won't allow this to come in.
Yeah.
But therein lies sometimes your consistency.
Yeah. No. So the prior ruling was an Adam Waldman quote. Is that what you were saying, Rob?
The previous ruling I was talking about was when they were asking him about the Amber Heard's legal team and what he knew that she was asking for. And he was saying, I knew from emails from her attorneys that she was asking for this. Objection,
yeah.
hearsay.
Yeah. So that was kept out on hearsay?
It was until they backed up the foundation. And then when they went and said, well, what was your understanding of what she was requesting, to avoid the implication of hearsay?
So yeah, if that's out on hearsay, I feel like this definitely should be, because those attorneys were actually advocating in her interests, and if brought in to testify in court, would be testifying for her in her interest, whereas Tracy Roberts would be testifying not in Johnny's interest if she were brought in. So is my understanding. I don't know, maybe. No, I mean, either way, you're right. Consistency would require that this be kept out, but we will see. A lot of discussion on this. Oh, let's see if we can get a super chat. Can the money from Musk and not be held against her? Well, I think that the jury may very well hold it against her. Does the ACLU use cash or accrual accounting? Oh, I don't know. Did they say, Kurt?
Didn't hear it either way.
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah, I think it depends on whether it's a pledge or a donation. Going
Okay.
back to that.
Okay. Okay. Oh, question for Hogue. Will you be doing a lot too? Oh, yeah. Yeah. I showed this to him. He said yes. Rachel Cornelier says, do you think the jury will understand this because it is important, but a little long-winded and confusing? That's always a risk, right? Especially with these long-winded video depositions, is we're not really sure if they will understand, but somebody's got to be paying attention to where the money's coming from and who's editing these emails, right?
Mm-hmm.
Jen says, is a rumor true that Musk and Franco have withdrawn as witnesses for Amber Heard? Is that possible this far into the trial? And would the judge allow this? Yeah, that's, at least I've heard this rumor and it seems to be true. It seems to be confirmed.
Johnny Depp could call Franco, but Musk isn't going to have a valid subpoena. So
yeah, exactly.
And Franco does, right? There's a valid subpoena for Franco.
Yeah, I think he's apparently been deposed as well, is what somebody said in the chat. So I'm relying on that information. Whose time does the bench time affect? Neither. Because they're arguing over stuff. Sacked agent, she wanted him to work and to make her money. Yeah, she is no longer his agent, and that's been pretty clear. Okay. Johan Ryberg says, hey, Great job, all. Sorry. I'm like, what? Gate? Great job, all. So Amber Heard said, I'm Ron Burgundy. So Amber Heard said on a talk show in the Netherlands, I think it's in YouTube, where she said she had already donated $7 million. I sent that as a good thing to show to further her lies for attention. Isn't that, yes? Isn't that a good thing
that
to
was
show?
what
Yes.
the prior.
It's on the evidence list.
The prior witness was for.
Yeah, and I think it's.
It.
I think it was technically. I think it was a Dutch TV show. Is what I remember because it starts with a D, and I kept getting mistaken between Danish and Dutch, and someone from the Netherlands said it's Dutch. So I was corrected on that. But yes, I think it's on the Johnny Depp's exhibit list as a bit of evidence. So expect that to come out for cross-examination. Samara says, hi, Peter, Rick, and Alita. I'm here for the day. Any idea what will come to light today? Thankful for your insight. I've learned so much. Whoa, we've gotten a lot today. We've gotten a lot on the donations to the ACLU, the back and forth on editing the op-ed. It's been one hell of a day for Johnny Depp. And now the forensics on that meeting, the one that she was so upset about because he was an hour and a half late to her birthday dinner, and she was super, super duper upset. He obviously had some serious issues and had to, which required his attention. Jason Henshaw says, does Amber Heard's financial situation as mentioned? Okay, I'm going to wait. Got through a few though.
Got through a few and 20 more showed up.
I know. I know. It's like a chimera. Not complaining.
Yes, Mr. Wright, we just saw the text that I started reading. Do you remember that text?
Yes.
Okay. We're just gonna show you and move for admission of that page of the document with that text. So I just wanted, since you won't see anything else, I just wanted you to orient yourself that is the text that we were just reading. Okay.
Fine.
All right. That page or that?
They're going to redact it, just that one text.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of this document as, I guess we could call it defendant's 874A.
Okay, 874A with the redactions. All right, thank you.
Mr. White, you just testified a few minutes ago that you didn't have any understanding of Mr. Depp showing up late for work on Pirates 5, but in fact, you received this text from Tracy Jacobs that says, thanks. I got a call from Disney last week saying he showed up 5 hours late for ADR work in London for Pirates 5. I really need to speak to him before he starts work on his next project in LA. Did I read that right? Permission to publish this, Your Honor?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Do you want me to respond?
I just wanted to ask you if I read that right, that you received this text message saying in part, I got a call from Disney last week saying he showed up 5 hours late for ADR work in London for Pirates 5. I really need to speak to him before he starts work on this next project in LA. Did I read that right?
I believe you read it right.
Thank you. Now,
This witness is for Johnny. He's on cross-examination right
So
now.
you're right, but
at some point you became familiar. You can go ahead and take that down.
Did he say it
At some
didn't
point, you
happen or that
became
he didn't
familiar, as you
recall?
testified, with what
He said
Amber
it didn't
planned
happen,
to
I
do with
think.
money that she got from Mr. Depp in
That
the
he didn't have
divorce.
communication.
Correct?
He arguing the same thing in
carry the
It
right.
was
but
the
okay.
understanding from the beginning, the money
legal
would be
terms, or is
contributed to
that
charities.
separate?
The two charities, so the
Contracts are
Children's
drafted in that
Hospital,
manner.
Children's Hospital of LA and the ACLU, correct?
That is correct.
And as we discussed, you wrote checks to those two organizations that were part of Mr. Depp's divorce payment, but they were just sent directly to those organizations, correct?
Yes.
Can you please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1639? Actually, let's do Defendant's Exhibit. Yeah, we'll do 1639. Thanks.
I think the witness is starting to get a little frustrated because he can't finish his answer.
Mr. White, this is a letter from you to the ACLU Foundation dated August 24th, 2016, correct?
Yes.
And as part of your work for your 100 or so high-profile, high-net-worth clients, you've helped clients set up pledged contributions to charities before, correct?
Yes.
And sometimes those payments are made over a period of time, correct?
Yes.
Charitable donations aren't always paid at once, correct?
That is correct.
And when you make payments on behalf of your clients to charities, is it customary for you to send a cover letter like this?
In some instances, yes. In some instances, no.
Okay.
But in all instances, that there is a signed agreement and an understanding that when the
Yeah,
payments will be made.
sorry, that wasn't my question. My question was just, is it customary for you to send a letter like this? And I think you've answered that. And so when you send letters like this on behalf of your clients, do you prepare such letters in the ordinary course of your business?
In some instances, yes.
And when you, in the instances in which you prepare those letters, do you then maintain those letters in the ordinary course of your business?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1639.
Any objection? All right, 1639 in evidence. and you can
That's how they got the text
publish
message
it to
in.
the jury. Thank you.
Guaranteed.
And Michelle, if you could please just scroll through, Mr. White, I just want you to see there's the letter here. We'll come back to the letter. And then there's the check that you're making out to the ACLU. Then there's, I guess, the envelope or something, right?
Correct.
Okay. You can go back to the letter, please. So in this cover letter, you tell the ACLU that you're enclosing a check for $100,000 and that the donation is being made in accordance with Ms. Heard's pledged gift of $3.5 million to the ACLU Foundation, correct?
Yes.
And you also write that the check represents, just go ahead, that the check represents the first of multiple scheduled installments, correct?
It was my understanding
Yeah,
that
I'm
she
just
was
asking
going
if
to
that's what you
contribute
wrote. I'm just asking if that's what
$3,500,000
you
to
wrote,
children.
sir.
You've asked me a question. I'm trying to respond.
No, I was actually just asking if that's what you wrote.
He's getting a little bit combative.
Would you ask the question again, please?
Yeah, you write, this check represents the first of multiple scheduled installments to honor the full amount of Ms. Heard's $3.5 million pledged gift.
It was my
Correct.
understanding she was going to contribute the money, and that's
Okay,
consistent
sir,
with my
I just
response.
asked if that's what you wrote. I think you've answered that. Can we please pull up Exhibit 1596?
He's not a happy
Your Honor,
camper.
before we go to the next
No,
exhibit,
he
can I
wants to give a
raise
fully
an issue?
complete response,
sure.
but he needs to just keep in mind, like, hey, look, it's fine. You're gonna get redirect. See, he's gonna get a chance to explain everything that he wants to for completeness later on when he goes up on redirect.
And guys in the chat, that was completely proper for Rottenborn to do. 100%. He was not answering the question, and Rottenborn has the absolute right to make him answer the question exactly as he phrased it.
This is true.
Yes.
That was
He
being
learned
rude. That's
from
him doing his
Johnny.
thing. Exactly.
That's
mean-
how you work to control a witness. That's one of the ways to do it.
I
mean,
would be reacting the same way if I was Rottenborn right now.
Yep. And you better expect that Johnny's attorneys are going to do it when Amber's witnesses are up there too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is just business.
Yeah. It's to be honest, I don't particularly like that this witness is being
Mr. White,
so
is
fighty
this
right now.
a letter similar to what we just looked at for the ACLU, a letter that you wrote that accompanied the check that you sent to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles Foundation?
Yes,
And this letter and the whatever payment, or sorry, this letter is one that you would have prepared in the ordinary course of business, correct?
yes,
And you would have maintained this letter in the ordinary course of business, correct?
yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of Exhibit 1596.
All right, 1596 in evidence. You can publish it to the jury.
See, the difference between Rottenborn and Elaine in these
And
situations
Mr.
is
White,
he's not doing
this
things like
letter
scoffing.
also
He's not like
says at the bottom that it represents
and
the
then
check that
fighting in
accompanies this
front of the
letter,
jury.
represents the first
He's being very
of
direct.
multiple scheduled installments to honor the full amount of Ms. Heard's $3.5 million pledged gift, correct?
When I composed a letter, that was my understanding that she was going to give $3.5 million
Sir,
to charity.
you're really not answering my question. My question was simply, I understand that you want to speak your own narrative here, but my question was simply that this letter says that this check represents the first of multiple scheduled installments to honor the full amount of Ms. Heard's $3.5 million pledged gift, correct?
We can both read the letter and the answer is yes.
Thank you, sir.
Now,
Now, you hosted a dinner with Mr. Depp and Adam Waldman in 2016, correct?
I do recall that.
And that was the first time that Mr. Depp had been introduced to Mr. Waldman, correct?
I do not know that. Be factual.
Now, you are not an expert on California divorce law, right?
Correct.
And you're not an expert on the division of marital property in California, correct?
I'm not an expert, but I've been actively involved in numerous cases involving the disillusionment of marriage and the related proceeds to distribute to each respective party.
That's a proper elaboration to answer that question.
Now, you can't give any sort of legal opinion or testimony as to whether or not Ms. Heard would have been entitled to more in the divorce settlement with Mr. Depp than she received, correct?
I'm not an attorney at law.
Okay.
I don't render legal opinions.
So you've never met Amber Heard, correct?
That is correct.
The first time you've ever seen her in person is here in this courtroom this afternoon, correct?
That's my recollection.
And you have no personal knowledge of whether Mr. Depp engaged in domestic abuse against my client, correct?
I've never witnessed him involved in any abuse, and obviously I've never met her. I could not respond to that inquiry.
So the answer to my question is that it's correct, that you have no personal knowledge of whether Mr. Depp engaged in domestic abuse against Amber Heard.
That is correct. I have no knowledge.
Nothing further.
All right, redirect.
Whew, that was messy.
Yeah.
Can we pull up defendants 1596?
Yeah, he was fighting a little bit too hard. The jury may see this as,
Sir,
as
could you
somebody
read
who's
the last
trying to represent things in a
line
particular way
of
for
your
Johnny.
letter?
Yeah.
This check represents the first of multiple scheduled installments to honor the full amount of Ms. Heard's $3.5 million pledged gift.
What was the schedule for those payments?
They were scheduled. I don't know the schedule because I don't have a copy of any pledge that she made, if that's your question.
Okay, thank you very much. One more question. Has Mr. Depp paid all his taxes?
Yes, he has. He's fully current with all of his federal, foreign, and state tax obligations.
Thank you.
All right, no further questions, Mr. Dennison?
No further questions.
All right, is this witness subject to recall? No? All right, Mr. White, you're free to go. Thank you, sir. Just be very careful stepping down there, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Have a good day.
That's one down. Hey,
All right,
chat, we
next
have
witness is remote
33,000
witness,
people.
correct?
Let's get 2,000 more likes.
All right.
Oh,
We're only at 13,000 likes.
Aw, thanks, Bree. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
32,000. Is this the most we've ever had on stream? I think maybe.
Your Honor, may we just ask
I
what
saw
witness they
34,
want to
I
call?
think, at one
I
point,
see a
but I can't
Mr.
remember.
Connelly in the lobby, so I'm assuming that must be
20,000 you're
it
holding
must be
out.
the one. Okay, good. Good. I'm glad we got that one. All right.
Okay, so who is
we
going
get
to
the
be
likes?
up next? Oh, is this going to be by video deposition or by live link?
I think it's live link.
Okay, I hope so. I'm so done with these video.
Maybe it's someone in
depositions.
his car.
Oh my God, yes. That was so funny yesterday.
We made it to 14. We need 1,000 more likes, guys.
Hey. Thanks, Bree. Thank you so much.
I'm watching.
The least you can
Sophia
do is a
Toe
like.
says, oh, thank you. In my opinion, it's very well understood that this is Rottenborn's job. The issue is that the CPA to a non-lawyer doesn't sound combative. He sounds confused about when to elaborate. Completely separate issue. He should have been prepared better.
Mr. Connolly,
Yes.
can you hear me?
Thank you.
And I'm
That's
surprised
very
because
good
you think
contest.
a guy like that would have testified more than once in a legal setting.
It was
at some
too.
point.
It was too easy for Rottenborn to get under him. Like that was.
Yeah.
Yes,
that-
sir.
Yeah.
Especially as
He,
a
he
federal
started off
expert
very
witness.
Can
passionately.
you turn your camera on, sir?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. There we go.
Kristen, the redirect
All right,
just
sir, if you could raise
happened.
your right
It was
hand.
very short.
Yeah,
Do you swear or affirm
question.
to tell the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
All right.
All right, and good afternoon, Mr. Connolly.
Good afternoon.
And would you please state your full name for the record?
Malcolm Connelly.
And Mr. Connolly, where are you testifying from at the moment?
From home, Essex, UK.
And where do you
Love it.
live?
I live in
It's
Essex.
a bodyguard, right?
Mr. Connolly, what is your occupation?
At present, close protection operative. I've had a couple of professions. I'm a bricklayer at trade. I was in the corrections facility, Pentonville, HMS prison. But right now, yeah, I'm a protection operative.
Okay, and can you tell us a little bit, just generally, what that means?
It means looking after the personal well-being, physical well-being of any client you're detailed to.
And how long have you been in the personal security business?
25 years.
Over the course of those 25 years, have you had any other kinds of jobs?
Yeah, as I said, I was a corrections officer for a magistrate's prison.
Are you familiar with the plaintiff in this case, Johnny Depp?
I am, yes.
And how do you know Mr. Depp?
I know Mr. Depp maybe about 23 years ago, 24 years ago. I worked for a company called Music and Arts. The guy who owned that company was Jerry Judge. Jerry started working with Johnny way back in the early days, and I was detailed with looking after Johnny's ex, Vanessa Paradis, and Jack and Lily Rose, Johnny's kids. And my job was just to make sure they were safe when Johnny was at work. So that job, after about a year and a half, 2 years, Johnny asked me to go with him directly, and we'll find someone else to do the kids and that. And that's how I came across Johnny. That's how I personally met Johnny Depp.
Can you ballpark for us about what year that was?
Oh, 2006.
Okay. And can you generally just tell us a little bit about what you do for Mr. Depp as his security guard?
I will escort Johnny to everyday public places, make sure he's okay, make sure You know, he's not in any danger. First of all, do the recce. You know, you go along first. There's usually a two-man team. It's a two-man detail. You go along, do your recce, make sure all the ins and outs are sorted, no compromises, any risks involved, do a risk assessment. We do the job. I look after him. Basically, I look after Johnny whenever we're in public domain. Whenever we're going to be in a public domain, I will look after Johnny.
Okay, and how about the defendant in this case, Amber Heard? Are you familiar with Miss Heard?
I am familiar with Miss Heard. Yeah, I first met Miss Heard in probably 2000, and I don't recall the actual date. Probably about 2010, maybe around there. She came into the UK to do a promotional job for a movie called Drive Angry. My boss, Jerry Judge, asked me to take the detail. Went and met Amber, started the job. Amber was with her ex, Tasha, and I looked after Amber for a week. Pleasant week, it was fine, great.
Does anything stand?
Sorry, yeah. After that week, I never seen
We'll talk
Amber
about
again
it.
until we did the Rum Diaries, the premiere after show, the Rum Diaries.
Okay, so let's move to the Rum Diary then. When did you see Miss Heard? Well, how did you see Miss Heard in connection with the Rum Diary?
We done the Rum Diary premiere. We went to the after show party. You know, I'm busy working, doing my job, myself and Jerry Judge. Seen Amber across the floor. Amber seen me. Just basically come across the floor, said hello, how are you doing? You know, the usual chit chat. We chit chatted for a minute or two. Johnny asked me how I actually knew Amber. Explained. That's the last I spoke to Amber that night. I was too busy with Johnny doing my job, you know.
Did you know at the time, and well, let's back up for a second. Where was that premiere?
Do you know what? I don't recall. I think it was in LA.
Okay.
Thank you, Nicole. That's very kind of you.
Okay. Did you know at the time of that premiere in probably LA, but possibly somewhere else? Did you know at the time that Mr. Depp and Miss Heard were seeing each other romantically?
No, I didn't. I actually didn't. I mean, I surmised that there was a spark there, you know. It wasn't until maybe a few days later, a few nights later, we were at a dinner party somewhere, a promotional thing, and Amber and Johnny were basically, you know, sparking up. They were getting together. Then I sort of assumed that, you know, there was a romance happening there, budding there, you know.
Okay. Over the course of Mr. Depp and Miss Heard's relationship with each other, about how often would you say you saw them together?
Well, in the beginning, actually not a lot, you know, not a lot. Maybe once a week, twice a week at a push. But then it started, it started maturing into something, into a relationship. So more often as the time went on, you know.
And as time went on, did you have an opportunity to observe how Mr. Depp and Miss Heard interacted with each other?
At the beginning, you know, lovey-dovey, everything was great. The honeymoon period was on, and it was, it was good. I mean, it was great to see Johnny happy again. Amber was, you know, lovely, charming, as she usually is, you know, good as gold. And then things started to change. Amber started to change. Amber started getting a bit, I would say, a bit more feisty, demanding, you know. I could see that Amber wanted to wear the pants in this relationship. That was pretty obvious.
Oh, jeez.
And what in particular made you think that you observed personally?
Just the way you know, if something wasn't quite right, or Amber could get a bit frosty at the drop of a hat. So as time went on, you know, I could see them change. I could see Amber change. I could see Johnny getting quieter. You get into the car and nobody was speaking, and you know, it just things started changing. Amber started getting a bit more grumpy, shall we say.
How did she get along with you?
Absolutely fine. Amber was fine with me. Amber was never anything but professional, polite with me. You know, she was no, Amber was fine with me.
Did you ever see or hear any arguments between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
When you say see, I heard. I mean, I could hear at times in certain accommodations we'd be staying at. I could hear Amber, yeah, screaming. You know, I could hear shouting and bawling, and yeah, I could hear it going on. Yeah, but I mean, I wasn't there every single night. When we're working in the UK, there's nights maybe I'd get home because Jerry would be there. But yeah, I did hear. Yeah, definitely for a fact. I could hear sometimes the shouting and bawling. You know, it's mostly I could hear Amber screaming. You know.
All the
About how
people in the
I
chat
recognize this was years
getting
ago,
mad
but
that
can
people
you
are calling him
estimate
Irish.
for us how regularly that happened?
Just
I
want to
can't say
give them a little
regularly.
nod.
I can't say it was like every day, but you know, it got more regular. It got more often than not.
Did you ever witness any physical violence between the two of them?
No, never. I'd never seen any physical violence. It's not a thing. It's not a thing people would do in front of security. It's not a thing that would happen in front of myself or Jerry Judge or Sean Bett or something. It just wouldn't happen. It wouldn't happen. No, I never seen any physical security. I never seen any hands-on. No.
Okay, what do you mean you never saw any hands-on?
Well, I never seen any slapping or grabbing or punching or hitting. I've never seen any of that physically. I tell you what, there was an instance, maybe two incidents that come to my mind. One incident was on a private plane. I can't recall if it was a domestic flight or an international flight. I'm sitting, Johnny and Amber, or Johnny, whoever he's flying with, will sit up at the foretable up aft, and myself and my colleagues will sit down the forward end of the plane. So I usually look up the fuselage that way, with my back to the nose. Amber had her back to me, Johnny sitting across the table, and there's a bit of bickering going on. I can't hear because, you know, you're talking about jetcraft. I can't actually hear, and it's more animated than verbal. And I see a lighter, a plastic lighter, bounce off his chest. Boom, bounce off his chest. So right away I think, well, this is going to escalate. Or it's either going to go one way or the other. I don't think it came to much. I remember Johnny just sort of, you know, smirking and looking away as if to say, you know, well, what is that? It kind of attitude, you know. And Johnny tips his hat, puts his head against the window, and whoa, I'm out, you know. Another time, I was at the loft apartment. I was in the security room in the loft apartments with a security guard called. Do you know what? I can't recall if it was Sean Bett or a guy called Donovan. Anyway, I got the text. I was down there to pick him up to go to the West Hollywood accommodation, and I got the text.
Objection to the extent he's going to talk about what the text is. That's hearsay.
You can just tell us what you observed without recounting the contents of the text.
Okay. I'm instructed to go and get Johnny, and because we're leaving.
Objection. He just said what he was instructed to do.
All right, I'll sustain the objection if you can.
What did you do after you received the text?
I go to the loft apartment. The door's ajar slightly, just a we call a crack in the door. push the door open and I go in, shouting. There's a bit of shouting going on. I can't hear. I'm in the wrong area of the apartment. But as I turn to the left into the more of the lounge area, there's a soda can. I don't know if it's a Coca-Cola or a Sprite or I don't know what it was. But it's launched from the mezzanine. And Johnny's had this huge TV, the biggest TV I've ever seen, in fact, but this, and it's on this mechanical arm, which is an actual piece of artwork that Johnny had got commissioned. And anyway, this big mechanical arm holds this TV. So this can of pop, you're going to call it pop, smashes on that, but by force, let me add, because it made a bang, boom. And all I can hear is it spraying all over the place. Johnny has already got his jacket on and a bag over his shoulder. That's why he's called me in, because we're leaving. I just pick up the other bags, pick up the 2 bags, put my hand through Johnny's arm and say, right, boss, we're leaving. We walk out the door. And we go. Halfway to the West Hollywood, Johnny's already calmed down, he's like, man, can you...
Objection to the extent he's talking, what Mr. Depp is saying.
All right, I'll sustain that objection. Continue.
If you have, I think we can move on.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Next question.
Just to clarify, Mr. Connelly, when the soda can was launched from the mezzanine, where was Mr. Depp in relation to where the soda can landed?
Probably 10 feet, maybe 10 feet back from that. 10 feet back from that.
Okay, and just to make sure we're on the same page, when you refer to the loft apartments, what are you referring to?
The downtown LA Eastern Building.
Okay. What was did you form any understanding as to where, as to who had thrown the soda can?
Objection, speculation.
Okay, hold on, sir.
Speculation, foundation.
I'm just asking if you formed an understanding, and he can state the basis for that if he did.
If you want to lay a foundation.
Did you, to your knowledge, was Ms. Heard present in the apartment at the time?
Objection leading.
Yes.
I'll allow
I could
it.
hear her. I never seen her physically, but I could hear her voice. Yes.
And where did could you tell where her voice was coming from?
Upstairs, just upstairs.
Okay.
She wasn't on the lower apartment with us, so I can only imagine she was upstairs.
Other than the cigarette lighter and the soda can, anything else similar to that you observed?
No, I can't say no.
Did you ever observe any physical injuries on Ms. Heard?
Never, no.
How about on Mr. Depp?
Yeah, yes. It started off with maybe a scratch once in a while, a swelling, but it got more. It got more. Yeah, I'm not talking. He was marked every week or every 2 weeks, but yeah, he sustained marks. Yeah, definitely. He was getting marked.
And can you describe for us what you can remember?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we
Okay, all right. Hold on, Mr. Connelly, for a minute.
Help.
Okay.
Help. Helps.
Yeah.
Who is he? Why is he testifying? What has he said?
Kurt's having a hard time with the accent.
Help.
So there's an argument between Amber Heard and Johnny Depp in which it appears that from the position he could see he could see a can flying from where he understood Amber to be to Johnny, basically saying she threw a metal can at him.
Okay.
But I missed where and when this was, unfortunately.
So, Mr. Connelly, you can
Sound
you
like
can
that the
continue
penthouses.
responding. I think the question was just, can you generally describe for us what you remember about the marks you saw on Mr. Depp?
Yes. As I was saying, in the prison service, you're taught to pick up, log in your mind, mental logging in your mind, marks, bruises, bully patterns, stuff. What I noticed straight away was most of these marks and most of these things through my training is happening in the left-hand side of his face, and it would be scratches on his neck, maybe a fat lip in the corner, maybe a bruising on the eye socket. Dull impacts, you know, except for obviously the scratches, maybe on his left ear. Sometimes it'd be two marks, 2 lines, 2 trams, 1. Yeah, you know, yeah. It was getting more regular. As I say, not every week, but it was definitely happening. Yeah.
Can we see plaintiff's exhibit 162, please? And Mr. Connelly, are you able to see the picture on, I assume you can see it on your screen.
Yeah, just give me a second, please. Yeah, hi, yeah.
And do you...
yeah, I know that picture. I took that picture.
You took the
pictures on the audit. Yeah, I took the picture.
Can you just quickly tell us what this picture is?
This picture is Miss Heard and Johnny's honeymoon on the Orient Express on the East Line from Bangkok to Singapore. You travel through Malaysia, stopping at Kuala Lumpur and a few other places on the way down. And that is in the dining coach, I think. Yeah, dining coach, that's what that is. The guy on the left there with the silver band around he's the waiter. He's the waiter with the detail to look after us. The guy in the bow tie, he's guest relations manager.
Mr. Connelly, just hold on one second. Before we
native
continue
speakers,
describing
this
the
is
document,
difficult.
I'd move for the admission of
Native English
plaintiff's
speakers,
trial
yeah.
exhibit 162 and that it be published to the jury.
Any objection?
I'd like to approach it.
Okay.
They approached the bench.
It appears so. For perspective, this is a light Scottish accent.
You can publish it.
True. I mean, have you guys seen Fight Club?
All right, and Mr. Connelly, I apologize for cutting you off, but could you just
I mean,
continue
not Fight Club. What am I
to
thinking of?
describe for us what we're looking at in this picture?
The other one with Brad
Yeah,
Pitt.
as I said, the guy in the bow tie, he's guest relations manager. He was detailed to, you know, fix us up anything we needed, you know, to excursions and transports and stuff. Then it's Miss Heard. The guy, that's the chef who looked after this. He cooked for us. He's a great chef, by the way. Yeah, he looked after us, and that's Johnny. And I also noticed, if you look at that picture, like I said, on the left-hand side, under his eye, there's a swelling. And you see a swelling just on the left-hand side of his nose and under his left eye.
And what do you interpret that swelling to be?
What do I interpret it as? That's either he's walked into a door,
Don't
or
really
a
know.
door's walked into him.
To be honest, Angela, sorry.
Can you tell us anything? And we can take this down, I think. Thank you. Mr. Connelly, can you tell us, well, first of all, what do you recall what year Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard went on their honeymoon in the picture we were just looking at?
That would, is it, I don't know, is it 2013? 2013?
Okay, and were you, well, you testified that you took the picture, so you were there, I assume?
Absolutely, yes.
What can you tell us about that trip generally, and particularly focused on how Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were interacting with each other?
Started off good. Johnny's cabin was maybe 15 meters down the corridor from mine. There was no cabins in between. That was like storerooms, like blankets and cutlery and stuff. So the cabin was quite not a big massive distance, but it wasn't like the trip started fine, absolutely fine. I think it was 5 days maybe. 2 days, 3 days into the trip, I can see Johnny going down. I can see him coming down. He's just not enjoying this. He's not enjoying this. But I can't. It's not my business to step in and that. I just do my job. But I can see he's not enjoying this. He's not happy. He's not happy.
Did you ever observe any arguments between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard in this time frame?
Just not arguments, but some frostiness. Miss Heard sort of demanded that we have our own dining cart, if you like. So me doing my job, I inquire to the guest relations guy there that you've seen in the photograph, and he quite rightly tells me that there's other
Objection,
VIPs
hearsay.
in the
Objection,
train.
hearsay.
All right. Objection to hearsay. All right.
I think we can move on.
Okay, I'll
Yeah.
sustain the objection. Next question.
All right, so Mr. Connelly, well, taking a step back for a minute and changing topics slightly, have you ever seen Mr. Depp use any drugs? I don't think
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Yes, I've seen him smoke marijuana. I had my suspicions. I have my suspicions that when he goes off to the bathroom, he probably does a bit of cocaine. I've never seen him do it. As Mr. Depp would never do a line or anything of cocaine in front of me, or Jerry Judge, or Sean Bett, or anybody. Mr. Johnny Depp would never compromise my license, my position, and embarrass me like that. It wouldn't happen. So to answer to your question, I've seen him smoke weed, yes.
you noticed any particular, what changes, if any, have you noticed in his behavior when he's under the influence of marijuana?
To be honest,
Lita, I gotta go.
A bit more,
Okay.
a bit
See ya.
more relaxed, no sort of uptight. But he's not out of his head. He's perfectly functioning. I mean, you can talk about anything, any conversation you want to talk about. He's neither up nor down with that. He really isn't. He's got a very high tolerance for any substance, Johnny. I would say so. I think Jack Sparrow's more drunk than Johnny Depp. to be honest.
So, okay, so that's marijuana. What about alcohol? Same question.
Not hating on his accent. I absolutely adore it.
And the last, I would say the last couple of years, that's dropped drastically as well. It's in my last year with Johnny, it's quite actually rare now. Not rare, but he's not a big boozer now. He's not a boozer now. He's not. And he was never out of his head in wine. He was never, I think I've seen him drunk in the 20 odd years I've been with Johnny. I think I've seen him drunk twice. And but when I say drunk, I mean drunk. Other than that, there's not a lot of difference in Johnny's demeanor or behavior. Well, you're drinking alcohol or smoking weed,
And that's Scottish drunk.
And
so
finally,
we know it really means it.
Same question for the time periods when you formed the suspicion that he was under the influence of cocaine.
Sorry, what was that? Sorry, could you ask me that again?
What changes in his behavior, if any, did you observe on those occasions when you suspected but didn't know for sure that he was under the influence of cocaine?
Well, again, due to the training I had in the HMP prison service, it just seemed a bit more, I don't know, happier, up, not so down, But I wouldn't say he's not leaping around kicking his heels or anything. You pick his guitar up and then he gets right into his guitar, and there's no major changes really. He's fine.
Now, you mentioned you traveled with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard on their honeymoon on the Orient Express. Where else have you traveled with them?
Well, all over the world, Japan, China, Germany. I've been all over the States. Went to an interesting place, Hicksville. That's an interesting story. Yeah, all over the world. Australia. Went to Australia. As far away as that.
And let's take that one at a time. Hicksville, you said?
Yeah, Hicksville. Yeah, it's funky. I remember it. I remember Hicksville because it was a funky. It's a real funky place, you know. With Amber and Johnny, they've decided they're going to go to Hicksville for a day and a night, I think it was. So we all off the trot. Amber and her friends all head off, and Amber travelled with Johnny, but her friends all head off. I followed. Johnny wanted to drive his own. They got a beautiful big customised Plymouth. I think it's a 58 or 50. I don't, not an expert, but they had to customise. So he wanted to drive this car. Myself and his assistant at the time, Nathan Holmes, we use another of Johnny's cars and we follow behind. We get to Joshua Tree, Hicksville. Stunning as you can imagine, but it's done in a very funky theme. All the caravans are different themes. You know, like mine was an old railway caboose with the old fairground fortune teller head that turns around and stuff, all that kind of stuff. Johnny's and Amber's caravan were maybe about 15 meters from mine, maybe 20 meters, and that was done in like the 1950s style, you know, like kitschy 1950s kind of thing. And the rest of the caravans were all, you know, like zombies coming out the ground, and it was craziness. Anyway, we go there. There's a lot of booze. All the booze comes up. Party starts. Well, sort of sitting around in the sun, messing around. Party starts. So there's loads of booze and weed, and I think there's mushrooms, some psychedelic mushrooms. That's going around. But the night gets a bit ruined as I'm watching exactly what's all happening. Everybody's happy, you know. Johnny, Amber, everybody's happy. As I'm watching what's happening, I can see Johnny and Amber getting a bit animated, and they were probably about maybe 25 feet from me. So I approach, and I've been working with Johnny that long. I don't have to really say anything. I only have to look at his face, and Johnny can talk to me through his face. He doesn't need to say a word. So I know what's happening. So, and I say in a low voice, guys, let's keep this private. Let's start walking towards the caravan. Let's, take this away from here. As I'm walking ahead, going ahead, I can hear sort of, bickering behind me. Johnny's trying to talk in his, low tone, keep things a bit quiet. But Amber's getting a bit more loud, a bit more narky, So anyway, I get them to the caravan, I put them inside, and I go to my caravan. That's it. Don't hear anything, don't see anything until the next morning. We sit around the pool, a couple of hours, and we head back to LA.
What prompted you to?
Mr. Moniz, before you have a lot of direct still left in this matter?
Not terribly much more, maybe 10 to 15 minutes.
Take our afternoon break then. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take your 15-minute afternoon break, and then we'll come back and continue with the testimony, okay? Don't do any outside research and don't talk to anybody.
My outside research would be, what did he say? Anyone get that?
Yeah.
It's,
No, I mean,
it's not
it's
necessarily that his accent is so bad; it's that the volume is so soft. It's really, at least to
All
my
right,
ear,
Mr.
I
Connelly,
really
I'm
have
going
to
to put you in the
strain to
lobby
hear it. If
for
it
a
wasn't
break.
so
Okay, I'm
low,
going to come
I
back
wouldn't be having such
and
a
put
hard
you back
time.
in about
yeah,
4:20
yeah.
our
It's
time. Okay,
his
in
mic
about
quality
17
too.
minutes. About 17 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, sir. All right, just don't
Is that
discuss your
okay?
test.
Okay, Your Honor.
All right, just don't discuss your testimony with anybody till then. Okay.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
All right.
Give me a second here. Okay.
And the poor does the I hope the I don't even know if the court transcriptionist has to take this down or not because it's already taken down from the deposition. They have to take it down again.
Okay.
What
Alrighty.
this is live.
Oh, is it?
Oh, what's happening?
Okay,
Yeah.
so the poor stenographer in the courtroom has to be able to hear this and transcribe this.
Yeah, yeah. There's going to be a lot of like revisions to that as they go
Yeah.
back through and say, okay, wait. Because basically what they do is they go phonetically, and they have a stenographer's keyboard is very, very strange. I don't know if you guys have ever looked
I've
at
seen
one.
it.
But it's gonna. They're usually what they do is they just kind of go through, and then they have to kind of go back and make it look like real words. Money for more cat. Yeah. We have the other little kitty that normally is not in here because she does not like Indy. So Indy is normally with me, and somehow little Astra is in here somewhere under one of the pieces of furniture. So if you guys hear her meowing, that is Astra. So we'll see if maybe she shows up.
The good news for the court reporter is she can plug directly hardline into audio for the court audio, and she has the ability to adjust the different mics in her own
Yeah.
ears.
Yeah. This witness was for Johnny's side. He's one of Johnny's witnesses. So we are still in Johnny's case in chief.
Yeah, I couldn't hear him. I wanted to hear the accent. I love that accent.
Yeah, me too. And so I think there were some people in the chat that were getting a little I don't know if angry is the right word, but
A little
just
chippy.
a little irritated with the the idea that we were all kind of chirping about the accent. But it's honestly, like, at least for me anyway, I love it. I think it's a wonderful
The
accent.
chat was having a grand old time trying to determine which country it was from. There was guesses all over the map.
Yeah. Well, I think after a while people were just trolling. Like as soon as I saw somebody say French, that's when I was like, okay, clearly this person's not from France. The last 4 hours have been this last witness. This was a security guard for Johnny, and then before that we had a CPA that was the salty CPA on Johnny's behalf. So it was good.
Was that from the ACLU? That donation stuff?
The donation that he was talking about was to the ACLU, yes. Or actually, no. The ones that were the $100,000 ones, those were to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. Those were remember how in response to the statement that Amber made to the public, Johnny said, "Oh, okay, you're making the statement, you're breaking the NDA. I'm going to send the money directly to them in your name, and you're not going to see it and benefit from the taxes or whatever." So. This is just kind of showing that he was directed to this last CPA was the one who was directed to make the payments, and then he got chewed out by the attorneys from the other side, he said. So
I was actually around a little bit this morning, but you didn't see me.
Oh, were you in the chat?
It was no big deal, but then I had a hearing, so hence the tie and all that business.
Okay. Alrighty, let me actually I'll save this one.
The CPA also verified that Amber has a rather expensive wine habit.
Yes, that was the other thing. That was very, very interesting to get. He's like, yeah. He had a considerable budget for wine while they were married, and after the divorce, suddenly that went down to zero because apparently he doesn't really drink much. So that was very, very interesting. So okay. Let's get some questions here, shall we? Jason Henshaw says, does Amber Heard's financial situation as mentioned in the depo play a role? And if so, can JD's team request personal financial records? The argument could be she's only filing suit as a money grab. Well, I mean, you can get into her financial records so long as it's related to one of the issues in the case, either that she has put something at issue or because it's needed to either prove a claim or rebut some kind of a claim. But I think they probably were able to look into her finances as far as like any of the donations that she may have made, because that goes to her honesty related to all, like, the whole setup and the hoax and stuff. So I think they probably were able to get into it. Nick Peterson says, say it was Elon that made the payment. Is it Amber that gets to use it as a charitable donation tax write-off? I don't know. We're getting into tax land, and I am not a tax lawyer. So
Yes, let's not go to tax land.
yeah. It's like, working in a firm that did like trust and estates in California, like anytime someone would have a tax question, we'd be like, we got to refer you to a tax lawyer, because our professional liability insurance would be through the roof if we started advising on tax matters.
Oh yeah.
So that's usually my response is a tax question I can't answer. But I mean, generally speaking, yeah, I just don't know. I don't know enough on that question. Rebel X Waltz says, do you think Heard will be unlikely to find work, not because of canceling, but because she seems to be a huge liability to everyone in her orbit? I mean, there's a little bit of overlap between those two universes, right? But yeah, I mean, could be if she's deemed to be, difficult to work with, or other reasons as well. There's all kind of reasons why she would start to
I
lose
think
work.
she'll have problems going forward from here. I mean, that's just a gut reaction. It's not like I know anything, but that's my thought.
Yeah, I would not be surprised. So, here's a question for you, Law Talk with Mike. Doesn't JD's outfit for today remind you of Kim Blandino?
Kim Blandino always wore an ascot to court.
Nice. Alrighty. So got some just comments here, and then we'll get to the next question. Okay. Carolyn says, so if they come back with her guilty of defamation, then can Doug Stanhope get her? Oh, okay. Wait, actually, I think we already answered this one about Doug Stanhope. Johan Rosen says, what happened with the divorces lawyer Depo? Second part for the Depp side. And hello from Sweden. Great work on this panel. The panel are doing the commentary way. High five and high 10 for Nate's cap shield, 120K. Yay. Congrats, Bites. Thank you. Thank you so much. So as far as the other, we were all under the impression that that they were going to show more of her deposition video for just to get into those details, but maybe we were mistaken. Maybe we I don't know. But they may be done with it, or it may be a scheduling thing to rearrange around people, because obviously this is a live witness here, even though he's not in the courtroom and he's all the way in the UK. Shout out to everybody in the UK right now who's watching at night. But this is not like a normal court time for somebody in the UK, obviously. So there could be some scheduling issues there too, possibly. So there's always Starbucks employment. Oh no. Any commentators reserving judgment until the end of trial? Well, I mean, we're all kind of throwing our thoughts out there, right?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You always reserve judgment. You don't know what the defense hasn't even opened their case.
Yeah.
If we're at least into town with a pile of evidence that we're not aware of. Sure, it changes everyone's mind.
Yeah. Exactly. Well, and that's the thing too, is that, like, even though we have an opinion as to how things are going, I've always maintained that I am, at this point, I am very much like Team Johnny. I really think that he's in the right here. However, I still have maintained that if I see something that is damning evidence that is enough to be big enough, I'll change my mind. Like I always reserve that right, and I feel like, I don't know, maybe it's just because I try to do that. I prefer if everyone else did. So let me capture this. Okay, next question. What about the part where he said now Johnny's 100K is attributed to Amber Heard's credit? Would that show they were trying to screw Johnny before? I am not. I can't. I'm not sure. I picked up on the nuance that you did.
Yeah.
But
I can't follow.
basically, I think that they basically were they were willing to put that towards Amber's amount, just because they were getting money, right? This is a 501c3 getting a money donation. So hey, sure, yeah, we'll apply it that way if you want. Let's see, next question. Oh, let's see. I've got to bring this one up. Andy the game maker, my brother. Andy the matchmaker is here for Law Talk with Mike and Paulina, the real love story of this trial. I think you may have missed it, Mike. There was a super chat for you the other day, and I couldn't get to it until after you were gone, I think.
Oh
maybe.
no.
But it was I think she wanted to know if you were married.
There are things that shall not be discussed.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Oh man. Okay.
But message me, Paulina.
Ooh, okay, there you go. There you go. Matchmaker Andy is at it again. He's the one who's kind of responsible for me and Mr. Bytes meeting. So so he takes some pride in that. Elizabeth Perry says, have any of you guys heard the new conspiracy theory that Elon is paying for Amber Heard's legal team, and that's maybe why they aren't the best choice for this case? Love you all. Thank you. The legal
I
team,
would
I
doubt
think
that.
Yeah.
I think I mean, I don't know. Like, I am not in touch with this stuff, but I think he regrets any relationship here.
Yeah. Yeah.
And sort of embarrassed and just wants distance from it. I don't think he'd be involved.
Yeah. I think I would agree with that assessment, because it's who wants to be part of a very messy, dramatic trial, right?
Right.
So Alexandra Fonseca says, what do you make of Franco and Elon? No testimony. I think it's probably more of a nothing burger than a lot of people are thinking. I mean, especially Elon, he hasn't been properly served a subpoena. He hasn't been in a deposition even. So there's all kinds of reasons why that would be the case for him. Franco is more of a question, because I think he actually was deposed, according to the chat earlier. Just taking that on trust, but
what does it really add to the case? I mean, aside from interest, I get it in star power.
Well,
that's fun, but like in terms
it
of
could
proving or
confirm-
disproving elements of the case, what does it add?
It could confirm that Johnny had proper suspicions that she was cheating on him, because suspicions of infidelity, making accusations of infidelity could tend towards abuse. It could be a factor towards him being an abuser towards her if it's unfounded. But if there are reasons for it, then
wait.
that would be.
Are you suggesting that they're going to use it against, like, she's cheating on him, so he must have abused her over it?
No. It would be good for Johnny, because it would be saying, okay, we've heard that he's sort of insinuated in the past about her cheating. Then it would say he had reason for it because she actually was cheating on him.
Although now you say, I know that actually is a good argument. You could say, he's rational in disbelief. And she's not, and she's also trying to justify her actions, so she's using this as manipulation. On the other hand, if I represented Amber Heard, I'm just that guy. I would be like, yeah, he was irritated because she was cheating on him, so that's why he did it.
Yeah.
There's also Nate also played the video that showed.
I can't help it. I'm an attorney.
Nate played the video that showed that Amber and Franco saw each other the day after one of these alleged events.
Oh,
yeah.
So they would be able to confirm.
Yeah. Daniel Tuvok says, hey, listening in from Hungary, what do you guys think about this trial's possible impact on the Me Too movement? I almost feel bad rooting for JD, since I feel it might become a go-to example for questioning victims of abuse. I mean, there will be those that will question it. There are those that already questioned and dislike the Me Too movement. However, at the same time, I think that you can also take a look at this case and say, this is somebody who is hijacking the Me Too movement. The Me Too movement has also been victimized by Amber Heard. It's like, she's like Regina George. Who raise your hand if you have been victimized by Amber Heard? And the Me Too movement could potentially raise its hand, because she's, for exactly that reason, right? I mean, there are people with legitimate claims, and I understand the concern that this is something that that there are those that would question it, but I don't know. You could look at it multiple ways. I really think. So I don't know how you guys feel about that one.
Men can be victims too. That's the other part of this that I think is really important. Is it does
Of course,
highlight
yeah.
very high profile, and I see it all the time. Men are often victims of abuse. They never say anything, and it's almost impossible to prove. This is the one showcase case where you can see this happens to us too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Another question. Wendy's Cafe says, do you think that Amber Heard is doing this to try to abuse JD even more than she already has? She has a really smug "I got you again" look on her face through all this. Well, remember, she's the defendant, so she was the first one to be pulled into court, not by her own will. So I don't know that I would go that far in that one. Next question is Loves Wiener Dog says, survey, if Johnny wins this case and is awarded money, will he donate it all to charity? I think he will. Possibly. That would be quite a flex move, wouldn't it? Calman Ground says, are there forensic experts who can help prove deep fakes and photoshops? I don't know. Have you guys ever dealt with anything like that before?
Yeah, they'll get into the metadata on the photo and all that stuff. I mean, it's rare because you usually don't have to, but there are times when that comes up, and yes, that you can find people who will go through and see if anything's been done.
Yeah. Well, I do expect there to be some expert testimony here on photo metadata if we do actually see Amber's photos, because we actually haven't seen any of her photos just yet. I mean, perhaps text messages from her phone, but we haven't seen any photos that she has provided of her face. We saw the one on like Us Weekly or People Magazine or something like that, but they could kind of skirt it that way. But none of the ones that were just like the original photo. So
yeah, that's sort of telling in of itself, because they are probably nervous because all these photos have a bunch of metadata. So if I'm not saying she's doing it, but I would be reluctant to have my client turn over a bunch of photos with metadata, given all the claims that have been made, because something could contradict your prior claims.
Yeah.
Do we have a ruling from the judge on that motion for sanctions?
Probably, but it hasn't been uploaded to the Fairfax County website. That's the things I love the fact that they have put those up, but they haven't been fully consistent with all of them. And guys, just so you know, as far as these super chats are concerned, I am not going to be able to get to all of these today, so I'm going to be doing a super chat catch up tomorrow. So if you don't see your question talked about today, it will be addressed tomorrow. So if it's just a statement, I'm going to flash it on the screen like I've been doing here, like this one. So otherwise, but if there's a question, if you want it to be addressed, especially, please flag it by putting Q or the word question first, and then I'll reserve it. But any super chats, I'm trying to default by reserving unless it's a comment like this one. And if we don't catch it today, we'll catch it tomorrow for sure. At some point, I'll announce it on all the social media platforms, so keep an eye out for it. But also, if it was more of a comment than a question and you haven't seen it flash, it's because I've saved it. So.
All right. Mr. Connelly, can you hear me okay?
I can, yes.
Can you just count to 5 for me, please?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. Next question.
Interesting.
All right, Mr. Connelly, we were talking about Hicksville there, and you made a comment that you had suggested to Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard that they keep it private or something along those lines.
I did, yes.
My question is just, what prompted you to make that suggestion?
Well, it was getting kind of animated. It was getting animated, and no one wants to see their airs of dirty laundry in public.
Were they both animated?
More so Amber. Johnny, yes, but more so Amber.
Do you remember anything in particular that Ms. Heard was saying at the time?
I don't recall, no. As I say, it wasn't really coherent. It was more the animation, the head movements and the stern looks and stuff that prompted me to do what I have to do,
Shifting gears a little bit, you listed out various places that you traveled with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, and I think you listed Japan, Germany, Hicksville, and Australia. Do I have that right?
Correct, yes.
When were you in Australia?
That'll be 2015, Pirates 5.
And what were you doing in Australia?
My job. In that occasion, I flew out first. I usually fly out first to do the advance. The advance includes the check-in and accommodation. Not so much accommodation because Nathan Holmes, Ben King, and the chef called Russell, they would already been at the home, and got that sorted out. My main concern was locations, transport, local security, drivers, making sure all that's in line before Johnny gets there. Jerry Judge would have travelled with Johnny into Australia. On arrival, I would have picked them up at the airport, as we do, take them to the house or whatever accommodation we're staying in, and I would have peeled off. I'd have left it at that, went back to my apartment. Johnny would have been in, maybe it could be up to a week for makeup, costume before any shooting starts, in which time it gives me a time to run around some locations, the studio, check out the studio, the locations, as well as be around for if Johnny wants to go for dinner at night anywhere. I would check out these places as well.
Mr. Connelly, I'm sorry, I just had a little trouble hearing you there. Might be the connection, but could you speak maybe just a little bit slower? I'm sorry.
Okay, as I say, my job in Australia is just to secure all the advance. So I would check out, make sure the local drivers are there, all the cars are in order, the accommodations in order, the locations for shooting are all safe, liaison with production, what's expected of them. I would pick him up at the airport when he arrives, take him to the accommodation, peel off, go and check out a few restaurants in case he wants to go out. And if nothing's happening, stand down for that evening.
Does anything stand out to you about your time in Australia in 2015?
Yeah, Johnny lost a finger. One afternoon I was instructed to go to Johnny's accommodation.
Objection, and can we just approach
Okay,
from the-
all right. Hold on just a minute, Mr. Connelly.
Won't be silent. Said, will it come out? Donations from various donors made because of direct publicity from her op-ed will be credited towards her $3.5 million pledge. Did she financially benefit from the op-ed from credited donations in her name? Well, maybe at least reputationally, and then that can contribute to more work, etc. There's plenty of arguments that can be made for that.
All right, Mr. Connelly, please continue, but as you go, please avoid discussing the substance of any communications that you had with Mr. Depp or his security, and just focus on what you observed.
Okay. I arrive at Johnny's accommodation with my driver, Andrew. I noticed that there's an SUV, one of the security, the RST, resident security team. One of their vehicles is sitting outside the door with no driver. So I just assumed there's a security car there, but no driver. As I approach the door, I hear a muffled shouting and screaming and quite muffled though, because the entrance to this house, there's a massive oak door. I mean, it's huge, and it's got to be about 25 mil thick. So I open it, and it's chaos. It's screaming and shouting, but all I can see with my eyes is Johnny. He's wearing a jacket, a hat, and a bag with his notebooks. I always know that bag because it's a grey canvas bag. And he's sort of, nursing one hand. So I'm saying, well, hey, what's going on? And it's screaming and shouting. It's madness. Amber's irate. I mean, tenacious. It's crazy stuff. Johnny's, shouting back. So I've said, Johnny, let's go. Let's get out, that's my job, to remove him from a situation. Let's get out. I do a couple of steps with him. Johnny, give me 5 minutes, Mal. 5 minutes. Well, he's the boss, There's no bullets flying. So, okay, give him 2 minutes. I said, let's go. Eventually, I get him out. I managed to get him outside the door. We go downstairs. But Amber appears from somewhere. Now, I don't know if Amber was upstairs or in the room to the left or wherever, but she appears and she's screaming, berating him. She's basically berating him. Yeah, fuck off, she's saying, Johnny. Yeah, that's what you do. Fuck off. That's what you do all the time. That's all you ever do is fuck off. You fuck off with your guys. You're fucking coward. That's what you fucking do. You fucking coward. Yeah, fuck off with your guys. You big man. All that shit that goes with it. Gets him downstairs.
He's worse than Elaine.
This time Amber's on the threshold of the accommodation. She's screaming, fuck off, you fucking coward. That kind of words, And I get him into the car, and I want to sit in the same. I usually sit in the front seat shotgun, but I want to sit in the same seat at the back, so I can have a look what's going on here and have a chat and have a talk. But when I get around the car, the driver's not locked the door, so he's out the door again, and he's making his way back up the stairs. I get back round again. By the time I get to the top, there's two concrete stairs to the front door. He's just crossing the threshold, and the screaming starting again. Excuse me. Amber is screaming again. Johnny, let's go. And this time it's a wee bit more force, and I managed to actually basically pull him out of the place. Get him into the car. Doors are locked this time. Into the car. We take off. I got him back to my apartment using, a sort of secret way through the underground car park and service lifts. I get him up to my apartment. Get him into my apartment. Start washing his hand, basic triaging his hand, washing it, first aid. It's a mess. His finger's just a mess. It's like one of them cartoon exploding cigars. I always think in my mind that one of them cigars that blow up, the cartoons, boom. And it's so flapping around. And I can see bone. There's bone there. It's smashed to bits. And he's wincing as I'm trying to wash his hand. Anyway, I sit him down and I phoned Debbie the nurse, who's living in the same apartment block as me. So that's my first thing, phone Debbie. Phone Debbie. About 20 minutes later, if that, I don't recall, maybe 25, maybe half an hour. But she turns up with Dr. Kipper. So Dr. Kipper does his thing. Nurse Debbie dresses it all, but Kipper is saying, right, this we have to go to the hospital with this. There's no other way. We have to go to the hospital. This has to be seriously looked at. We get to the hospital, and that's when that's when his treatment started,
Okay. When you were in the presence of Mr. Depp and Miss Heard in the house in Australia, how far away were you from Miss Heard?
When I first entered the house, Miss Heard wasn't visible to me. Only Johnny. It's only when we started to leave, Miss Heard appeared, and she's probably, well, you're talking 3 feet.
Did you observe any injuries on Ms. Heard?
No injuries. No injuries.
I'm sorry, what was your answer?
No injuries. None.
Other than the injury to his finger, did you observe any injuries on Mr. Depp?
No. 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 Well, I say no. You know, there was a mark in his face, and I didn't know what that was, so I never really put it down too much. But in the hospital, I took a photograph, and when I look at that photograph, I can see 2 injuries. When we're sitting in the car,
hold on, Mr. Khan.
Objection to the extent he's going to be talking about what the mark is on his, since he didn't see what happened and he's not a doctor, we can't describe what.
That's fine, Your Honor. We
can move on. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Next question.
I think you've generally described for us the kinds of things Ms. Heard was saying. How would you describe her overall demeanor when she and Mr. Depp were in each other's presence in the house in Australia?
Good days and bad days.
I'm sorry, I mean on that particular day.
On that particular day, I had never seen him in the house on that particular day. The only time I seen Miss Heard and Johnny in that house is when I arrived there to extract them.
And how did Miss Heard seem to you when you saw her on that day when you arrived to extract him?
Crazy. Fierce, fierce.
Okay. What was the last thing Miss Heard said as you were taking Mr. Depp out of the house to go to your apartment and then the hospital?
Yeah, the last words I recall hearing as I'm getting Johnny out is, yeah, just fuck off with your guys, you fucking coward like you always do.
All right. I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
That got strong.
Yeah, I realized my mic was muted. I just was telling Victor, thank you for the super chat. I'll answer it later, but I wanted to thank him because it was a very generous one.
Mr. Connelly, you still work for Mr. Depp?
I do, yeah.
Okay. And you've worked for him now for about 18 years?
No.
Well, 2 years ago, you said you worked for him for 16 years, so 2 more years would be 18.
No,
now.
I worked with him. I didn't work for him. I worked for a guy called Jerry Judge in Music and Arts. Johnny Depp never paid me. Johnny Depp started paying me 2 years ago.
Okay, so now you were working. Jerry Judge was your boss until he passed away. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and now you get paid directly by Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
You're paid a salary by Mr. Depp?
No.
Yeah. And Mr. Depp's also provided you gifts, correct?
Gifts?
Gifts. Money,
Yes.
gifts. Yeah.
No. Yes, Johnny's gave me gifts. I've given Johnny gifts.
And she's given you gifts over $8,500, correct?
$8,500.
Yeah.
He gave me a lot more than that.
Okay. And you're loyal to Mr. Depp, right?
And he's like, whatever. Who cares?
Yes, of course I'm loyal to Mr. Depp. I'd be loyal to you if I was working for you.
Okay.
I'd be loyal to you if I was
Now,
working for you.
going to Australia, you
Very
said you went
honest.
to Australia in 2015 with Mr. Depp, correct? Or you went before Mr. Depp, but you were there to work for Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
And Jerry Judge was also there?
Not when I arrived, no.
But Jerry Judge was eventually in Australia, correct?
Correct.
And Nathan Holmes was also in Australia as well, right?
Correct.
And Mr. Depp came to Australia in February of 2015, correct?
Correct.
And when Mr. Depp first came to Australia, Amber was not with Mr. Depp, right?
I don't recall. If Amber arrived with Johnny or Amber arrived later.
You don't know one way or the other?
No.
And Mr. Depp stayed in a house in Australia, correct?
Correct.
And you and the security team were about 40 minutes away from the house Mr. Depp was renting, correct?
25, 30. 20, well, 30, 40. Yeah, you're correct. If it's a traffic day, yeah, 40 minutes at most.
And alcohol was in the house in Australia, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Depp consumed alcohol before Amber arrived in Australia, isn't that right?
Yeah, he would have done, yes.
Okay. And you know if Mr. Depp consumed illegal drugs before Amber arrived in Australia?
I'm going to object to speculation.
I wouldn't know.
Overruled. I'll allow it. Go ahead.
And do you know if Mr. Depp spent any time with Marilyn Manson in Australia before Amber arrived?
Don't recall. I don't recall Marilyn Manson being there.
So you don't. So as Mr. Depp's security, you don't know if Mr. Depp was with Marilyn Manson at any time?
I left Australia to smuggle 2 dogs back out of Australia back to.
No. I'm talking about it. I'm talking about in the beginning of March 2015. You were that. You were. You don't know one way or the other.
No.
Were you seeing Mr. Depp every day? In early March 2015?
No, not at the beginning. I had other duties.
Okay. So you don't know what Mr. Depp was doing at that time, correct?
No, I wasn't with him.
Okay. And you don't know when Amber arrived in Australia, correct?
No.
Okay. But you do know that Amber stayed with Mr. Depp, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about a resident security team that was at the Australia house, is that right?
That's correct.
And were there about 4? Was there anyone from the resident security team in the house when you arrived on March 8th, 2015?
No.
Okay. And the resident security team, is it your understanding that they were there, that they were kind of guarding the house?
They would have been in the grounds, but the substantial grounds, real substantial grounds. They would have been at the grounds somewhere.
But they didn't go into the house on March 8th, correct?
I don't know. I never seen them in the house.
Okay. And so when you arrived at the house and went in, was it just Mr. Depp and Amber Heard?
Just Mr. Depp and Amber Heard.
Okay. And
There
before
may have been someone else there. I never visibly seen anyone else. I wasn't there long enough to chat to anybody.
And when you arrived at the house, you could hear a ruckus, correct?
Yes. Well, yes, I could hear. No, yeah, I could hear. Definitely hear something through the door. Yeah.
But you said the door was so thick you couldn't hear the actual words that were being said. Is that right?
No, just a shouting.
And then you went in the house and saw Mr. Depp in the foyer, correct?
Yes, correct.
And Mr. Depp was trying to urinate in the foyer, wasn't he?
No.
Mr. Depp had his penis out of his pants, didn't he?
Relevance.
I'll allow it. Next question.
And you were trying to get Mr. Depp out of the house, correct?
Correct. I was trying to get Mr. Depp out of the house, yes.
And Mr. Depp was refusing to leave the house, was he not?
The
Not
attorney's
so much
so
refused.
red.
He wanted 2 minutes to see.
That's a perfectly human
You
reaction.
took Mr. Depp's arm to try to move him out, but he broke away, isn't that right?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, so he was strong enough to break away from your grip, correct?
No.
So you had his arm and he broke away, though, correct?
No.
Isn't that what you just said?
No. I let him go.
You let go. Yes, but it wasn't
That's my
easy.
boss.
It wasn't
I'm not
easy.
going to drag him by it.
So Mr. Depp's your boss. You'll do what Mr. Depp wants, correct?
No.
It's not easy to get Mr. Depp out of the house, correct?
Not easy.
Okay. Now, can we play Exhibit 380A, which is already
That's
in
why I can do it.
evidence?
Murder a man for
Plaintiffs or defendants, I'm sorry.
It's Defendants Exhibit 380A.
It's 388.
He'll do whatever he wants.
What
You
is
have
this?
to answer no
Sorry,
to that.
what
don't
is
you?
this?
And this is a recording from Australia, and it's just of Mr. Depp.
I don't think that's in
would you-
evidence, Your
would you-
Honor.
Hold on, it's not in evidence.
Our Plaintiffs Exhibit 380A.
I don't believe there are any recordings from Australia in evidence, Your Honor.
I don't have
I
anything
think
in
this.
evidence.
There definitely is. It's just of Mr. Depp. We can.
I don't have 380 in evidence.
The subtitles have been
380A.
terrible this
Ooh,
entire trial. They're
that's
just- they're
awkward.
just Horrible.
There definitely is, Your Honor. You best know, son.
Jamie says it was ID, but never admitted.
It was never admitted. It was.
Your Honor, the recordings from Australia have other voices on them. and
We're
I
only asking
also-
for it's only the clip of Mr. Depp.
Okay, wait, a
Well,
minute,
I
I have it. It's actually plaintiffs 380A, minute 33 to 34.
What's the foundation for using it with this witness?
He was at the house.
It's in evidence,
It's in
that's
evidence.
fine.
It's funny. I think the
So you
guy
think
was
that's
actually
it,
right.
correct?
So he was
Correct.
That is
flustered.
on
That sounded like the same designation that she just said back to him. So I rescind my laughter.
And how you fucked me over and make me feel sick of myself. There's still a lot left in the day. Makes you dye your hair. I see the rose.
Did you hear that, Mr. Connelly?
I did, yes.
And that was the sort of condition Mr. Depp was in when you saw him at the house, correct?
Yes, yes,
Mr. Depp was upset and angry when you saw him at the house, correct?
absolutely, yes.
Okay. Now, did you take Mr. Depp to the hospital?
Along with others, yes.
Is it your testimony that Mr. Depp was coherent at the hospital?
Yes.
Let's show Defendant's Exhibit 370, and I'd just like you to look at something for a moment. I'm not putting it in, I'm not publishing it. I just want to show him a document. Defendant's Exhibit 370.
Your Honor, I'm going to object on foundation grounds. The witness is not even copied on this document.
I'm going to ask him a question and ask him if it refreshes his recollection. That's all I was going to ask him about. I can use any document to refresh.
Wait, if you want to approach for a second, just see what.
Is he a junior lawyer or does
I think
anyone
these are both junior associates.
Yeah.
Both of them are junior associates. Yeah, they're listed in the designations as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Baby
Baby
lawyer versus baby
Rottenborn.
lawyer.
It's Baby Rottenborn and buzzcut attorney.
I like the spiciness.
Oh yeah, we got some spice.
It's a lot of spice between these two.
Yep. Drama for our purposes.
We just got to
They
get
know
these
we're watching.
YouTube channels. They can really go at the drama.
He's also getting a little chippy with the judge.
yeah.
Baby Rottenbaum or buzzcut?
Baby Rottenbaum.
Okay.
I think he's just nervous and it's coming out that way because he sounds a bit nervous to me. I don't know about you guys.
I don't know if that's him or not, though, right? He sounded like that when he objected to himself.
Yeah.
Like if it's his just aura that he gives off.
Yeah, could be. Could just be that, it's like it takes some practice to get comfortable in a courtroom.
Oh yeah.
This is the second time so far coming up. The first time, he's known as the guy that objected to himself.
Was
poor guy.
Mr. Depp's finger was filled with dirt, grime, and paint when you saw it?
Yes.
And now you say you saw no bruises or cuts on Amber on March 8th, 2015, correct?
Yeah, he sounds nervous.
Isn't it
to
true
me.
that your main concern was Mr. Depp and getting him out of the house, correct? You
Correct.
weren't concentrating on Amber, correct?
I was close enough. If there was any marks on Amber's face, I would have picked that up in 2 minutes.
As you're
Sir, I've
trying
been trained by the Home Office.
as you're trying to pull Mr. Depp out of the house, you're scanning Amber for bruises and cuts
Not scanning, but I'm looking at it.
as you're moving Mr. Depp out of the house, correct?
Yes.
Right.
Yes. How do I know what she's going to lift?
Right.
I'm watching her. When I move a client from a bar situation, a house situation, I watch what's happening around me.
But you're not.
I know where the client is. The client's with me.
Right. The client was with you, and you're not scanning. You didn't scan Ms. Heard's body for.
I scan everything. I
You
watch
scanned everything on her
every move
body?
somebody makes. Not everything on her body.
No.
She's wearing long sleeves, from what I recall.
And at the hospital, the doctor was told that Mr. Depp cut his finger with a knife, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. And you understand that the damage at the house, Mr. Depp, at Mr. Depp's rented house amounted to about $100,000, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll allow it. That's fine. Next question.
In Hicksville, other than when you first arrived, you didn't go to the trailer that Mr. Depp and Amber were staying in, is that right?
Only when I delivered them to it.
Right. And then after you delivered them to the...
When I delivered them to it, when we first got there,
Right.
we went inside and had a look around, yeah.
But after that, you never went inside the trailer after that, correct?
Correct.
So you have no idea what went on in the trailer between Mr. Depp and Amber, isn't that right?
I was told.
But you have no idea, you don't have any personal knowledge as to what
I never
happened.
seen it.
Right.
No, I never seen it. No.
And you know, you have no idea how much damage was done to the trailer, correct? Personal
I
knowledge.
do have
of
an
the
idea.
You have no idea what happened to Amber in the trailer, isn't that right?
That's correct.
And you don't, and you talked about that there was tension between Amber and Mr. Depp. You don't know what started the fight, correct?
Correct.
Did you see Mr. Depp grab another woman's arm before they moved off to the truck, before the fight started?
No.
Okay. Were you with the company when you were you with the group?
No. I was maybe 20 feet away observing. That's my job, not to get involved. I don't sit with my clients in a personal situation. I've just observed.
Not doing this, Pamela. We're not judging anyone for that.
Now, you testified that at times you saw marks and bruises on Mr. Depp, fat lip, I think you said. You don't have dates for those times that you saw that, right?
I don't recall. No, you're
Okay.
talking. That's a long time ago. You know, it's
Right. And you testified in the UK in this. You testified in the UK, correct?
correct.
And you gave a witness statement too in the UK, correct?
Correct.
And you never testified to seeing any marks, bruises, or injuries on Mr. Depp, isn't that right? In the UK?
I wasn't asked in the UK.
But you never testified. You never testified to that, right?
I wasn't asked.
Okay. Now, you talked about a private plane that you saw a plastic lighter bounce off of Mr. Depp's chest, correct?
Correct.
And you said you saw Mr. Depp smirking and then he said, was that it? Is that right?
No.
Okay. You don't know what started the fight there, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you talked about at the lofts, I think you called it in Los Angeles, you saw a Coke can get thrown somewhere in the vicinity of Mr. Depp, correct?
I seen a can.
Right.
Not a Coke can. I couldn't tell you what can it was.
Okay. And you don't know what happened before you saw the Coke can get thrown, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you talked about this picture of that you took in Southeast Asia, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you never mentioned in the UK matter or in your witness statement, Mr. Depp having scratches and bruises on the train, correct?
I was never prompted. I was never asked.
You gave a witness statement that gave the what you saw in a relationship between Amber and Mr. Depp, and you never talked about bruises or cuts on Mr. Depp in Southeast Asia, correct?
No, I wasn't asked that.
Okay. Now, you said only Johnny could make requests for a private dining car, isn't that right?
I said that.
Only Johnny needed a private dining car. Miss Heard didn't need a private dining car, correct?
That would be correct. Oh yeah, that would definitely be correct. Yeah, okay. Only Johnny Depp would need a private dining car, but Johnny doesn't want a private dining car.
Okay. Now, you were not present in Miss Heard and Mr. Depp's cabin on the train, right?
No.
And if a fight occurred,
that's correct.
And if a fight occurred in the cabin, you'd have no way of knowing about it, right?
I wouldn't know.
And you don't know if Mr. Depp was strangling Miss Heard, do you?
No, I wouldn't know.
You don't know if Mr. Depp had his shirt wrapped around Amber's neck, do you?
Objection, speculation, cumulative.
Oh, no, I wouldn't know. The only reason I would know anything in that cabin.
No, okay, you wouldn't know. You answered, sir, you answered that.
All right.
Hi, Mom.
We can move on.
Okay.
Hi, Jonathan Dreyfus' mom.
And if we could put up, please, Plaintiff's Exhibit 120, and this is at 190, and I believe 120 has been in evidence before.
Well, I have 120A, 120B, and 120C.
So I think this would be 120D, if it.
120D?
Yeah.
Depp's baby lawyer has red M&Ms strewn all across
And
his
it would,
desk.
Mr. Connelly, I'm asking you questions about the fourth one down. Do you see that?
Yeah, it's not very clear though. I can't.
I'm going
It's
to
tiny.
objection. The document is hearsay. I don't know what the exception would be.
Okay, I'll hold, if you want to come forward, let's.
A-Train says, can this play out like other suits/countersuits where Amber Heard doesn't put forth enough evidence the judge can throw out her counterclaim before it gets sent to the jury? Continuing great coverage, by the way. Yeah, but if there's any kind of middle ground, any kind of a gray area to her case, then they're going to let it go to the jury. But it is possible. You can throw it out before it gets to the jury. Blakey says, do you think Johnny Depp is talking about his experience with DA will encourage other male victims to come forward? It might. It might. I've gotten some messages from people that have been from some men that have been through some similar experiences that have said that it has given them some great comfort. How is the jury selected in the United States, and what, if any, law education is required? Greetings from Sweden. No law education to serve on a jury. You've got your random Joe from down the street who's registered to vote. That's how they're pooled in, and then you select them based on what kind of a case you've got. You want to try to get people out that have all kinds of different biases that could potentially impact your case. If you've got, for example, you've got a case that has a lot of what was I going to say? A lot of police involved. You want to know if they like police, if they dislike the police, things like that. You want to. It depends on the case. What kind of things that you're going to be looking for.
Take it down. Mr. Connelly, you agree that Ms. Heard's been nothing but respectful and professional to you, correct?
Absolutely.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, redirect.
Mr. Connelly, very briefly, when you were in Ms. Heard's presence in the house in Australia on the day that Mr. Depp lost his fingertip, how far away were you from Ms. Heard?
That was a good way to bring up the fingertip.
On the exit, on the egress, about 3 feet, 4 feet at the most.
Can you estimate for us about how long you were in Ms. Heard's presence?
Oh, you know what? Best way to do this is think about it and count it out, okay? $15 seconds, 20 seconds.
How was the light?
Well, it's Australia. The door is massive. It's a wall of glass behind them. The light is absolutely fine. You couldn't get better.
All right, I have nothing further.
All right. Is this a witness subject to recall?
I think so. Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Connelly, since you're subject to recall, did not discuss your testimony with anybody and don't watch anything about this case, okay? But you're free to log off
Of course,
today.
Your Honor, yeah.
All right, you're free to log off today, though,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Your next witness. Mr. Jenkins. Yeah.
Yes. Well, his testimony will not necessarily be transcribed for the jury, but
Mr. Jenkins, can you hear me, sir?
the attorneys will request
Yes, I
transcripts.
can, Your Honor.
All right, perfect. Thank you, sir. All right.
Yeah, that poor court reporter's day doesn't end with the
If
court.
you raise
being
your right
closed.
hand for
They
me.
request dailies.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
All right, thank you, sir.
Mike, you're getting all kinds of compliments
Good morning,
now.
Mr. Jenkins.
Look
Can
at
you hear me
this.
okay?
Yes, I can.
Maybe we should start a dating show for Mike.
Please state your full name for the record.
Do it.
Jenkins III.
I'll play
And
matchmaker.
Mr.
Why not?
Jenkins, where do you live?
Los Angeles, California.
And what
Is the
is your
court going late
occupation?
today?
Yeah, until
Executive chauffeur.
5:30 because lunch was long.
And
Okay.
how long have you worked as an executive chauffeur and in security?
Executive chauffeur for 30 years. Security for 8 years.
And what occupations did you hold prior to working as an executive chauffeur and in security?
Route sales executive and United States Marines.
Mr. Jenkins, do you know the plaintiff in this case, Johnny Depp?
He looks like a real
Yes, I
baby.
do.
And when did you first meet Mr. Depp?
Such a young attorney.
1993.
How did you first meet Mr. Depp?
He used delivery service to transport him to and from.
So in the 30 or so years that you've known Mr. Depp, what services have you performed for him over the course of that period?
Child care, animal care, personal assistant duties, security, and transportation.
And could you estimate approximately how many hours per week would you provide those services to Mr. Depp?
40 to 60 hours.
And can you describe generally your interactions with Mr. Depp in the time that you've worked for him?
Pleasant, always upbeat.
Do you know the defendant in this case, Amber Heard?
Yes.
And when did you first meet Miss Heard?
After the filming of the Rum Diary project.
Nick, yes. the
Can
answer
you
is yes.
describe generally your interactions with Miss Heard?
Pleasant, cordial, very respectful.
So in your time working with Mr. Depp, did you ever observe Mr. Depp's and Miss Heard's interactions with one another?
Yes.
And can you describe those interactions generally, please?
Very cordial, very aware that people are around them, very, very friendly.
Did you ever see them argue?
Yes.
Can you describe what you observed about those arguments?
It would be initiated by her. She would try to engage with him. He would tell me to turn the music up.
So where did these arguments take place?
In the car.
Do you recall how many times you witnessed them argue?
Twice.
Mr. Jenkins, turning your attention to April 21st, 2016, can you tell the jury what you recall about that day?
Could you repeat the question, sir?
Sure. So turning your attention to April 21st, 2016, can you tell the jury what you recall about that day?
It was the birthday party being
There you
held
go,
at
Mike.
the penthouse.
Got more love
And when
for
you say the penthouse, what are you referring to?
It's the Eastern Columbia building.
And what were you doing that evening?
That evening, I was assigned security on the detail.
Were you inside the residence while the birthday party was taking place?
I was in the CP, the command post that's stationed on the same floor, right outside of the elevator.
And did you interact with Miss Heard at all that evening?
Yes, I did. In regards to getting her clients keys, parking, making sure no one else was on the floor that wasn't invited to the party.
Were there any issues at the birthday party at the time that you were present at the penthouses?
No issues except for the boss did not show up.
And do you recall what time you left that day?
11:15 p.m. that evening.
And Mr. Jenkins, what happened the next day, April 22nd, 2016?
I arrived early, 10:45, went upstairs to the penthouse. I was informed by Amber that she got in a fight with Johnny last night. She threw his personal property over the balcony into the streets, 9th and Broadway.
And when you say personal property, what are you referring to?
His phone, wallet, credit cards, passports, everything that's in his wallet.
Did Ms. Heard say anything else to you about this altercation?
Nothing except they were fighting.
So what did you do after Ms. Heard informed you that she had thrown Mr. Depp's personal property off the balcony?
Formulated a plan with Norm from the office to use the Find My Phone app, hit the streets, and try to get lucky.
Did you end up finding Mr. Depp's phone?
Yes, I did. in Skid Row, probably 6 miles from the house.
And who had the phone?
A homeless gentleman, unhoused gentleman. I approached him about the phone. He was honest. He returned it. I gave him a reward for it.
And what was the reward?
$420, chicken tacos, chips, apples, Fiji water.
After finding Mr. Depp's phone, what did you do?
I returned to the penthouse, showed the phone to Amber that I retrieved it. I left it in the CP for the evening security to return it to Mr. Depp.
So after figuring out things with the phone, what happened next?
What happened next is I walked Amber to the car. We got everybody in the car. She's on her way to Coachella. I went back to the penthouse to retrieve the dogs and the luggage.
Were you also going to Coachella with Miss Heard?
Yes, I was. I was the transportation for Amber and her friends while she was at Coachella.
So how did you get to Coachella?
Got a lot
Drove
of applicants for
the
this dating show, guys.
SUV provided by Johnny, put the animals and all the luggage in, and headed out to the venue.
And the morning of April 22nd, did you see any injuries on Miss Heard?
No marks, no injuries.
And so driving out to Coachella, did anyone drive with you?
I was in the car alone except for the animals.
And how did Miss Heard get to Coachella?
She drove a Mustang.
Was anyone else in her car?
She was with, I believe, her sister and one other friend, her assistant, Savannah.
And do you know how many days Miss Heard and her friends were planning to stay at Coachella?
So the following Monday, I believe it's the 25th of April, we departed.
And do you recall where Miss Heard was staying at Coachella?
We were staying at the Parker boutique hotels there in Palm Springs, outside of Coachella.
Were you also staying at the Parker Hotel?
I also stayed there.
And so did you attend Coachella for work or for pleasure?
For work.
And what was your job that
Imagine him
weekend?
going to Coachella.
He swayed a little bit. He moved his hips.
Yeah.
Amber's
That's a
always
good gig.
said to take care of her, whatever she needed while she
Oh,
was there.
absolutely. But I mean, like,
in,
going for the
out
music.
travel.
It's not exactly.
Do you recall what time approximately you arrived at the Parker Hotel on April 22nd?
Around 5:30ish, maybe 5:45.
And what did Miss Heard and her friends do that evening, April 22nd?
That evening,
This is getting rough.
we were assigned the rooms. We
A lot
went
of
with
distraction right
the-
now.
With the staff of the Parker Hotel around to the suites where we were staying. They let us in. We let all the luggage in, and we proceeded to plan for that evening to depart by 7:15ish to get to the festival then.
And how did Miss Heard and her friends get from the hotel to the festival that evening?
I drove them directly to there.
And did you have any discussions with Miss Heard on the way to Coachella that evening?
We had a conversation pertaining to the surprise she left in the boss's bed prior to leaving the apartment.
And when you refer to the surprise in the boss's bed, what are you referring to?
The defecation.
And what did Miss Heard say about the defecation in Mr. Depp's bed?
Not a good
Horrible
time to
practice
smirk,
that
Amber.
has gone wrong.
Yeah, right.
Mr. Jenkins, what observations did you make about Miss Heard at Coachella in April 2016?
She had no worries. She was there to whoop it up. It's her birthday. She's with her friends.
And how
Yeah, whoop
often
it
were
up.
you with her that weekend?
Love it.
Was with her every day. She went to the venue from the time that we interacted with the wallet incident, the night before at the party, all the way until Monday. We returned with the pets and the luggage.
And did you observe anything about Miss Heard's health that weekend?
She got sick.
Do you know
She
what
got sick at the venue second night.
do you know what caused Miss Heard to be sick?
She was eating the magic mushrooms and drinking red wine on an empty stomach.
And how do you know that she drank red wine and took magic mushrooms?
I saw the room service and I went to their room to collect them to take them out that evening.
So is that something?
Super chat
Excuse
from
me. Is
Elaine
that something you
Brennerhoff.
witnessed?
I
She's
witnessed
watching on her court laptop.
And
No, I'm kidding.
what
It's
did
not
you
the real
do
one.
in response to Miss Heard being sick at Coachella?
We need to
Elaine,
authenticate those.
pay
collected
attention to the
her.
trial.
Got her in the vehicle. She didn't want anyone else to know that she was sick. Take her back to the Parker alone. I took her to the 7-Eleven where I retrieved hydrating fluids,
Got some
Advil,
love for Rick too.
and let her have those. Got her back to the Parker, got her into the suite, and then went back to pick up everyone else.
And Mr. Jenkins, when you said Miss Heard got sick, do you recall what her symptoms were?
Yeah, she was throwing up.
Rob, you got some questions too.
Mr. Jenkins, did you see any injuries of any kind on Miss Heard April
You're not
22nd,
immune to my simping
2016?
chat.
No injuries.
I'll sustain. So, yeah.
What about the rest of that weekend, Mr. Jenkins? Any injuries that you saw?
No injuries.
Have you ever witnessed any physical abuse between
Those are
Mr. Depp
awesome.
and Miss Heard?
Poor last
No.
witness of the week.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Nothing further.
All right, cross-examination.
More love for Rob here. I love it because if I
Good
go into
afternoon, Mr.
Mercatus chat,
Jenkins.
usually I'm getting these kind of super
afternoon.
chats. So I'm
So
loving
just
seeing this
just to
right
be
now.
clear on the chronology, you met Mr. Depp in 1993. Is that right?
Correct.
What I love
And
is
you've
she's
worked for him ever
matchmaking and
since?
collecting money to do it.
Off and on? Yes.
Okay. And your salary's paid by Mr. Depp, correct?
I'm just thankful I'm covered up by these super chats.
Salary? No.
You receive pay for the work that you do for Mr.
Yes.
Depp, correct?
Of course. Yes. Of course.
And what Mr. Depp's security is your highest priority in your job, correct?
Thank
Yes.
you, Jonathan.
You're loyal to Mr.
His
Depp.
and his family.
Oh yeah.
And his family.
You're loyal to Mr. Depp, right?
Yes.
Now, I want to turn to the night of April 21st, 2016. You just to recap, you said you were working a security shift
I want no
at
part of this.
Amber's birthday at the Eastern Columbia building that evening, correct?
Correct.
And you said that your shift ended around 11:15, correct?
Correct.
And you said the boss still hadn't shown up by the time that you left the Eastern Columbia building, right?
Correct.
So you have no idea where Mr. Depp was or what he was doing from 9:30 p.m. that evening until at least 11:15 when you left the Eastern Columbia building, right?
No, I didn't know what he was doing. He was attending to his mother.
You weren't with him.
I had information.
Okay. All right. That's information that you received, but you have no personal knowledge of that.
I have no reason to doubt it. It came from Sean.
Okay.
I had no-
Okay. So Mr. Bett told you that?
The boss is out there.
Right. Mr. Bett told you that he was tending to his mother that night?
He didn't say mother. He said the boss was out there. I'm aware of what the situation was, the time frame. He's with his mother.
Okay. All right. Interesting. Okay. And did you have any understanding that he had a meeting with his new business manager earlier that evening where he was told that he was running out of money and that his taxes hadn't been paid in years? Did you have any understanding of that? from Mr. Bett
Objection.
or anyone else?
Objection. Foundation calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
And you didn't see Mr. Depp that night, right?
No, I did not.
So you came back the next morning to escort Amber to Coachella, right?
Yes.
And you say that Amber told you that she had thrown Mr. Depp's phone off the roof?
Correct.
And did you come to understand that Mr. Depp had thrown her phone off the roof that evening prior to when Amber threw Mr. Depp's phone off the roof?
It's taking on life of its own.
Okay, she informed you of that. So when you went outside to look for Mr. Depp's phone, you weren't looking for Miss Heard's phone, were you?
Oh God.
She had her phone. She was trying to re-download and back it up.
Okay, so you were only looking for Mr. Depp's phone when you went downstairs to try to, you found it with an unhoused person, you said, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and did I hear you right that you said it was 6 miles away where you found the phone?
Correct.
It actually wasn't
have
6
escaped
miles
some
away.
of
It was actually right below the building, the ECV
No,
building,
it was
correct?
not.
Okay,
No, it was not.
can you pull up, does he have a way to see documents that
Oh my gosh.
just him, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay.
More
Could you
love
please
for
pull
Rob.
up the witness statement, Mr. Jenkins? Mr. Jenkins, do you remember giving testimony on Mr. Depp's behalf in the UK trial?
Yes, I did.
And you gave a witness statement first in writing, correct? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And then you were examined by the attorneys in the trial, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you see on your screen the statement do you see a witness statement?
Yes, I see it.
It says witness statement of Starling Jenkins, right?
Correct.
And this is the statement that you wrote and signed as part of the UK trial on behalf of Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
Okay. If you can scroll, please, to page 3 of the document. And Mr. Jenkins, I'm going to read you what you wrote in paragraph 13.
Okay.
And we can go from there. On paragraph 13, you wrote in your witness statement in the UK trial, the Find My iPhone application indicated that Johnny's phone was somewhere on the streets below the balcony of the residence. Did I read that right?
If that's what it says, that's what it says.
Look at
But I'm telling
Vasquez.
you, the phone was in Skid Row.
Okay,
I have
so
the photo of the gentleman that found it. I have the location where the phone was found.
isn't Skid Row just a few blocks away from the Eastern Columbia building?
No, it's on 6th and Main, I guess, depending on what area you are.
Okay, so one of these two sworn statements, either what you just said in court just now that it was found 6 miles away, or this, one of these is false, correct?
It's just inadequate
that way,
as
doesn't
far
it?
as the location. The location is not below the penthouse. It's not on Broadway. It was
Okay.
found on Broadway by the unhoused man, and then he lives off of Skid Row.
Okay. Now let's move on to Coachella, please.
Yes.
You were with Amber and her friends that weekend at Coachella, and you
Yes.
testified a little bit about what you saw. Is it fair to say that Amber and her friends were having a good time that weekend?
Yes, they were.
And there were thousands of other people at that music festival too, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Were you aware that Amber's sister Whitney was pregnant and sober that weekend?
Wasn't my information, wasn't my knowledge.
Were you aware that Amber's sister Whitney threw up in a parking lot that weekend?
No.
Okay. To your knowledge and understanding, Mr. Jenkins, there's nothing wrong with wanting to spend time with your friends at a music festival after being abused by your husband, right?
The abuse part, I would object to. I mean, I don't
What
know about
abuse?
object, but
That's not an abnormal thing to want to be around your friends, correct?
She was partying it up with her friends. She was
Okay.
partying it up.
And
Happy
you said
birthday.
you didn't hear anything about, she didn't say anything to you about domestic violence having taken place, correct?
Nothing in the car pertaining to that.
Would it surprise you that she might not want to talk to someone who had worked for her husband for around 23 years at that point about domestic violence? Would that surprise you?
Objection, speculation, Your Honor.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
Ms. Heard texted you on May 12th, 2016, asking you to call her, correct?
Correct.
And you did not bother to respond to that text, correct?
Correct.
And that was the last communication that you had with her, correct?
Correct.
Now, you weren't, just to be clear, you weren't at Amber's house on Orange Avenue in March 2013 when Johnny was there, correct?
I might have driven him to the location. I'm familiar with the address.
But you didn't enter the house at any point in March 2013, correct?
Depending on if he had luggage or gifts going upstairs, I might have.
But you didn't hang out with them inside the house, right?
Hurry up and wait in the car, sir.
And you weren't at the Hicksville Trailer Palace in late May or early June 2013, right?
No.
You weren't on a plane flight from Boston to Los Angeles in May 2014, correct? With Johnny and
No.
Amber. You weren't you weren't with Mr. Depp and Amber in the Bahamas in August 2014, correct?
Correct.
You weren't with Mr. Depp and Amber in Tokyo in January 2015, correct?
No, I was not there. Correct.
You weren't with Mr. Depp and Amber in Australia in March 2015, correct?
Correct.
You weren't at Thanksgiving with them in Penthouse 5 of the Eastern Columbia building in November 2015, correct?
Thank you, Ash.
I believe I was there.
You didn't.
I might have been assigned detail. I don't have the schedule, but I might have been assigned the detail that day.
You were-
Thanksgiving, it's a holiday.
Sure, sure. You don't have any specific recollection of that one way or the other, though, correct?
I would probably say I was on duty that day.
Okay.
It's the holiday.
Okay. You weren't celebrating Thanksgiving in Penthouse 5 with them that evening, correct?
I was in the CP.
Okay, and that's a separate room, correct?
Separate room on the same level. Correct.
And you weren't in the Bahamas in late December 2015, correct? With
Was
them?
that always Mike's avatar?
You weren't in the ECB with just the two of them the night of December
Yeah.
15th, 2015, correct?
That is
Okay.
right before the Christmas party. I believe. Correct.
And finally, you weren't in the penthouse of the Eastern Columbia building on the night of May 21st, 2016 with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct.
And you'd agree that you have no personal knowledge of what went on between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard behind closed doors, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, redirect.
10 minutes. We got 10 minutes.
Just very quickly, Your Honor, do we have Mr. Jenkins' witness statement? Or perhaps?
He looks like Saracen from Friday Night Lights.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a baby lawyer.
And if we could go to the third page, please. Mr. Jenkins, directing your attention to paragraph 13, which Mr. Rottenborn had you look at just a second ago.
Yes.
He read the first sentence of that witness statement. The Find My iPhone application indicating that Johnny's phone was somewhere on the streets below the balcony of the residence. Walked out. Could you please read for the jury the second part of that paragraph?
I walked out onto the street, did not see the phone. I then asked several homeless people if they had the phone. One homeless man admitted to me that he had the phone, returned the phone to me in exchange for the following: $425 in cash, 3 chicken tacos, 2 bags of chips, 2 apples, 4 bottles of water.
And so do you recall where you found the iPhone that day?
Yes, I do.
Objection asked and answered.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Jenkins, moving to Coachella, Mr. Rottenborn asked you about
Can't.
Whitney Heard. Do you know who
Can't-
that
I
is?
can't move the super chats. I'm sorry.
Yes, I do.
Do you know the difference between Whitney Heard and Amber Heard?
Yes, I do.
And who was sick that
One
day?
is the boss's wife, one is the boss's sister-in-law.
Who was sick that day at Coachella?
Amber was sick.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, is this witness subject to recall?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Jenkins, you're free from testimony, and therefore you're free to do whatever you need to do, or you can watch the proceedings. It's up to you. But
You can watch Legalbytes.
You're done for today, though. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you to the court.
All right.
Mr. Jenkins,
Good
could you
day.
please demonstrate your Coachella dance
Yes.
moves?
All right, I think it's close enough to 5:30 that I think we've had enough of a week. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to go ahead and be done with the testimony for this week. Although, since I won't see you until Monday, I want to give you the long jury instruction that I give you every Thursday evening, just so we all remember our responsibilities, okay? So at this time, remember that you are not to read anything about this case. You are not to watch anything about this case. You are not to listen to anything about this case. This applies to television, newspapers, magazines, the internet, and any online sites. Further, you are not to read, watch, or listen to anything about this case on any social networking sites such as Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, blogs, or similar sites. In addition, you must not communicate with anyone about the case, whether in person, over the phone, by email, text, or instant messaging, or by any other electronic or non-electronic means. This includes your friends, family, coworkers, acquaintances, and strangers. I also instruct you that you cannot do any research or make inquiries about this case, whether online or by any other means. For example, you cannot look information up on the internet that is related to this case or related to the persons involved in this case, nor may you consult dictionaries or other reference materials. What you learn about this case is limited to what you learn in the four walls of this courtroom when proceedings are underway. You also may not communicate about this case or the persons involved in this case with your fellow jurors, okay? Hope you have a good weekend. It's supposed to be great weather on Saturday. Go outside, get some fresh air, okay? And just enjoy your weekend, and we'll see you
the
back
judge-
Monday at 10.
Yay.
Report. Judge tells
Happy
jury to touch
weekend.
grass.
Get some feet on some grass. Breathe some fresh air. Happy weekend, everybody.
Got
We
more
made it.
streams on Saturday.
We made it through week 3.
I really like Johnny Depp's suit. I want
Alright.
that suit.
And as
Yeah, it's
always,
good, right?
Probably
Mr.
$12,000,
Depp and Ms. Heard,
Rob.
please do not do any
Yeah.
posting on
Yeah.
social media and do not talk to the press. I appreciate it, and have a good weekend. For the attorneys, tomorrow,
I'm actually going to say
what time, how many, did we do our homework this week? Yes, we did. Work in progress. Okay, so are we still doing 19 tomorrow? '20s, you added one for me. That's lovely. Okay, great. So we'll do 20 tomorrow. So I would suggest 8 o'clock. Can everybody be here at 8?
8 o'clock.
Sound good? Okay, we'll
8
be here at 8.
o'clock.
We'll just do them until we're done. So
They
bring a lot of people.
the first week we know it
All
went
right,
till
we'll see you
6:30. I
tomorrow then.
suspect
Thank you.
they
Have a good
hit her again, and she's like, "Screw this, guys."
Yeah.
I will jack that time up until you stop doing this.
Next week,
So-
she's going to be like 6 a.m., y'all. Be in here.
Alita, you should pull up what the actual objections to the deposition designations look like on
I
the
don't
Depp
know
dive.
if I don't know if they have the objections actually up, because they haven't they don't have the motions in limine up
No,
here,
but
for example.
so here, I'll drop the link in the
Oh, okay.
Well, Rob's going to show
in
us how
the
it's done. for
private
the
chat.
court
Okay.
system.
Because it's
Okay.
everyone's asked about it so many times about what it's like or why these depots are this way, and this gives you an idea of why.
Awesome.
Wow. Okay.
Look at how full
So
that
that was
courtroom is.
also, I feel like we got a good head start on our future dating show on this channel. That was great. I appreciate all of the meme chats from people. Because we obviously we're here to educate and inform and whatnot, but that doesn't mean we can't have fun with it, right? So it's great. I love it.
What is this? Hour 45? I mean,
Of this
yeah.
week alone.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah.
Whew. Yeah. It's we probably have put in over 100 hours at this point. Just live streaming the trial, not including any kind of like pre-work to understand the trial ahead of time. But
You definitely. I mean, I think each of us would have to add up our time, but you definitely.
yeah.
You're not allowed to not be here.
Yeah, exactly. I am required. What is the approximate percentage estimate of where the panel stands on the likelihood that JD wins this case at this point in the trial? Well, I'm in the 80s. How about you guys?
Ooh, so I continue to discount for defamation and damages, but based on what we've seen so far from Amber Heard's side, I will put a win. I can't promise a win with significant damages at like 75%.
That's pretty good. That's pretty dang good, y'all. The
Well,
fact
we
that
are-
Rick
I don't
can
know
come
if I
up
can
that
go
high.
that high.
Well, I mean, with the caveat that that'll come down when Heard presents her defense. So
Sure.
right this moment, I'd have it at 75, because I think a juror can still say these kids are wacky and no.
Yeah. They could say no on both, right? Okay, so the courtroom is. I mean, we've still got some people here. I mean, yeah, we can wait until Johnny leaves. He's with his. That looks like Sean Bett next to him there.
Rob, ever since you told me this room was big, I try to analyze how small the heads look in the back.
You started to realize it, right? That's a lot more people.
That goes way. Yeah, they look at the
Yeah.
tiny little heads.
Yeah, yeah. Katie, the jury is not sequestered. They just are being trusted to stay away from everything.
But here you get a good look at the jury box and how close it is and the screen setup, so you can see what they're seeing.
Yeah. It's pretty good.
Oh yeah, the screens are right there. Cool.
Actually, I'm gonna save this one for an answer. So let's get some super chats here. All right. E Wood says lots of hearsay in the depots. Is this just agreed upon ahead of time to save time during trial? Well, I mean, also things that are out of court statements are not necessarily hearsay. It also depends on why they are being offered. So, you can say that you heard people talking. It isn't necessarily hearsay if it's just being offered for like effect on the listener, as an example of like how a statement could come in and wouldn't be hearsay. It's confusing because you have something first needing to meet the definition of hearsay, and then there's the possibility that even if it is hearsay, it could fall into I really should do a flow chart for hearsay. That's really what I should do, is make like a PowerPoint flow chart so people can understand like how this kind of works.
Get that
like
video
how you
qualified for
analyze it.
CLE. Let's do it.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah. Rod, love the knowledge and the insight Rob adds to the panel. Thanks for all the different perspectives. Keep up the great work. Yeah,
This
thank
document you have linked to, Rob, frightens and confuses me as a transactional attorney.
So that document,
I'm gonna pull it up.
That is what they're
share it.
looking at.
1 second here. It is loading.
Yeah, because it's 75 pages long, and it's
If
damn
you
near
just-
inscrutable.
If you scroll like through the first set of objections, you get an idea of what it is they do on these Fridays.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. So defendant and counterclaim plaintiff Amber Laura Heard's objections to the deposition designations of plaintiff and counterclaim defendant John. Okay. So
scroll down
I was
to
gonna say, you ain't seen nothing
there's
yet.
the key to the objections up top. So when you're
the
looking
fact
at
that you
everything on
need
the
a
page
key
and line,
is indicative of the complexity here.
yeah. So every page and line references a specific question asked by one of the lawyers during the deposition. So you've got a 6-hour deposition, and the lawyers are asking questions along the entire way. There's objections that are made at various questions. And then you've got the response, then you've got the next question. So this designates the page and line number where the question is asked. And then there's a summary of what the objection to the actual question is. So on Fridays, when they're walking through these deposition designations, they're going question by question, and the judge is saying, is there an agreement that this objection is withdrawn, or that part of the answer can come in, or do you need me to make a specific ruling on the objection that you made? And then they pull up the part of the transcript and they walk through and they make a ruling. And then someone has to go back and edit that film to be in accordance with the court's ruling. So on Fridays, they're working through these massive documents, trying to filter out all of the objections, and there's negotiating in the back end of, yeah, exactly. Yep.
Because the judge will kill you if you ask for all of these, right?
Yes. So the judge basically says, look, in depositions, I know that you guys make a lot of BS objections. You really do. I know you do. I do. We all do. Figure out which ones are actually valid, which objections you actually want to stand on, just like in discovery, which objections you actually want to stand on. And if you guys don't have an agreement, whittle them down and I'll go through there. So when Judge was referencing that round robin setup, that round robin setup is basically the little teams of attorneys that are broken off, and they're hammering through which objections they actually want to stand on. And then they can approach the judge as they've got the different conclusions.
So, and when we're talking about 20, we're talking about 20 depositions that are being looked at, right? Is that what they said? Or 20?
I don't know if it's 20 depositions or if it's 20 issues that the court needs to resolve.
Yeah.
So I
Okay.
imagine
Yeah.
it might be 20 complex issues.
Yeah, because what was her question just then? Did you get through 19? And then
Yeah.
and then Elaine says 20, Your Honor. And she goes,
Yeah.
oh, you added one.
Yeah. Yeah. Phases, thank you. That's very kind of you. Okay. Let's get some super chats here.
Yeah, thanks for sharing. That's
yes.
you know, they're
Nightmare
doing a
fuel.
lot of work.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, lots of hearsay in the depots. So yeah, I answered this one.
Yeah, it goes with this.
Hollister 74 says, would JD have a stronger case against Amber Heard if violation of the non-disclosure agreement, then defamation? No, it's neither here nor there that the non-disclosure agreement has been violated.
Yeah, I mean, you could have combined a breach claim, maybe, depending on a whole host of things, but that didn't happen.
Yeah. Umbrella says this guy had to do the depo because they lost another case, right? Which one were we talking about? Which deposition was this at the time? This was like 4 or 5 hours ago.
This must have been ACLU.
Okay.
Oh, yes, that was brought up that they tried to fight their subpoena, right? So that would make sense.
Yes.
Tap dancing ACLU lawyer.
Yes, he was definitely tap dancing. Kit Kat XK says this is it, right? He wins now. It was on purpose. She defamed him to be impactful. Well, I mean, if the jury was paying attention, and if they do see what we see, right? I mean, because to me, I think that's something that is very, very important here for showing actual malice. It's pretty powerful, I think.
Yeah, she did it deliberately, but we're still stuck on the question of whether what she did was false.
Yeah, because we're still going through the various incidents and things like that. So, and she's going to get to put on her case to show, whether or not she actually was injured and whether there was, destruction to the apartment, etc.
Yeah,
Ruth
and
Rose.
I think the way I'm scoring it is maybe a little lower than people think, because I'm scoring it without Amber Heard's defense. So it is going to go down, I think, from what is likely to finish at 75 and maybe get to 80 for me. So there's still a lot of variability.
Yeah, that's fair. Ruth Rose says, will we hear from Robin that wrote the op-ed? I don't know. This probably is going to be all that we're going to hear from the ACLU, I imagine. This just seems like the person who would be the best person to talk to and to get the information that we need. We don't need to talk to everyone that was involved.
Yeah, and it should have been the best person, right? But it is interesting that we didn't get a lawyer that looked at the op-ed.
We got their general
intriguing.
counsel. Yeah, that was interesting. Appy says, can the ACLU be at fault as well, or because Amber slapped her name on it, then is this only to her detriment? P.S. Appy, like happy, no H. Okay, good. So I did say it right. Thank you for that. I think, well, I mean, as far as a defamation claim would go, there is the requirement for actual malice. So Johnny Depp would have to show that the ACLU had actual malice in making the defamatory statements. Basically meaning they have to show, or Johnny Depp would have to show that the ACLU either knew what they were saying was false, or that they were recklessly disregarding the truth or the falsity of whether or not the DV stuff happened. And I think that the fact that they could make a pretty strong argument to say, look, we were interacting directly with the person who for years has been saying this stuff. She's been talking about it. She got a temporary restraining order against him. This is he hasn't fought against her in that. So, what reason do we have to not believe her at this point? So, I don't think that there's too much of a concern for them for defamation, especially since that article came out in the end of 2018, and the statute of limitations in Virginia is 1 year. So basically, statute of limitations means that's how long you have to file a lawsuit once something happens, when something bad happens, either a breach of a contract or a car accident or a defamatory statement. Alrighty. Clara29 says, love you guys. Question, is it possible that Amber Heard goes first so that if she does not perform well in stand, they settle? I think it's possible that she goes first, but I don't think that there's really much of a chance of anybody settling at this point.
I hope she goes first because that means that'll likely be Monday and I'll be able to watch it.
Oh, good.
Oh, are you with us on Monday? That's awesome.
Yay.
You gonna be with us on Monday?
I have court in the morning, so I figure I'm going to get to the courthouse super early, and then as soon as that hearing is done, pop into Depp and watch for the rest of the day.
Absolutely. Sounds great. I was worried that YouTube chat had put you off there. They were getting a bit of far afield at the end.
No,
of the
I just really want to see to me, I want to see the jury in person.
Yeah.
I feel like we get somewhat of a read.
Do you mean
I
you're
wanna see
going
the
to
jury
this
myself.
courthouse early on Monday?
Yeah, this courthouse early on
All
Monday.
right. Awesome.
Even better.
So-
And then we can pick your brain about it because that would be awesome. You could be like our man in the field.
You're our mole. You go in there and take notes.
No, I was thinking like an on the ground correspondent kind of thing. So so I'll be sure to connect you and Christina to see if maybe she can walk you through what you need to do for that on Monday because that would be awesome.
Can we get you in a Legalbytes t-shirt?
Perfect. I don't know if I can get one to you soon enough, but we could try. Alrighty. So map is it I'm sorry. This is Greek lettering, and I'm not confident that I'm going to read it right.
I gotta believe that's mandala.
Mandala. No, but the pi signal is usually a P. I thought.
Oh,
like mapped old music, maybe. I'm sorry, guys.
It's possible they're not being overly cautious about their use of Greek lettering in their YouTube.
Look at the avatar. It says mandala.
Oh my gosh, you're right. Okay, I'm
Alita's
overthinking
trying to
it.
be very respectful of the words that she has to try to read.
yeah. I will give me 1 sec. I'll let me just use these right here. Hey, potentially criminal, how's it going?
Sorry, my internet was screwing up in my office. So
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. All right. So Mandala Music, I apologize, says, "Hi, Bites, Hoagie. After this, I want to see JD in the MCU fighting the ACLU multiverse. Does the witness get the questions in advance? Why was he reading most of his answers? They generally, so with depositions, they don't get questions in advance usually, because you want to get some authentic answers from them. So, and also like you could be crafting and working on your deposition up to like the day before, even the morning of. You want to be relatively prepared for these things though. But generally speaking, they don't have the questions in advance. I don't know.
They do get subject matter though. When they're a corporate designee, they get subject matter of the deposition so that they can prep for it.
That is true. Yeah.
Because he did ask, did you refresh your recollection before this on a couple of things? But when he's like up in your grill and you're looking up his nose, like he's reading emails and things on his screen.
Yeah. And also because it's a corporate designated witness, you also often have a documentary request as well. So you want them to produce certain documents. So the ones that he was looking at and reading off of were probably a lot of the ones that were requested for the purposes of that deposition.
And he answered that a couple times. We produced X, Y, and Z.
Yeah, exactly. Lori says, question, if this proves the early versions of the op-ed were naming JD, could this win his case, or does only the final printed version count?
Published version counts.
Yeah, exactly. Alrighty.
But the previous edits do go to show maybe her state of mind or what she wanted to include.
Yeah,
So
the movement around goes to intent. But in terms of what defamed, it's not internal emails.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, because Johnny can use this to say, look, at all parts, like every part of this process, everyone knew who we were talking about here. It was implied, and you tried to get around it, but we all know who you're talking about. You knew from the editing process. They knew from the editing process. Everybody who was reading it then knew because of the callbacks to 2016, and that's what was in the news about you. So they can totally use that to say, like, look, not only would a reasonable person read this as that way, clearly you intended that.
What did they say? The USA Today changed it over in like 30 seconds from when the Washington Post put it up.
I thought that was the most damning piece of testimony from that witness, to basically say that, look, this connection was made by news media the next week.
Immediately.
Yeah, yeah. Jay Stevens says if Amber loses and Johnny is awarded the $50 million or any amount, I guess, could Amber then choose to cross sue the ACLU or Washington Post?
What's your theory of the case, Jay Stevens?
Yeah.
Yeah,
She'd
I'm
have
not
to
so
explain
sure.
why they're liable.
Yeah, yeah, and then also she also would have a statute of limitations issue. Because you've got a year to bring a defamation claim. Okay, Sakyara says, can the jury see the documents that are being shown to the witness in the video, or can they look at them later? They can.
We
They
learned
have
this the other
screens in
day.
front of them. Sorry, Rob. Go
Well,
ahead.
Yeah, we learned this the other day. They have screens in front of them in the courtroom. Did you see the attorney when they were questioning via the webcam and how the attorney was looking up in the corner? They're looking at the bottom of a webcam that's on a massive TV that's showing out to the courtroom. So everyone can see what's going on.
Yeah, yeah. So, but I don't believe that they can see the documents before they've been admitted into evidence. So there have been some times when, when there's some text messages or a photo or something that is presented to the witness, and they'll ask them some questions about it, and then they'll move to admit it into evidence, and then that's it. Like they don't do anything with it. They don't do whatever. The jury has not seen that document or that photo, and they probably will at some point later, but they haven't yet seen it. So. Nurse Rosemary 28 says, you are saying huge for JD, but does the jury really understand this depo? Talking about the ACLU deposition. Maybe, but that's also what closing argument is for, so that the two sides can take all the evidence and tie everything into a very nice bow, and hopefully use visuals. Hopefully use visuals, put everything into a nice timeline so that everybody can understand as clearly as possible.
I don't think the jury could really miss. Promised 3.5 million. It's 6 years later. Doesn't
And we
have
still haven't gotten it.
3.5 million. I mean, I broad strokes, I don't think the jury misses that.
Yeah. Anastasia R says, does this completely show malice?
No.
I mean, I don't know about completely, but
it adds to the pile.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
it helps.
It helps. That's about the best that you'll get from us on that is because ultimately we're not the ones that are deciding that. It's the jury that's deciding that. It's a question of fact rather than law, and that is one of the ultimate questions. Yeah. Smile Lively says, does the jury have anyone to break down why the things this boring man is saying are so important for the question? We have you guys to break it down for us, but do they have anyone? Okay. Yes. So the reason why that was so important was because what they needed to show, well, for one thing, it was very helpful for the whole hoax case, right? Was to have somebody testifying to her having some grand incentive for lying about the domestic violence thing and her benefiting from it. And then on top of that, not just benefiting from it, but then having an ambitious goal related to that benefit is one of those things. And so this idea that she's ambitious has come up a lot, right? She's very ambitious. And I think that now what it's starting to look like is she's so ambitious that she is willing to put up this sort of conspiratorial hoax and to drag someone through the mud and basically ruin his life in the process, all to do that. So that's why this looks really bad for Amber in this case. Thrashley says, do you think JD's lawyers advised him not to draw today? Is it disrespectful to the judge and jury? Not disrespectful. The jury may have questions about it because, if they don't understand what he's doing and why he's doing it. And Natalie Wisco was with us. She was talking about, being someone with ADHD, it can be very helpful to just have something to do with your hand, draw, write, whatever, so that it can actually help you to pay attention. So that may be what he's doing there. The jury may or may not understand that, but I don't know. I mean, at this point, I think that they also, have spent a lot of time with Johnny. That it's a lot easier to just kind of understand what he's doing, given how much time we've spent with him on the stand. Rose says, wow, Johnny's legal team is very good. They basically solved crimes. This is huge. Does this mean Johnny has a strong case to win the case now? Yes, I think so. Of course, with the asterisk that Amber's side still has to go on and put on her evidence. Allison Barber says, is there potential for legal action against Amber by the ACLU? Damage to their reputation, maybe, or fraud. Were their actions unethical or just questionable? I don't think, yeah, we talked about potential legal action. I don't see anything happening for them through this. I mean, damage to reputation, sure. This doesn't look good for them. Yeah. It doesn't look good for them for sure. But I mean, as far as, people respecting the ACLU, a lot of people have a lot of opinions about the ACLU, and a lot of that kind of depends on people's politics. But I don't know how much that will change on either side of that aisle. But
I actually think it fit into my personal understandings of how nonprofits work. So I didn't see anything that was terribly wild. And honestly, I don't expect the general counsel / COO of the ACLU to do anything but tap dance when talking about a donor that, at least ostensibly, still has pledged to pay them $2 million. So it all seems within the normal bounds of operation to me.
Well, you also have a lot of experience with analyzing these corporate transactions and
I'm already
501c3s
broken.
and stuff.
It's fair.
Yeah, you're already jaded there. Senile Hero says, if JD wins, what does it mean for Amber Heard's countersuit? Well, they both are independent questions that are being answered at the same time. They can both win, both lose, or one of them win, one lose. So it's a question of, was it a lie that she was it a lie to say that she created this whole hoax about the DV thing, or was it a lie to say that Johnny abused her? Those are two separate questions, and kind of slightly nuanced, a little different from one another. One doesn't automatically knock out the other. Justin Ames says, have they proven Amber Heard lied in the op-ed? I'm confused. Not so much the lie part. That's what we're getting at with the DV incidences, right? But what we were getting at with the ACLU, witness was more along the lines. Oh shoot, I lost this one. More along the lines of whether she was generally being honest, or whether she was kind of creating this whole scheme. That was the biggest part of that. CNC Wood said, in your expert opinion, does the fact that strategy and NDA was discussed between Amber Heard and the ACLU prove that they purposely defamed JD? Keep it up. I mean, it certainly helps. It certainly helps that she had some purpose behind it.
I mean, I think it's separate though, because I made this point earlier when people were saying, can you sue ACLU for this? You can only sue ACLU if they knew the statement itself was false. I mean, the ACLU is publishing what they believe is a true statement, and therefore the only thing that they're worried about, honestly, is that Amber doesn't get completely bent over by this NDA. So I don't see anything wrong with those two going back and forth and making these revisions. The thing that's wrong is if this statement itself was a lie.
Yeah. I was thinking more specifically about Amber. Hey, Laura B, how's it going?
Good. Let me hook you up to my thing here.
Sure. And just so you guys know, I do have to leave in about 5 minutes because I'm going to be jumping onto Chrissy Mayer's channel. So
nice.
I wanted to give you that warning since you just joined us, Laura.
Yeah.
But I will be doing tomorrow. So there's a bunch of super chats that I haven't gotten to. I see that there's some that are still coming in. And what I'm going to do is tomorrow I will be doing a super chat catch up and kind of like a weekend review hangout. Hey, Jax.
Hey.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good to see you.
Good to see you guys too.
We're here. Just sit here because my earbuds. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, then that's fine. Yeah, I just wanted to pop on because I noticed you've been asking questions about not knowing what things have been ruled on in the past and why things are happening the way they were. So I thought I could help you out with some of those.
Okay, thank you.
One of the things you asked about was why is this being live? I'm so tired. I'm going to lose my words. Why is it televised? So I happen to know about that personally. I had contacted the courthouse like 6 months before trial. And one of the things I wanted to do was apply to live tweet. So I just called to see if there's a way I can do that. And they said, no, they're not going to allow it. But I got chatting with the clerk and they were very nice. So she said, if you have any questions, just shoot me an email. So I thought of some questions and I shot her an email and she answered and she was very nice. And then I don't know if it was the day before the pretrial conference. It might have been. My number was on the email and she called me, and she's very nice. And she says, the judge is considering a lot of issues about this trial. We're getting a lot of calls and it seems like a lot of people want to come. So we're trying to figure out how to deal with anything. So she wants all the questions that you can think of. And I think that we're going to call other people, not just me. So I sent in all the questions. And one of the things that she was thinking about on her own was the live feed, because they just couldn't handle as many people they thought might be coming to descend on the courthouse with the security. So it was the judge's idea to do the live feed. Depp was all for, so I remember the meeting, reading about it, and she gave them both, I think, 2 weeks to come up with a reason one way or another why they opposed it or agreed with it. Johnny agreed with it. He's been like that with the protective order. He hasn't been wanting to hide anything because his experience has been with the media cherry picking things out of motions, out of documents all along. And that's the blazing headlines, never the full story and never his side. So he says, you know
That's
what
we've been seeing too.
I don't want to
in this
rely on the
case.
media. I want it live feed.
Yeah.
Now there is a strict protective order in place, and Ms. Braderhoft violated it that day at the hearing. Was WebEx hearing, which was open, and Courthouse News at least was on the WebEx hearing. So she was fighting against the live feed, and she yelled out, or I won't say she yelled, said out loud in the hearing that that's not fair to my client. My client has been AR'd, and that should not be live feed. And so the judge said, no, when that time comes, if I feel the need to do something else, I'll do it. But I think I'm going to do the live feed. So that's what happened with that. So then you guys are asking about why there's 2 titles on the article. There's the online title that came out right away. Then the print title changed. So the online title was, I fought against sexual violence, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So when this first came up and they were trying to do the change of venue, there is a transcript on there. And I think it was with Eric George was her lawyer at the time. And they were trying to argue to move it to California, and they were arguing other things in the op-ed. And one of the things that came up was she didn't write that title. So that shouldn't even be considered. She never wrote it. They wrote it. So in Johnny's claim, he identified 4 statements in the in her article. 3 were accepted. The 4th one was something about I had to change my phone number and I got death threats or something like that. And the judge said that's not defamation. So he didn't allow that one in. So the title was never considered. I'm on speaker, just to let you know. If you want to say hi, you can say hi. That was never considered. So then on the further filing for the change of venue, she, on April 11, 2019, filed her declaration. And this is the first time, because it was before the UK, this is the first time we see all the new incidents she's claiming that were not in the TRO. So this is the first time. And in that declaration, there is nothing about a sexual assault, nothing filed in this case. So first we have her fighting to get this title removed. We see Rottenborn showing that article, the print article with the different title. He's not showing it in court. So she's fought to get that title released. She never claimed any SA in her declaration. And now at the pretrial hearing, which may have also, because there's a protective order, it could have come up before, later, suddenly now she's bringing up these new SA claims in this trial. Now we do know she threw them out in the UK trial at the last minute. And she requested that trial be sealed. She didn't want any public. She didn't want anybody in there. She didn't want any media because I'm going to talk about these things. And the judge in the UK said, nope, it's going to be public. And those few times that you need to talk about it, in fact, I guess it was one meeting, they went off to a confidential annex and spoke about it. I think the people who were there said they were gone like maybe 15 minutes and then came back in.
Okay.
So that was that one.
Huh. Okay. Okay.
So
So I hate to do this, you guys, but I actually do have to cut the stream down. I know, Joe, you just got here. I'm so sorry, guys.
But you're
closing?
Yeah,
yeah,
Lena has
I'm
more
going
famous
on.
people to hang out with.
No, no. Chrissy Mayer invited me onto her podcast. It starts in 3 minutes, so I do want to be on time if I can. But God, I hate cutting this off.
So the other thing was the demand letter was not a TRO letter. So there was a
Okay.
demand letter for money. He wouldn't agree to it. That's why she
Yeah.
filed the TRO. So they're separate items. So now that was pretty
Interesting.
much what you were talking about. But yeah, the
Okay,
demand
okay.
letter is interesting.
Yeah. Okay.
We will catch
I
tomorrow.
will be be going live tomorrow to do a recap on or not a weekly thing to talk about the week, but mostly to get caught up on all these super chats. If you guys want to join me for that tomorrow, I don't know exactly what time yet. I'm gonna try to figure out the timing on it.
Just link it.
Yeah, and I'll put it on all my socials. With that, is there anything any last words for anybody? Joe?
I just want to thank you for having me on here. I feel as if
Yeah.
I was able to
You're really
express
heard.
myself in ways I feel inhibited and express in
Yeah.
other ways. So
Yeah, I often think
so
of
I
Joe as
thank you so
inhibited.
much.
So yeah, I can see how that
I'm
goes
always
down.
I'm the shy one. So
Always.
Now,
So
Alita,
just come out.
Go to your next show. All
Thank
right,
you.
everybody.
Thank
thanks
you.
for hanging out with
And
us.
before,
Night,
before
everybody.
we go though, subscribe to everybody's channels, like their videos, watch their stuff. Go get Good Logic up to what 45,000? Is that what we're?
I'm like 300 away. It's
There
like
you
a
go.
joke.
Get him to 45,000, guys. Do it. Go to
I just did 45.
Get him, he
Bing.
just passed 65. Get him to 66. Potentially criminal. You at 3,000 yet?
Yes, I passed.
Yeah, you're at
Thank you.
3,000. Let's get him to 4,000. Let's do it, guys.
I'll be on
Let's do
tonight
it.
9:30 as well, guys.
Perfect.
All right, everyone.
Perfect.
We'll see
All
you on the
right,
next
guys.
one.
And with that,